Alright guys, welcome and thanks for coming. Sorry we're getting in this a little late. We're actually at the end of the first showcase here. This was the Journey to Pyro. They've gone through all the planets and moons in the Pyro system and just gone through a little description of them. We didn't get a whole lot more information about Ruin Station yet. I believe that's one of the panels though. Let me pull those up. That way I kind of know what we're going into throughout this. It's just been a lot of time talking about the biomes on each planet and the like. Let's see. Yeah, Journey to 4.0 Planetary Pyro. Yeah, that's what we just got through. It was pretty cool. There's it's definitely going to be a way different system than Stanton, which is, you know, what we've been used to for years now. So, it's pretty exciting, pretty great to see, but it wasn't anything we haven't seen before. So, you know, this is we're still looking at the backdrop of all that right now. Next, we'll be getting into design brief investigations. Explore the pitch progress for a new mission archetype that leaves combat and delivery behind for mindful deduction and increased storytelling. Okay, looks like Luke Presley and Elliot Maltby will be doing that one. And after that, it'll be Journey to 4.0, the new underground. So, should be pretty good. I do have some food on the way, guys. I'll be at least muting the mic and shutting off the camera long enough to walk over and deal with that here shortly. But yeah, no, I'm not too worried about it.
Mm-hmm. Yes, he's a game developer, a founder, a CEO. He made his first game when he was like 15. Anyway, he was sitting in my chair, and he's left. I don't know where he went, but he should not be let back in the building. Yeah, black shirt, jeans. Yeah, just keep him out of the building. He sat in my chair. All right, thanks. When are we live? Hi, welcome back to CitizenCon 2952. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee, and yeah, welcome to the spaceship. To the only constant. We are joined here by two CIG luminaries, VP of Development, Mr. Brian Chambers, and Chief Development Officer, Mr. Aaron Roberts. How you doing, guys?
Not too bad.
You were looking at me, and you thought I was going to forget it because I couldn't remember it or anything. I'm not good with titles.
I know.
I've had
Yeah, he
six
wants
of
to
my
keep
own,
Chris
and
Roberts, the CEO of the company, out.
So,
I like your dig.
that's what I was going to be first question. Welcome to the spaceship, guys. How you doing?
Absolutely.
Good.
You like it? We have been talking about this, dreaming about this, and just imagining doing this since 2015. Every time we talked about changing the stuff up and whatnot, like what should we do? It was always like, we should build a spaceship. We should build a spaceship. It's always like, yeah, someday. But we did it. I'm sorry.
No, it's cool. It's way cool.
I'm sorry.
And you're always shooting stuff. You're shooting material constantly. So having a dedicated space that's dialed in that you're cool with, right? It's good.
So we just watched Planetary Pyro. That was the first of our Journey to 4.0 presentations that we're showcasing here today during CitizenCon 2952. It's a brief tour throughout some of the planetary locations you saw from the upcoming Pyro system. You two recently took kind of a whirlwind tour of where'd you guys go?
We basically went over to Asia because we really wanted to go and visit some of the community over there. And so it was actually quite a lot of fun for us and actually a great experience in terms of learning a lot about the community over there and what they would like and all that kind of stuff. And so it's actually one of the better trips I've been on and really enjoyed it. Got to meet fantastic
I think they were in
people,
South Korea,
in the events everywhere we went, and so it was really good and really educational for me, actually.
Yeah, same.
This game's pretty large, has a large
nice
following in
out
Korea.
there, hung out with people. great food, great fun stories. While we were in Korea, we did a live stream into the China Bar Citizen that was happening at the same time. So we had some technical difficulties streaming while we were
That
there.
made it more interesting.
Yeah. We couldn't hear them and so on. So they were typing out questions, but the banter was great.
Wow.
And then the next week we jumped over to Singapore and hung out with those guys as well.
I was going to say, we haven't had any technical difficulties so far today. I don't know what.
Yeah,
I was going to say, nothing in here is actually wood.
So we'll talk about the community actually gave us some cool stuff. So first, this was given to us by the Korean community.
This is Korea. Yeah, we'll have you open this.
Yes.
Okay. Hold on.
Okay.
This was for you. I don't know the full history behind it, but it is like a replica of an ancient scroll. But the characters are put together as Star Citizen characters,
Which is really
Oh,
cool.
yeah.
which is incredibly cool.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet.
That guy's doing the Steve Bender.
So we each got one of those as well, but they specifically wanted us to bring one back for you.
Let me switch to Brian's cam. Let me see if I can move this over here and get a here, Brian. I'm going to hand this to you
Yeah.
so I don't get out.
Absolutely.
Hold that and get a little closer to the camera there. There we go. That's very nice.
Yeah, it's pretty
Good
sweet.
string in the right- Yeah, incredibly cool.
All right, now give it back because it's
Yeah,
mine.
Give it back because it's
And then
mine.
and then from Singapore.
What an ass.
Yep.
Really cool.
Then we jumped over to Singapore, and while we were there, this is one we'll also have to.
all the everybody at the event signed this awesome.
Let me get this strong here. You grab one
Yep,
side.
I'll grab one side. There we go.
Wrong way.
We did not plan this.
No, we didn't.
Clearly.
Oh, that's awesome.
We got everybody's signature, so we're going to put this up in our new offices in
Yep.
Manchester.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah, if they do one near me, I'll have to go sometime. I'd really like
And then
to
there's
go.
other stuff in there. You can
to a
pull
bar
some of out if
citizen.
you
Yeah,
want.
that's all for you.
Really cool little coins they made and cards and so on.
And of course, if you're not familiar with what a bar citizen is, you can check out barcitizen.sc. It is a completely
Well-timed. Covered me up
backer-run
there.
organization that helps coordinate basically gatherings of Star Citizens all around the world, including most recently Singapore and China and South Korea. I know there was one in San Diego last night, if I was not mistaken. This says Bar Citizen Singapore, and it's made by the community, and it is what is that? Oh, it's a Bar Citizen card.
Yep.
It's metal.
That's cool.
It's proper. Yeah.
Nice. Okay, well, I'm going to leave that out. And there's some other challenge coins and stuff. We will go through this
Absolutely.
on our own time because people are probably like, just get to the next thing.
Exactly.
I know who our viewers are. So before we do move on to the next
He's
thing,
not wrong.
Brian, Aaron, it is our 10th birthday, our 10th anniversary.
10.
10. It's
Yeah,
10
that's
something.
crazy.
There was an internal debate whether this was the birthday or the anniversary because the anniversary is sometimes in November, the birthday is in October. Whatever it is, it's 10. You got any favorite memories? Something? I don't know how long we're going to keep you here, so I want to use you when I got you here. On the spot here.
I've been
I love
here about
the
8 years.
background
just
on his
about 8 years,
laptop
right?
as
So
well.
a fair amount of the 10. The first one that comes to my mind, there's a lot, but the most memorable one I would say would be 2016 at CitizenCon.
Let me go check
in
and make
Los
sure my
Angeles.
food's here, guys. Hold on one
Very
second.
first CitizenCon I'd ever been to. Really hadn't interacted face-to-face with the community that much. We know we put a lot of love and effort into what we were going to show. Chris is on stage. He's about to show everything off. I'm looking for a seat. I couldn't find a seat. I went down basically middle floor in the theater and sat on the floor in between all the rows with all the backers. And as I'm sitting there and the demo's going, I already know the demo and the pacing, and then the sandworm blows out of the ground and everybody blows up. And I'm kind of below everybody because at this point they're jumping up. And just to be there and for the people to have the reaction of the thing that you've been working on, right? That's something I'll never forget. It was something you're at that level, you feeling the love from them, the excitement that they have of what they're, and you're going, wait, hold on. I'm used to working at companies where we hold our stuff for 2, 3, 5 years without showing anything. So you have this opportunity to show this off and you get this feedback. And it was my first basically interaction with community on a face-to-face basis. It was really cool.
Very cool. I was there at that time. I'm pretty sure we were sitting on the floor together at one point or another.
Probably, yes.
Aaron.
I mean, I think a lot of it's what Brian just said. I mean, the thing I always love to do and like to do, and you know, haven't been able to do the last couple of years for obvious reasons, is actually just whenever the event's going on, I hate being backstage, so I literally just go and find. I like to go out amongst everybody and just sit there and watch watch the event and watch everybody's reactions to it, which is always a lot of fun. And the other thing about it is just that I've made so many actually good friends, you know, with people in the community and so forth. Meeting people, there's a lot of community members now who enjoy going to scene again, and all this sort of, you know, all this time. So the last 2 years have been kind of painful because I haven't been able to do that, but the ability just to be there with everybody and to see the reaction and have those conversations is the massive thing for me. It'd be too hard for me to pull, you know, one event. I mean, you know, there's some things that have happened which I probably can't talk about, which could be, you know, but I mean, but really in terms of the general thing, it's really that ability to be amongst everybody and see that.
I even think of overall just the journey we've been on in making this project, right? When I started in Frankfurt with a handful of other people in Germany, you know, Hassan, IT in the UK, loaded up a van. And I remember this.
All right, guys, we're back. Sorry about that.
PCs or monitors. Then they included like
everything got here
pens
fine.
And pencils and trash cans and a coat rack.
Oh, that's right. And then
we set everything up, and it was like cool. And we were just like, all right.
Was it the event after that where he basically was working so late he got locked in Cologne?
Yes.
He couldn't leave. He basically got locked in, and so he basically had to sleep in the in the station stuff like that. But no, it's just like lots of. I mean, it is all that kind of stuff. There's so many stories. There's so many times I've met people, and just all the events. It's been fantastic.
It's a follow-up to that Hassan story. Hassan is one of my favorite people.
He's good
here at LCG. We were at Cologne in 2016. That was a really hard event to manage, and sitting with him on that last day, he and I, everybody's off partying. We've completed the thing, and Hassan and I are breaking stuff down, and it was along with a bunch of other crew. And he just sits there and he goes, dude, I don't know if I can do this next year. I'm like, there's nobody else to do it except us, dude. And he goes, oh, no, I'm going to take PTO next year. I'm like, you are not going to take PTO next year. And the next year, he had 2 weeks, like before and after Gamescom blocked off. And I'm like, you took PTO? He goes, I told you. I'm like, you're my hero. You actually, and again, he set everything up. He had all the backups done. It went off flawlessly and everything. But it's just, there are a lot of stories, and I'm interested to see how Ian and Todd are going to answer this question later on. That's enough chit chat at this point. Let's get on to our next presentation. Design brief. Investigations. One of the most common requests we get from the community is to talk about things at their earliest states. Tell us what you're just thinking about. Not necessarily the next thing or the thing after. Like, share the earliest design stuff for how a thing might work. Everything you're about to see can and will change dramatically from the point of today to the point where it makes the game. But we wanted to open that curtain to the earliest points, and we've got Luke Presley and Elliot Maltby.
Hopefully not the earliest points, right? Hopefully they've been working on this for a little while, and it's pretty close.
An entirely new scope and type and design of missions that move away from combat and transport and go more towards cerebral deduction and investigation. So here we are, Design Brief Investigations, and we'll see you when you come back. Take care.
Hi, my name's Elliot Maltby. I'm a Principal Systems Designer. I work with Luke Presley on the Mission Feature team. I'm here today to talk about one of the new mission types we're prototyping.
So this is an early look, a new mission type.
Elliot's a little awkward, but he's going to give it a lot of information.
This early, it's because we don't have the nice shiny visuals.
Luke just clearly doesn't want to be here.
See the design brief, so we thought, what the heck, we'll let you see.
So a mission is built out of objective types. And the mission type really is just the most critical or challenging objective in that mission.
Currently, we have a number of mission types in the game. Some of these are not built in that modular sense. Some of these are very much bespokely built to test out a feature at one time. The original PI Wanted is one of those. The current mission types that do exist is we have deliveries, which are essentially a form of collect and drop off. We have eliminate missions, which is just kill someone, and eliminate ship missions, which is go there and kill destroy a ship that has a person inside of it. And there's many more. The way we see missions is they're comprised of little bits of gameplay. So, for example, we have missions where you're sent to kill a singular person or pick up a box or kill a bunch of enemies. So the way how we build our missions is we combine these together. So we'll have missions where you have to pick up a box, but we'll have enemies there that you have to kill as they're kind of like an obstacle for you to get around.
That isn't to say that you can't build a mission out of a single objective. The assassination mission, for instance, has one objective: assassinate a target. But even the most simplistic mission, like the delivery mission, is actually built out of two objectives. There's the collection of the item and the delivery of the item. And if we made the collection of that item even more difficult, we'd refer to it as a collect mission rather than a deliver mission.
So our objective types, for the time being, have been pretty simple. Kill this person, go here, do this. Until now, we're now looking at doing one of the most complex type of objective and gameplay things we've tackled in
Good.
MFT. With that said, we're working on a new mission type, and that's investigation.
There are already investigation missions in the game.
Currently in the game, the player can feel like a bounty hunter, a mercenary, a person who does deliveries, a cargo hauler. We want to make them feel like a detective as a new route. We're expanding.
I would love to
constantly.
be
We're doing mining, salvage, and detective is going to be our focus in MFT.
Space Sherlock
Experience
Holmes
we want to
for
give
sure.
players with the
That would be
investigation
fun
mission
if they can really do
is
it.
that they feel like a detective, that they feel like they're collecting evidence that will ultimately answer the question that has been posed to them, and that they're able to kind of search through the evidence and find the red herrings and choose the right answer.
So what we want is we want to build a mission that requires you to have to think, requires you to have to look around, search your environment in detail, look at each individual clue and make sure you fully understand it before you make your decision as the detective.
And there'll also be red herrings thrown in there, so evidence will really have to be poured over to be able to determine whether it's actually credible or not. We also wanted to create narratives around our locations that we haven't done before, really dig into, why has this derelict become a derelict? Or why have all the ship's crew come to be dead? Or why has this cargo gone missing? At the core of this mission, we're really asking the player to use their brain rather than their gun or their ship.
So for this mission type, I don't want to breadcrumb players along. I want you to feel like a detective. I will give you a story, I will give you little bits of clues, and you have to make up this full sort of painting and decide exactly what has happened here. And then the rest of the decision is on yours. I might not tell you if it's wrong or right, you might find out. The idea is that you feel like a detective and you're so sure of your decision that you're going with that. So the next stage in this whole process is building a pitch. We have to come up with our ideas, how we want it to work, and then we have to present it to CR, Tony, and Todd, and make sure they're all happy with it and all of our visions are aligned. So when we're building the pitch, we start off by going over the ideal experience we want for the player. We start off with the most advanced things, all the gameplay mechanics we could dream of to bring this sort of role to life as a detective. And then we have to start looking at stripping it back to see when we can release it, what's the minimum viable product for this experience.
And in the case of the investigation mission, we came up with two. So the first pitch is extremely simple, and it revolves around being able to find a definite answer, something that is undisputable. For instance, we came up with a mission where there is a repairman that's gone missing, and you can go to his office and you can find some correspondence that will lead you to another place, which will have his work itinerary on there, and they're all crossed off until one. And if you're smart, you'll go to that location, and should you go to that location and do a little searching, you'll find his body there, and he's been like electrocuted, fixing the final thing on his list. And there's your definitive ending. Whereas the second pitch, it's more about allowing the player to choose when they're done, like when they think they have solved the mystery.
And then,
And
so it'd be cool.
the way we do this is
I'll just wait and see what they say.
scatter evidence around the location and clues that lead you to that evidence. And obviously there can be red herrings in there. You can get your answer up to a credible state, which might still be the wrong answer but you can complete the mission then. Whereas if you'd have carried on digging a little more, maybe found a few more clues and followed them, you would perhaps find an indisputable piece of evidence, like, I did it kind of thing, that would get you the bonus for the mission. And both pitches had their strengths and weaknesses. The simple pitch, we could see how easy it was to scale, and it involved less complex narrative work. But we ultimately decided to go for the second because we liked the idea of giving the player the agency to decide when they were done.
Yeah, see, that's what I was saying. It'd be cool if,
So we're in the prototype phase with the investigation mission, which is more important than ever because it's such a complex mission, and we need to ensure that it's scalable and that other designers can make their own mysteries with it.
With the pitches, we can now prototype and sort of get that gameplay feel and see which one we want to explore more for the player's experience. Some of the hardest points of this are going to be the scalability of it. An investigation at its core is a story, so the story should always be at the forefront and the focus.
So the first stage of prototyping was to prove that we can make it like a mystery happen in the most restricted location we have, which was like a derelict. So this kind of interplay between the crew of it. From there, we're going to expand so that it takes into account more locations and uses all of the evidence retrieval interactions that we currently have. For instance, like you can kill a guy and get information off him, you can find a corpse, get information off it, you can loot a box, get information off it. And then we'll be prototyping the newer ways of getting information off of things. We're looking into using the med gun to find the name and cause of death of people, and we're looking into being able to find the mobiles in an inventory and download data from it.
One of the hardest things that we have to figure out is the story. The investigation will live and die by its story, so we work very closely with the writers to try and figure out what kind of story we want to tell, what kind of clues we want to give, and then after that point we look at sort of what obstacles we want to put in your way, keypad locked doors, enemies, traversal puzzles, things like that.
The main challenge for creating this mission is ensuring that the player has enough guidance to complete it without putting mission markers on everything. It is supposed to be about them searching, figuring clues out for themselves, and finding the answer themselves.
We want you to still feel like that detective, but ensure that we're giving you enough information in the ways that we can.
And we're working with the UI designer on the new mobiles, which should really help with this.
So this has been our video design brief on our investigation missions. We're really excited to bring these to you. We wanted to give you an early look to let you know what we're thinking and see what you're thinking about these as well.
And we're really excited about it because it will allow us to...
Not a problem. Thanks for lurking.
So with everything we do, iteration is a key part of how we build things. So by the time you see this, and maybe by the time it comes out, it might have changed drastically. We don't know yet. We're still working on it and figuring out the fine details. But player experience and player agency is at the focus of what we're trying to achieve.
We're really excited and hope you are too.
And I'm sure we'll be talking about this again in the future.
Cool. So a couple of things. I think the coolest structure for mission type like this.
And that was Design Brief Investigation.
You're not going to give us any time in
here,
between?
and the only constant to follow up on that is Star Citizen Live Game Director, Mr. Todd
Yeah,
Riley,
so I think that the coolest
and Star Citizen Narrative
structure
Director,
for... let me
Mr.
turn
Dave
the
Haddock.
volume down a little
How
bit.
you guys doing?
Good.
These missions.
I'll get this out and then carry on. Anyway, so the coolest structure for a mission like this would be to just have the second type of structure where you present the facts as they are, and then that just goes to court. You know what I mean? And then you get a rating, say the following day on the mission or whatever after it's gone through a trial or whatever, because you have to imagine all that's probably electronic and then the year 2952. You know what I mean? So the jury was decided weeks earlier, and then they're presented with the information in private files, and they come to a conclusion overnight, and yeah, you can either get yay or nay on that,
That lets them kind of take advantage of all of our systems and just kind of explore and get to be these kind of.
And then also the last time they tried to physicalize Moby glasses so we could download data and stuff like that, they damn near completely broke the game. Then you had to do a bunch of character resets because you would your Moby glass would just go away, would just disappear, since it was a physicalized item, and then you couldn't access menus and shit. It was wild.
So like Dave said, I think it is going to be a big challenge for us to figure it out.
And the fun thing about it too is this is a type of mission where it's not just knocking out checkpoints on a list. So part of the fun with it was creating a system where the onus is on the players to feel like they have enough information to have solved the case, but not flat out telling them right out the bat, yes, you have, or no, you haven't. So it's definitely a fun thing that's presenting a lot of cool, unique opportunities. You think it may be going one way, but there might be a key piece of evidence that you've missed that completely blows the case open.
I know we often refer to the Precision Universe as the sandbox, but I think a lot of people will anxiously be looking forward to more storytelling possibilities, more narrative possibilities within the Precision
There's
Universe.
a ruined station in Stanton right now
it is
that
our
if you
10th
haven't
anniversary,
visited has
so
like
I'm
a
asking
super
everybody
cool
who's joining
background.
us
I'm going to
today
do
for your
a live
favorite
stream or a
10th
video on it
anniversary
soon. I
stories.
had a pickup
Todd, you're
mission,
looking
a
at me very
Cove Lakes
intently,
mission to pick himself up.
what are you
from
thinking
there
right now?
earlier.
I can't get lost in your eyes. Not today.
Well, if there was going to be any day, it should be today. At least for me, it would have to be at least one of the sitcoms. I know Brian mentions the Homestead demo, but I think even just getting 3.0 out the door, that was such a arduous process, and climbing up that hill was a difficult one. But to finally get that out and you see people's reactions. And
Do you remember in the 3.0 launch, I made this unfortunate bet with the community based on Chris Roberts' feedback that we were going to be out by June or whatnot, that I wouldn't shave until 3.0 comes out. It is December. We are in the global go, no-go. To launch a big patch like this is very much like mission control. Everybody's checking in, I'm good, I'm good, I'm good. And we get to, and Aaron is on this call, he's leading this call. He goes, well, that seems like everybody. I'm in a bathroom listening to it on a thing with a razor ready to go. And Aaron, I don't know if you remember this, Aaron, but you go, all right, that's everything, we're ready to go? And Chris goes, well, maybe we should check a few more things so Jared doesn't have to shave. and I usually sit in these meetings and I'm muted. I'm not supposed to be talking these meetings. I'm muted. I'm like, you launched this thing. And then it was Aaron who took pity on me. He's like, all right, launch the patch. Do you recall that at all?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And Dave, we'll get your story before we move on to the next thing. What's your favorite memory in the last 10 years?
I mean, it's tough to lock it down. I mean, I have two kind of distinct areas. It was the morning of the GDC announcement. Like, I was in LA and woke up early to watch the live stream. So hearing Chris after, at that point, I'd been on it for a couple of months of finally pitching it out and seeing the reactions of people freaking out and crashing the website and all that good stuff was definitely, the kind of the first indicator of what this could be, that this was really tapping into something that people really wanted to see. But for me, one of the big ones was it was the 2015, like the PCAP shoot, just to be able to work with that cast. The crew was amazing. Everything about it was just like this real.
Yeah, that would have been cool.
Engaging.
Mark Hamill.
I mean, it was a three-month shoot. Brian?
Yeah, I think it was
Mark
3A.
Hamill alone
yeah,
would've
that's one that stands
blew
out
my
for me
mind,
huge
you
as
know.
well.
But
It was
I mean, the
other,
cast that
lots of
was
other big
there
name
and
stars. I'm
how
struggling to
you
remember it
dealt
right
them
now.
on a daily
But
basis,
yeah,
and the
Squad
passion
4
that they
G's gonna
had
have
into
so
the
much.
script, and it was so cool.
Yeah, and it was these sort of fun, weird things of, you know,
Whenever it gets launched.
there was
Soon,
a song that
TM,
that came
you know.
about during the production that I won't spoil anything. I don't know if it's actually been released, but that became sort of the theme song of the entire shoot, which was amazing. So
Xylo's blowing up my phone saying we need to hurry it up. So I don't know what that means so much, but just letting you know.
All right, bring it back to me. All right. So thank you so much, Todd and Dave. It's time to move on to our next Journey to 4.0 presentation, the new Underground, where we explore what you think you know about underground facilities and then explode them in a whole new way. So check
Awesome.
that out.
Underground facilities. And then after that, we'll be looking at the need for multiple speeds. And then Lorville
Hello,
Redux.
I'm Ian Leyland. I'm the art director for Star Citizen, and today we're going to talk about underground facilities. Now, this was a presentation that we gave Chris internally a little while back, and what we're going to cover is how we're going to take one of the locations we have in the game right now, but actually really design it from the ground up to be the location archetype that we really wanted. Okay, let's get started. Let's talk about the original underground facilities. Now, the problem was we made these originally for the CitizenCon presentation demo, and the time we had wasn't enough to kind of take the location where we wanted it to be. Now, it kind of fits the current purpose. It's fairly small in scale. It gives a multi-room layout opportunity for FPS combat, but we always knew we wanted it to be able to scale, you know, small, medium, large, to accommodate maybe 60 minutes of gameplay time per location. So how do we go about designing a location archetype from the ground up? So what we do is we split the location into the core areas we want to visually develop. Now, for underground facilities, the first thing we're looking at here is what we're calling Zone 1. So this is the presence on the landscape. So what we're looking at here is an example key art shot of what a medium-sized underground facility could look like.
Yeah, that's cool.
So dominant features that we're seeing here is
With a hanger?
a kind of a key spire. This is instantly where your
Two
player,
hangers.
you should be able to navigate towards. This could be like a corporate wing or an executive landing
Bearing.
pad on the top. And then moving
So this
down,
looks like it'd be
it's very important
like a
to be
gun
able to get the
manufacturing
landing
facility, 'cause
pads or
Bearing,
the landing
they
hangers
make the best guns in
quite
the game,
close to the
basically.
facility, because we wanted that experience as the player lands. They're not far off from the location. They're actually quite close, and you should be able to see a little FPS area where the player lands. Also, what we're seeing here is some visual justification at what might actually be going on. So you're seeing, you know, processing and tanks and supplies actually on the landscape there. Now, what I was saying before about it being a kind of a much braver visual presence on a landscape, so we designed the silhouette primarily, so you'd be able to recognize these as a location to aim for. Also, what we're seeing here is we thought it'd be cool to actually have surface entrances as well. So we're actually thinking about primary, secondary, and tertiary ways for the player to get into these locations, depending on the mission scenario. So like I said before, you've got like executive pads at the top, you've got the main hangars in the middle, and surface entrances down there below. Now, moving on to the inside, so after the player's landed through the hangars, they'll be brought up into the main corporate reception. Now, these are going to be quite interesting because we'll be able to rebrand these depending on the manufacturer or the location. That's where we'll get a lot of the variety. But this is the corporate presence before the player would go down into the bowels of the facility. And what we're seeing here is, you know, just an example of what a bearing reception could feel like.
No.
Now, moving into Zone 2, with it being an underground facility, the physical act of going underground, that's cool, right? So we wanted Zone 2 to be about the logistics of the player going up and down and how we can make that cool visually, but also interesting from a player experience. So this is the the transit, the elevator network. So we played around with a few different ideas into this, and one of the things that we thought could be quite interesting is the elevator itself could be a mini play space. So what we're looking at here is control room idea quite early, what sort of scale vehicles there could be. Now, ultimately, we didn't go with this idea. It didn't really fit the art style that we wanted, but it had some pretty interesting ideas. So what we landed on here is something that we felt quite comfortable with internally. Now, it's worth noting we're designing these as an archetype first in a utilitarian art style. In the future, we'll expand out and do other art style variants. So what we're seeing here is the control room overlooking the main warehouse floor, and then this elevator should be big and clear enough for the player to understand, like that's where logistics will go up and down. And for the elevator itself, we wanted it to be its own play space. So on the top level, that's where containers will be shipped up and down. Maybe underneath it, there could be little nooks and crannies. If we wanted to stealth into the location, we'd be able to give opportunities for the player there. And down below, this is what the player would kind of see. So now they're really starting to get into the bowels of the facility. So echoing of that control room down below, but also this is where we'll present the player with an opportunity to choose the area they want to go. Maybe cargoes to the left, maybe processing to the right, or maybe technicals up above. Part of that process of how we design is we look at things about from the player's point of view. So what we're seeing here is pretty good indication about how the player would exfiltrate from the location. So a lot of the lines are leading towards the elevator because we want navigation to be as intuitive as possible. Moving on to zone 3, so this is the bowels of the facility. So these are going to be spaces that we've never really explored before. A lot of the locations in the game tend to be quite residential, but here we're going for something completely industrial. As a player, you want to feel like an ant almost to the location. The primary purpose is not for you to be walking around, so we dedicated spaces towards logistics, and we put kind of personnel walkways almost as a secondary element. So in this image, you're kind of seeing where, you know, big trucks could kind of go. We've also got like little nooks and crannies for the player to kind of explore and go into. Now, as it being a location dedicated towards the moving of logistics, we wanted to explore.
I've got my Drake mule.
Vehicles, right? So here
I'll
we
have
see
it
the
forever.
mule kind of coming and going on one of these walkways. You know, maybe there's elevators. So on the right, what we're seeing is a ladder. So with all of these
kind of a Drake
spaces, as
fanboy
we
myself.
were having fun and visual exploring, we always kept in mind of different ways for the player to traverse through the scene. Also, as part of that, we wanted to think about verticality, so not just a linear direction of traversal, but also ways in which we could go vertically. So maybe there's the concept of a cargo elevator within the corridor. So kind of similar to how you'd see on a character be a little control room looking at the flight deck. Here you could kind of see something very similar. Maybe this ties into gameplay puzzles about how you could bring cargo in and out. You know, maybe as a player, you're trying to steal some cargo out. There's tons of potential for how we could do puzzles in that regard. So looking at this image, we took loads of inspiration from modern day aircraft carriers about how you see pads on the flight deck go to the underbelly. We thought this would already give tons of opportunity for not only cool visuals, but also ways in which you can reveal extra traversal opportunities. So as that cargo deck goes down, you'd see other ways to kind of traverse through into the facility. Okay, so what we're looking at here is kind of an example corridor. Now, corridors in our game are quite important to us, but they don't necessarily have to be boring. Now, what we're seeing here is an establishment of a radial motif. Now, with this being subterranean, we wanted to always imply that there's a weight kind of pushing down. So this radial motif is the best load bearing. So as a design language, instantly was feeling quite right. So in this traversal corridor, what we're seeing is a few different things. Clearly, there's a clear route for logistics. That's cool. But also on top of that, you've got these side routes, which is where personnel would go. split hierarchy, so it would be pretty cool for FPS combat, for opportunities there. And then leading in, underneath, you kind of seeing a tertiary route. Now, part of this could be maybe is stealth route, or maybe this is the upper area is blocked off, so the player has to go down below. So even within something as a concept of a corridor, we want to design many different avenues for the player to traverse. Okay, so what we're looking at here is the underbelly of that concept we just showed. So up above, dedicated towards logistics, maybe containers going through, shipping containers going through. But underneath here, maybe this is just more towards the processing of it, maybe hydraulic cylinders for these elevators coming and going. Hierarchically, it's a different mood. So up above, it's cleaner, it's noisier, but down below, darker, more steamy. And again, that presents other opportunities for gameplay. Now, we can't have these corridors going on forever. Performance-wise, we'd never be able to draw it, and it wouldn't be the most entertaining for the player. So we came up with the idea of introducing these bulkheads. So these bulkheads are almost checkpoints. So it enables us to break that draw distance, but it also enables us to break the rhythm of traversal. So from going from a corridor into an ops room or something like that, that's a way in was to kind of checkpoint the progress through the location. So inside these bulkheads, we could maybe array like ops rooms. Maybe these are scanning checkpoints to kind of monitor the movement of cargo to and from. Also inside here, there could be tea rooms or break rooms or offices. So again, we're trying to break the rhythm of traversal, so the player's going from a large space to a small space, but also from one theme to another theme. And what that will hopefully do is create a really good rhythm of play space where the player's not getting bored of traversing through the space. So what we're seeing here is a side view to kind of explain how that process. So on the left, we've come in from the corridor. So on the top, we're seeing the primary route through, and we're seeing the bottom route coming in as well. So this is how, again, we're going to try and keep verticality as a traversal motif in mind. Now, going from a large corridor set to what we're considering here medium or small. So these are the tertiary networks that will link into the primary traversal route. So these, again, will be continuing the radial motif that we've been seeing, and these would take the player and connect into the main spaces. Now, from traversal networks to theme rooms. Now, as the player's traversing through, we wanted to chapter that experience with key theme rooms. Now, what we're seeing here is an example of an industrial space. Maybe it's processing. We didn't want to go too specific, just so that in the early development process, we wanted to explore motifs that could work. So here we're seeing an example, a processing room, but there's a few key things that's kind of cool. So right from the bottom level, there's a network of levels which will be dedicated towards processing, pipes, machinery, all of that sort of good stuff. And then as we get higher up, we're seeing that very dominant kind of technical control wing suspended over the play space. As an idea, this creates a plethora of interesting opportunities as a play space to fight the way through or solve puzzles. One of the things early on we wanted is cause and effect. We wanted the player to be interacting, solving puzzles, but seeing that reflect into the space. Another theme room idea we came up with was processing. So bringing in raw materials, processing them through, ready for manufacturing. So we had a bit of fun with ways in which we could kind of create these quite interesting set pieces. So it's not all just industry in the underbelly of these underground facilities. There's also going to be technical areas, areas dedicated towards the control of the location. So what we're seeing here is maybe it's the main map room. So this is where they control the networking of everything. And also on here, you've got the overseeing executive suite. So it's not just technicians here, but also executive wings. And also as a bit of fun, if the player does get access to these executive wings, then we're seeing another type of art style in here as well. So we've seen industrial, we've seen technical. Now we'll be seeing, more like the corporate foyer we saw up above. So
Yeah, from a design perspective, I can really see why they're
and what we're seeing here is maybe
wanting to
there's
talk
the
about
data
this, but
processing of the location. So
as a
as a quick
10-year
idea, we thought
10-year
data racks
CitizenCon,
are
I feel
actually
like
merged,
we need something a little more
fully
meaty.
in
They probably need to be
phase
talking
of
about more
water.
content than what
We
they've done
thought
so
also
far.
it'd be
Hopefully,
cool if there's
these other
causal
panels will
effects
get
of
into
the player
that.
solved the
Uh,
puzzle to go from being below water to above water. So again, ways in which we can kind of spark ideas
Power
and
play.
conversations with design about interesting opportunities.
Ships.
And then lastly,
Loreville
zone 4
Redux.
now, it
The need
would
for
be
multiple
a
speeds.
missed opportunity if we didn't go into some
In
sort
opposite of order.
of organic locations
That's
as
how we
part of the
got them.
underground facility. So this could
So.
be excavation zones or
Should be
areas
some
where it's been
content.
abandoned. This could lead into cave networks.
I
This
wish my
was
dog in
something we
Emilia
had
would calm
quite a
down.
bit of fun with.
There's
So
been a lot of
how
work
do
going
we
on
actually
outside
take
today, and she's just
the
kind of
player
excited
from
by the
being in
workers
this
out there.
fairly
So
well-established industrial
I hate it
location
for her, but she'll
to
be
a
way
cave
too
that needs
excited
to
in
be some
here.
form of
So.
transition period. So we came up with ideas about how we'd see excavation equipment, or with the roads kind of peter out, and as part of the roads, maybe we can do some pretty cool layouts for the player to drive through. Something that's a little bit more invested than just a straight line. Now, as part of that transition period between heavy industrial to exposed cave, the equipment needed to create further UGF spaces, maybe there's a large boring machine still there. Again, maybe that comes into some form of gameplay opportunity for the player to traverse over, interact. That's kind of cool. Also, as part of that, another opportunity to introduce a new element to the space could be, as we're transitioning towards more natural spaces, we can not only introduce different types of geology, but maybe we're introducing some form of liquid. So depending on the location, maybe it's on a certain planet, there could be like underground rivers, underground lakes, maybe it's lava, maybe it's acidic. And also if we're describing these locations as maybe some are more abandoned, we could start to showcase how nature slowly started to take over. This also would introduce some pretty cool opportunities. So also another process we do during concept development is I like to start taking some of these ideas we're developing and get them in the engine as soon as possible. And what this affords us is we can sit down with Todd and we can really evaluate how well an idea is working in terms of space, size, composition, gameplay opportunities right from the early visual development process. And what we're looking at here is very loose concept meshes brought into the engine, quickly lit, just for that exploration process. That's an overview of what we're pushing for the new underground facilities. I'm quite excited about it, and hopefully you are soon. And we look forward to showing you more in the future.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'd love the underground facilities to be more fleshed out. That can only be good for us, More content, better content in them would just be awesome. But, a new look, Oof. So this is still super rough. But I don't know, I was really hoping for, hopefully this next part of the, you could say half, it's a little bit more than half that's left. We've gotten through 3 now. There's 4 left. Oh, is it? Yeah. But, yeah, I feel like we just need more content just in general, like actual I mean, they talked about new mission type, you know, but this is 10 years in, you know. They showed us the new system. It's further along than the underground bunkers are. So, you know, I guess I can't bitch too much. We got a good little bit so far.
All right. That was the new
And the
Underground,
design people.
starring our
We
very
need
own
to hear something.
Star
So.
Citizen art director, Mr. Ian Leland.
Let me not bitch.
Ian, why?
It's fine.
Why are we redoing the underground facilities?
Well, kind of as we said in the segment, we always wanted it to be a much bigger, more special location in the game, so it was always on our to-do list.
And you've been here a while. The last 10 memories, drink up, Todd. Last 10 years, what's your favorite memory?
Ooh, favorite memory. It's kind of hard to pick one, but maybe a good one to start would be, I remember joining the company nearly 9 years ago and going on paternity and then realizing we're making Arena Commander, and we had about 6 to 8 weeks to make it, so that was a good fun challenge. Yeah.
That was not originally on your team, and it was just kind of like, here it is.
But it was good. It was a bit like baptism by fire, and we kind of pushed the engine to what it could do at the time, and you know, we was super happy with it. Yeah.
So these new underground facilities, it's not just going to be a
Arena
big,
Commander is
giant,
still good.
empty,
It's fun.
awesome
It's a really great way to learn how to fly and
playground with
fight
nothing to do.
as well.
What are we going to be doing in these
Holds
things?
true today.
I mean, all of our mission verbs count. It's basically we want them to be a sandbox element. You know, that players can go and explore, but you know, whether it's sabotage or infiltrate or investigate or you know, deliver boxes to, like all these elements go into all the design elements, you know, when we're thinking about this, when we're testing out rooms, like all the interaction aspects for it, puzzle elements. So basically when the team's doing it, we're building it, but also implementing the different design elements into the room at the same time.
And all those different theme rooms that you were talking about, you know, open up all kinds of storytelling possibilities with the different companies and who knows what misadventures are going on.
Exactly.
You know, 3 levels underneath the surface of Yila versus, you know, 4 levels underneath the surface of Pyro 2 and stuff. Right. And these are coming to both the Stanton system and the Pyro system and wherever else afterwards. Correct. I'm not saying, because I like my job. All right, so in addition to that, am I this one? I'm this one. Nope, I'm this one. This one. Hi, everybody. We've got a number of promotions going on today. Everybody that's a member of the Star Citizen community, you've got a registered account on the website, is getting a free digital goodies pack. It's available for all backers. It's got Francis, the party animal plushie, which I believe is a Finley with a fun hat, isn't it?
They gave subscribers
a Falston jumpsuit,
plushie.
the Cuban edition, which is really
Which a
cool.
lot of people were
we
not
don't have a lot
happy
of
about,
onesies in the clothing
this month
line,
as well.
clothing-wise for the Precision Universe.
But
and a grenade launcher, because giving everybody
grenade launcher's pretty
in
sweet.
the universe a grenade launcher, that's going to be fun.
Yeah. They need
we
to run
also got
Jump
a
Town
Toby Eye Tracker
again.
contest going on.
They need to surprise us and run
JRDF,
Jump
our
Town
partners
tonight
at
for like
JRDF
12
are
hours,
giving
and
away
everybody can
Carrot
come out
Freelancer
with their
and
rocket
Cyclone
launcher.
and the Halloween promotion is
grenade
already
launchers.
live. And there's another Halloween contest where they're giving out some Caterpillars and Buccaneers. You can find out everything you need to know about that up on the robertspaceindustriescom.
That'll be cool to have one at
And
the
yes,
start of
I saw the
every
chat going. I did
patch
comb my
going
hair
forward without having to buy
because
one.
while Brian was being messaged about one thing, I got
And it's the
messaged
launch
by
of the
my mom,
game as well.
who didn't like that I hadn't combed my hair. Hi, Mom.
I got my hair.
All right, what's next, everybody? Up next is, well, it's one of the segments that I'm looking forward to most. It's our sleeper segment of the day, as far as I'm concerned. The need for multiple speeds with Rich Towler
I like
and
this.
Yogi and Jed and Johnny and Dave from the Flight Experience.
Combat's gonna be a lot more
feature
dynamic.
Team. They keep changing their names as much as I do.
It won't just evolve into jousting matches like it does right now if we can have
and the exciting new solution that they have for it. So check that out. And we'll meet you back.
slower speeds, but the most important thing is just more variation in speed between ships, and that variation to be important. Because if everybody's flying at 1,100 meters per second, the one ship that can fly 1,260 meters per second doesn't really have much of an advantage.
David
But if
Coulson,
most ships are going
Jet Talbot, and Johnny Young. And today we're gonna
350 meters
talk
a
to you
second. There's
about
ship
the
that can go
upcoming changes to the
750,
flag
then
systems and
that's
the
a pretty
combat systems,
significant
which are done
change, you
specifically
know.
for Squadron 42, but
Or,
which will
excuse me,
eventually find their way to the persistent
600
universe.
even, you know. Yeah, you can start working with 200 and 250 meters per second and speed, and that actually making a difference.
We want to define ship roles for the game because every role in itself and every ship
Constellation.
can offer unique gameplay opportunities for individual players.
Beautiful ship.
We want to provide a lot more variety to the gameplay in Star Citizen, a lot more opportunity for different careers, different responsibilities, and different sort of perspectives and views on gameplay where people contribute different types of work and different types of jobs.
Star Citizen is supposed to be a big expansive game with giving the players lots of chances to have a variety of different experiences. It's not just about combat, it's not just about an economy, it's not just about piracy, it's about all of those things happening at the same time. So we need ships that can act and function in different ways to support all of those different goals.
In trying to figure out these roles and define what they are and make the gameplay for them, we started very heavily leaning toward combat, mostly because combat is a mechanic that is very widely applicable throughout the game, and the principles behind it apply to various other roles in the game.
We've been working away in the S42 branch, and this has really allowed us to isolate these ships, so we've kind of broken it down into archetypes, and it's really allowed us to kind of break down what these ships do. You know, and also it's to make sure that when we are defining these roles and balancing these roles, that we're putting the ships in the right place, because we don't want the ships to be like, you play this ship, it means you dominate this part of the game. That there's always got to be plus and minuses so the balance is right. So there's still some crossover between the ships. So just picking one type of ship just isn't just a win.
We have already defined several ship roles, and they're usually known as light, medium, and heavy fighters. Light fighters for us are fighters which are very dominant in the area of 1 versus 1 PvP combat.
But they come with a downside, because obviously the light, which means the materials chosen on the ship, are probably not the strongest. So it's more about the attack. It's more about trying to outposition and get in there and attack and get out of the situation.
Heavy fighters are kind of the opposite. They're not supposed to be really good at 1 versus 1, but they excel at N versus N engagements, so when we have group battles. Medium fighters for us, internally we call multi-role fighters, because they have a lot of hard points, so they have a lot of loadout flexibility. So a player can tune them to the role whatever they want, but they will never reach the performance of dedicated ships.
A lot of the medium fighters sometimes come with a turret as well, so they've got the additional gameplay of the turret, which is aimed to kind of counter the lack of maneuverability that their ships have.
And then additionally to that, we have racing ships, which are basically just really fast at changing the velocity vectors. And interceptors, which we basically just want to go very fast in the forward area, but never reaching really the performance envelope of dedicated dogfighters.
Interceptors are designed to kind of catch up to ships and disable them. So they come with kind of advanced kind of hardware on these ships.
Bombers, on the other hand, are, they're just slobbing heavy ordnance at larger targets, so you use them to take out bigger ships. But they're not really good at, killing small fighters. And then from smaller ships coming to larger ships like Constellation and up, we want to change the gameplay to be less about positional combat, but more going to the naval style of combat, where it's important to show the correct shield and fire arcs and timing your shots over long distances.
So the purpose of ship roles is to really help players understand what ships should be used and when they should be used. And it's really about delivering on those kind of gameplay promises that we've been talking about over the past kind of several years.
If every ship is the same, it's not fun. But if we have dedicated ships with dedicated pros and cons, then we can create very exciting combat environments. And the biggest challenge we see in order to get that gameplay we want is the current speed that we have in combat.
Good, okay. Yeah, that's definitely the biggest problem with setting up actual roles when all the ships can go essentially the same speed, and its speed is just
we've
stupid
tried limiting
fast.
things at speed, we've tried adjusting handling at speed, we've tried so many things to kind of manage the negative impact of speed on combat.
When ships are going fast in combat, they usually just end up very far apart, which is not very interesting, and it just devolves into jousting very quickly, which is also not very interesting.
The second you create a longer distance between you and a target, your angular requirements to maneuver to that target are just extremely small. And this is a very obvious math reason why high-speed combat is kind of the opposite of what we want to achieve, meaning meaningful and effective positional maneuvering.
We want the combat to be closer and to be more turn-oriented, so rotations should matter more than just flat speed.
Having very high speeds that are pretty much the same between all ship classes negates a lot of the opportunity for smaller ships to flex different types of gameplay.
Another big issue with the speeds in combat is it's very hard to keep players engaged in the combat because players can move so far so quickly in such a short space of time. It's quite hard to keep a track on your opponent.
So you might think, oh, why don't we just make the ship slower and call it a day? Well, we can't do that.
The main reason we can't just make everything slower is the size of the Star Citizen world. We've got huge planets where we need to go from the planet's surface up into space. We need to traverse between different systems. So essentially, we can't have just low speeds all of the time.
Right.
There's a massive universe.
It already
out there
takes
to
a long
explore,
time,
planets to
enough
explore,
time to get everything
and the
set up
feeling
for
if
an
you want to capture
expedition.
with
Imagine
speed,
if
there's
it
still
took
an element of danger
20
that you
minutes
can
every
still
time
go
you wanted to
too
leave
fast
any planet's
in lots of situations.
surface,
We
not
have
just
tried an awful
Orison.
lot over the past few
Crusader.
years with what are called soft speed caps, where there is no speed cap on ships, but we encourage gameplay to occur at a lower speed. But it doesn't really work because the advantages of flying fast in terms of defense is just better.
So since the last year, the focus of Vehicle Feature Team shifted very heavily towards Squadron 42 and nailing down the flight and space combat experience for it. And I'm very proud to say that we finally found a really good working solution that we're going to show today.
Okay.
So the main idea is to simply not have combat and long-range travel at the same time. So we're splitting these gameplay experiences. This will be done by a thing which is called master modes. A master mode is a thing that is globally applied to your ship. And we have two of them. We have SCM, which is now relabeled as standard control mode, and QCM or QM for quantum mode.
The idea is that between these two modes, we can constrain the speeds in combat and also get all of the maneuvering, like high speed maneuvering and traversal mechanics that we had before, but in these distinct modes that are integrated with lore and integrated with the ship functions, such that there's costs and payoffs for being in each of the two modes.
So let's start with standard control mode and what this means. So this is the mode that we intend to be the functional mode of the ship, whether it's combat or mining or any of these kind of core kind of things the ship does. We want the player to do these things in this mode. And what this does is it reduces the speed of the ship, but it also enables the shield to be turned on. And obviously the intent behind this is where you do your combat. It's where the guns are on, the missiles can be armed and fired, and all the kind of operational things the ship does.
Wait, so no shields in
operates
quantum
within
mode?
this mode.
The speeds that you can reach in SCM are somewhat limited, somewhere between 200 and 300 meters per second, tuning pending. But this is basically the hard cap, which you cannot not really exceed. You can slightly exceed this by using boost, but you cannot maintain any velocity beyond that SCM limit for a longer period of time.
So we're thinking of this as some kind of energy management system, so you can go a little bit faster with a little bit more accelerations when you need to, but you know that it is a limited resource and you should use it carefully.
Specifically, the boost space is interesting for space combat because that boost space is not spheric as it was before. You can boost the fastest if you're going forward on a straight line, and you have a lot of debuffs when you're trying to boost backwards. That alone gets us a lot of interesting maneuvering space and variation in the day-to-day dogfight maneuvering, so to speak.
Importantly, you don't have your quantum drive available in this mode. The idea is that quantum is restrained to the quantum traversal mode.
The second mode is quantum control mode, or QCM or QM. What this mode does is it unlocks your maximum velocity that your ship can reach. So when you were limited before to 200 to 300 meters per second, now you can go to 1200, 1400 meters per second, whatever your ship allows you.
During the development of the quantum mode, we realized we needed something that was a little bit more kind of about traveling large distances, but not the distances that you need to.
So how do you intercept somebody?
Travel across the universe. So we've created this feature called Quantum Boost, which is available in the quantum mode, and you can access it at any point. So at any point you want to kind of boost towards your location that you're kind of looking at, but it's just a too far away. And this boost is available for a limited amount of time, and it's purely on a straight line.
Just to give you like a ballpark, quantum boost will allow you to go to a target fast if it's within, let's say, 50,000 kilometers, whereas you will use quantum travel to do very long range jumps between planets. So quantum mode allows you to go very, very fast with up to like 1200, 1400 meters per second when you want to zip really fast over a planet. It also allows you to do quantum boost to quickly go between points of interest, which are rather close to you. And it allows you to travel long distances between planets and large-scale stellar objects. But it comes at a cost. Your capacitor systems are non-functional because they interfere with the quantum bubble that is allowing you to go fast. You won't have shields. Your shields will collapse right away when you swap into quantum mode. Your weapons will stop working because anything that's firing outwards of your ship will disintegrate the quantum bubble. Your countermeasures won't work, and you will also not be able to use thruster boost. So basically all your capacitor and combat-related systems are turned off instantly.
When you switch between modes, there'll be a little period of time where everything has to spool up and change. So you will lose your shields during this. You won't
Sorry
have your
about that,
weapons
guys.
during this, but you also won't be going fast. So there's a risk-reward element when you need to switch modes.
So it's going to be a very kind of conscious choice of what mode you should be in at any particular point. So if you feel under threat of someone that's close by, you're not quite sure what their intention is, maybe switch to standard control mode and be safe. Or you can switch into quantum mode and escape. And this is going to kind of bring in an element of danger and an element of risk.
Because going into the two different modes is like a systemic thing within the ship's items, we actually have the opportunity now to define ship roles that can block people from escaping, either using devices that suppress the quantum bubble or devices that can effectively interfere with your ability to transfer between the modes. For example, specific ships like interceptors can be tuned such that they have a higher standard control mode speed, so they're able to catch up with people, or for example, make the swap between the modes faster and more
so we can have
efficiently,
actual roles in
so
ships.
that they could catch up with you,
Exactly what we were
go
saying.
into standard control
This is
mode
huge.
and attack you more effectively as per the properties of their ship versus another ship which might not be as good at doing something like that.
It's something that's fundamentally changed the gameplay experience for us. And this is working now, and we're playing it every day in the studio. We're refining it. We're tweaking bits here.
Oh
and
wow!
there.
Okay, so this is in
but we're
their
at that stage now where
in-studio
we're tweaking
build of
and
the
balancing.
game. Then
And we've got the core features. It's there in the game
Awesome.
playable, and the difference it's made on the game for us.
so
is
yeah, this like tandem
it's gonna
flying
like that.
is going to
Because the
be
speeds
like
have been limited in standard
way
control mode,
cooler.
suddenly fights are a lot closer. The accelerations of ships similarly have been retuned a little bit, and their afterburner strength has been retuned a little bit to make it so that you can orbit around ships and have a lot more interesting
Yes.
maneuvering. And because the ranges are closer, maneuvers that would be performed by your ship have a much more significant impact because you're closer. So if I like thrust up or down, you'll immediately see the difference. So similarly, things
Okay,
like
this is
capital
huge.
ships effectively get a buff to their offensive capabilities with this change, because suddenly you can't orbit a capital ship at high range and high speeds. You have to get a lot closer, which will make the turrets much more effective at shooting you. Turrets become more important, and working as a group to attack capital ships is more important than it has been before.
This is a really exciting change.
Yeah, this has
because it
definitely been the
allows
most
us to
exciting
keep
part of
combat
the
speeds
presentation so
relatively low,
far.
where
Even though we knew
know
that it was
the
coming,
gameplay is better
it's
for
something that they've been talking
while
about
also
for
keeping the point-to-point travel speeds
the whole time
as
I've been
high as
playing
they
at
should
least.
be for PU.
Playing with Master Mode for
Also,
Squadron 42
probably a year
has been
before
a lot
that.
of fun, simply because it's changed
But,
the entire combat experience. Before, you'd find that you were fighting at a huge distance. Now you find that you're in really tight, close combat with the other players. I think the biggest part of this is going to be when we have the larger ships interacting with the smaller ships. Once we can have battles with big capital ships and smaller ships, we'll have brought something to the Star Citizen world that I don't think has come out before, and I think it'll make a massive improvement to the game.
Having made these changes to implement master modes and rebalancing all of the ship speeds, we'll finally be able to define ship roles in the way that we've always wanted, and to bring a lot more variety to the gameplay that we haven't had before.
So it's been a really long journey here, obviously, because you've been a part of this journey. And we've tried many, many different things over the time to try and really create the experience we want. But the reality is, from us, it came down to what it always is in Star Citizen, which is creating choice for the players. It's about giving players the option, and their choices have consequences. So with master modes, it really helps define the player choice in the game. So they're choosing to do combat, they're choosing to travel from A to B in quantum, they're choosing to QT boost somewhere. Just giving players that freedom within the universe we have is just it's a really magical thing, and we try many times to control that as designers, to try and get a specific experience at some point, but we always end up coming back to the fact, let's just give the players the choice and let them make the key decisions, and we'll design the balance around that.
We finally have it. So we're now nailing down the space combat experience for Star Citizen, specifically for Squadron 42. We know from internal playtest that the master mode stuff works. We know that it works with our flight retunings, and it's very exciting. It will yet take a while to ship this to the PU, because the amount of ships you fly in Squadron 42 is rather limited, whereas in Star Citizen we have about, more than 100 ship records at the moment. But the whole hard problem of designing this thing in the first place is over. We just need to get the numbers in now.
And all the footage you've seen today is from Squadron. It's all currently playable in the game. That internally, we're playing this every day. We're still making some tweaks, but everything is there right now. It's all about the foundational kind of tweaks that we're making, and we can't wait to get it in your hands.
So thanks a lot for listening to us today. We're very excited to get the changes to you as soon as possible. And we'll hope to see you fighting in the verse.
Well, we'll be doing it. Already do, and it'll be better soon, sounds like.
So, I've got, out of everything here, I've got all the chicks on Nyx love my Lando fever.
Of course.
What do you got, Brian?
Wow. Who is most likely to win in a dogfight?
Okay.
An Ortwin.
An Ortwin. Shout out to Ortwin. It's been a long time.
Hey, Ortwin.
My one is, my cargo hold is always full of Chris Roberts.
Really?
Wow.
Show the camera.
There you go.
Ah. Right. That's Van Duel Against Humanity, a game created by one of our own Star Citizen, one of the original Star Citizens, Mr. Ken Shadow. We still got it. It made the trip to UK, and we are playing it in between the
That's pretty cool.
sessions. So thank you again, Ken Shadow. John, I dropped the cards. This is gone. Talk to me about this segment we just watched. Is this BS, or do we actually have it?
I think we've got it. The team's been super hard at work for quite a long period of time on this. We've gone through, I don't know how many.
It looks good.
We're sort of run out of interesting names to call all the development builds. We're onto fish names now. It's been a lot of work put into this, a lot of testing internally, like across the company, not just within our team, getting them all on board, getting them playing it, feeding back.
And I know we don't generally do one questions, but this is a pretty big change to the overall flight experience. Folks have been waiting for this fix for a while. Yeah. We're not talking about tomorrow or next week or give us why isn't this just going to be put into the PU tomorrow?
Two factors. We started doing this for Squadron because naturally, to have a great flight experience in Squadron, you need it to all work together. So we're focused on Squadron first for that, and Squadron has a much smaller subset of ships than the PU has. It's a lot easier to do a system like this, get the broad strokes in, and then really dial it in for 6 or 7 ships versus the hundreds in the PU. So it's a scale thing that stops it going in the PU straight away. And then the other thing is lots of it ties in together with other systems. So it's not just flight mechanics. It's UI, HUD, radar star map, quantum changes, and you have to get all of that together in one. We can't really piecemeal it. You just won't get a great experience if we go, well, here's one bit of it, here's another bit later. We want to drop it in one big deployment.
Are we going to drip feed ships, and like this ship's done and then this ship's done, or do you think more together all at once?
Yeah, what Brian said.
We have to do like
all
a broad tuning across the board for everything.
Yeah.
Day one for when this goes into the PU.
For sure.
Hopefully by then, a lot of those will be
Wouldn't make
really
any sense
where we
to
want them.
piecemeal ships
as with
out at
game
all.
development and constantly change.
Yeah.
There will be ones that change over time.
Oh, you changed the camera.
For sure. Balancing.
There'll be ones that keep going, and obviously community feedback's
I'm
a
sure
great
they'll make the
thing.
arrow too slow to start
It's very
off
hard
with.
to get things right out the gate. There's only so much internal testing you can do. We need that feedback at that point.
And I do want to say to folks who are watching, wherever you're watching, the 6 to 7 ships in Squadron was not a confirmation that there are only 6 or 7 ships in Squadron. We'll confirm that stuff much closer. Just if you're already halfway through your Reddit post, just delete a couple times. And all right, you ready to move on to the next thing?
Absolutely.
All right,
Let's do it.
So we've been
But there
bouncing
will
back and
obviously
forth
be less
between
that are
you know,
flyable
really
anyway. I'm
hot
sure there will
visuals
be
with
a
the
lot
planets of
more
Pyro, and then
visible shown
gameplay stuff
during
with
cutscenes and
investigations,
stuff,
and back
but
to the really hot visuals with the underground
that you'll
facility,
actually be
and
able to
back
board
to the
it.
solid
How many do you
gameplay
need?
stuff
You
with
know,
the flight
6,
experience.
7.
Up next
Sounds
is another really solid visuals thing. Lorville. Meet me at camera 1. Lorville. Star Citizen's first landing zone.
Oh yeah, Lorville Redux.
Since
now,
it was
that's what
first
we're looking at.
put in, we've built Microtech, New Babbage. We built Orison on Crusader. We even went back and redid Area 18 on ArcCorp. But Lorville currently stands as the oldest standing landing zone in Star Citizen. And with our new team at Turbulent and ready to kick butt, and I was going to say kick names and take butt. I almost messed that up, and then I messed it up trying to explain that I didn't mess it up. They're getting ready. They're already underway building a brand new Lorville Redux. So we'll send it on over to Eric Gagnon and Maxime Guidon. I had it. I was so close.
So close.
And they can tell you all about it. Ooh, and Ian Leland. Check it out.
Hello, my name's Ian Leyland and I'm the art director for Star Citizen, and today we're going to talk about an internal initiative called Lorville 2.0. Now with Lorville, and specifically the Lorville cityscape, it was probably the first major landing zone we'd ever had to do. It was the first time we put a landing zone on a planet, and we had the player fly there with minimal restrictions, although it did have that really big no-fly zone. But when we did subsequent landing zones, we built up a bit more of a knowledge base and experience base about how we can effectively introduce cityscapes. So Area 18, New Babbage, Orison, we all developed more techniques, and we always wanted to go back internally and put that knowledge back into Lorville. To start us off, I'll throw it over to Eric, our principal concept artist, and he can show you some more.
Hi, my name is Eric Gagnon. I'm a principal concept artist for Star Citizen and Turbulent in Montreal, and I'm here to talking about the Lorville 2.0. When I started to work on the concept, initially what I did is to create a variety of sketches, black and white sketches of a different approach of that city. We create a side panel of a silhouette of the building. Mainly the reason we need to work on that is for mainly gameplay issues, because we would like to make a gameplay in the interior buildings, and we need to create a bigger city to let the player have a fun experience to flying through that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so after the sketching process,
Fly through the city.
and get some approval, I need
Close
to
to
know
the
very
streets,
well
weaving through buildings
the
and stuff.
footprint of that city. We build a
Gotta have
city
that.
from a human scale, you know. We have nothing in that city. They build in a gray zone. So everything is built from that unit, and it's built from the unit of the CBD. So this is mainly the two main units I used to build a city. So we have a kind of a proportion in terms of lengths and distances to respect. So this is why I used the 3D basis to working on that. So I need to make sure that the ratio of everything fits well to approach closely as possible. So mainly the goal is not to dig right away on the details, but it's to stay on the big picture and to see if the skyline makes sense So this is a good challenge to play with that, and I think I did a nice job on that because at the end, what the feeling we have, it's like a real city. So I use my 2D background in concept artist to make the best as possible concept art with all the techniques inside of it, 3D, paint over, sketching, painting, and at the end, I was needed to create a very speechless concept to sell the mandate to the people involved in that, and they make sure they believe on that project, and they could say, well, okay, now we are a Lorville 2.0, and we're ready to moving on that.
Thanks, Eric. There's some beautiful image there, and we had a lot of fun internally developing that cityscape. Now, we're not just in concept development. We've actually just passed our white box milestone internally, so we're going to jump over to Max, and he's going to show you where we're at.
Bonjour, mon nom est Maxime Guindon. Je suis chef environnement artiste sur le projet Star Citizen. Mon mandat en ce moment est Lorville 2.0. Premièrement, je voudrais dire bonjour à la communauté francophone de Star Citizen, à toute la communauté en fait. Ce que vous faites, ce que vous partagez m'inspire énormément dans mon travail.
I think the other dude probably should have presented
Concept's
in
done.
French.
It's time to start it in engine, and we.
I would have
we've
rather
had
have
to
read
evaluate
his
what was possible
fluent
to
language
extend,
than
make it much bigger than the
like not
initial,
trying to insult him at all.
city,
It takes a
up
lot
to
of
something
bravery
that
to
matches
speak,
the
you know, to
mission.
present
For
in front of a lot
instance,
of people,
we are
you
keeping,
know,
the
in
L19
a language that's not your
area.
first.
We are keeping
But,
the CBD. We're keeping.
I would have rather have read
the
what he
spaceport,
had
and
to
we're
say
building upon this and just
fluently.
extending
Then-
the city. We've done several tests with the.
But this guy seems like he's
the transit system, the
does
rails.
okay.
And we try to extend it out a bit. We're keeping the same number of gates, but we're moving them out. And so throughout these tests, we've built the city as just placeholder, white box, very primitive, to have this layout, this fast iteration of the whole city done, and then that we could see it and get feedback on it. So it will feel more like a believable city. We hope it to be fun to fly around and like to actually do some races in it. We're building arches,
Awesome.
Bridges.
Oh, go between the two?
Like
Nah,
underpasses,
okay.
and it makes it interesting to be able to fly around. We see the community of players. They're doing like emergent gameplay of races, and that inspires us. And then the way that we're building the city. We are starting now the gray box. We have like Montreal's tools teams now that are working on like Houdini tools, and we're chatting with them, see what we could use from the library of tools. There will be several areas of like a higher level of detail, especially around landing pads on rooftops and lookout areas. And these are the places where the players will be able to land. These will eventually connect to the interior spaces that will be built later. And in that sense, Lorville will be ready for those interiors. We started as a team of 2 artists working on Lorville, and now we're 5. And we could even be like more soon. Each artist has their slightly different skill sets, and we complete each other. They bring ideas. I let them bring ideas to the table on how to advance what we're doing, make it kick-ass. So that's really important. So I hope you'll like what you see, and we can't wait to show you more. I'm happy about the opportunity of working on this mandate because
30,000.
It's gonna make such a huge
From
difference.
30,000
Thanks,
people.
Max.
Which,
That's
of
looking
course, I'm
great.
sure this was
And hopefully you
recorded,
guys
but
can kind of
still,
see, even
doesn't
in a
really take
white
away
box
from it at
format,
all, especially
you see
depending on how
really
you think
good
about
scale
it.
reads and understanding about how we can make the cityscape of Louisville probably one of our best yet. And we'll be showing more soon. Thanks for letting us showcase that for you today. Enjoy the rest of the show.
But yeah, Lorville needs to be redone. If they want to keep up with everything. Don't get me wrong, I love the city. I think it was super well done to begin with, but it should be bigger, should be more to do there. I want to be able to fly through the streets, landing pads on towers and stuff, where we can just quickly land, refuel, and take back off if you're, say mining or whatever. Landing pads at the refinery, I feel like make a lot of sense, as well. Especially with cargo refactor coming. I'm not sure how that's going to work with caustic materials and stuff like quantanium, excuse me. But, yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
So you've taken the one that had the most egregious no-fly zone, and you're making it so we can just race through the canyons and under the bridges and everything. I want to ask you the same question I asked John Crew. Is this BS, or is this really what we're doing?
No, that's what we're doing, and hopefully you can see in the B-roll that you can actually see it. And
one day, hopefully, they'll incorporate
no-fly zones.
Hurston defense
they were there for a reason at the time,
ships.
but as we grow, as we learn, we find ways to have a better
Hurston
player experience
Dynamics
with that
ships,
regard. And
excuse me.
if you see it, how we got things working with New Babbage, then we started thinking, okay, there is a slightly different way. Because ultimately, that no-fly zone there is for a reason. It's not because, oh, what would be really cool, right? It's like, we want to keep the player experience in, the maximum level. So it's there. But for Louisville, as you've seen, we want that experience to be as low as possible, to get that feeling where you can weave in between the structures, weave in between the buildings. And it was always something like, as we progressed through the landing zones, it was always like, one day we'll get back to Louisville. So I'm super happy that we're seeing this now.
And we've discussed the art pipeline for years. We've been doing, like I said, we're here for celebrating our 10th anniversary this year. We've been talking about how games are developed, and we've gone through the pipeline a number of times, from white box to gray box to stuff like that. Where would you say Louisville is? Obviously, what we were just seeing there is not finished.
Final art. We're in the final art phase. So basically, block out white box is obviously self-explanatory. Interestingly, grey box phase, I'm thinking more like first pass art. So we're always trying to keep the team on the toes. But grey boxing is terminology that we've used on all art disciplines, and it's kind of. But when you're using kits, and you're in grey boxing, you're not actually traditionally grey boxing, so we'll probably just call it like first pass art. But where Louisville is right now, we just passed the grey box review gate a few weeks back, so it's final art now. So we're on the really interesting part where we're doing, really good engine look dev. I mean, you're seeing hints at the potential in engine, but there's still a few hurdles that we need to get over.
Well, that was a look at Louisville Redux. Just on another step on our journey to 4.0. I do want to clear up some of the misconceptions that we're seeing in the chat here. Our journey to 4.0 is more akin to a journey to 4.x. The things that we're showing you today are not a list
about
of,
that.
This is what's in 4.0. Some of this will be in 4.0, like the planets and moons of Pyro and stuff like this. Other things will be in 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, and we'll know which as we get closer to development. Anybody that's followed the project long enough knows that that's how this works. But everything you're seeing on today's show here is everything that's in the process in the pipeline, being developed now for 4, 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, and so forth. And before we jump to the next one, I want to shout out a couple of the other promotions that are going on. The digital goodies pack is going out there. You get a Finley plushie. It's not called Finley anymore. It's called Francis. I should look at that beforehand. There's a new jumpsuit that's being given to everybody, and grenade launchers with a cool new skin. That's free to all backers.
That's cool.
Just register your account and and pick up any one of the pledge packages and whatnot, and that stuff's yours. The Toby Eye Tracker contest is going on right now. Send us your in-game watch party screenshot for a chance to win. I know there are a number of watch parties going on right now. Shout out to the folks down in San Diego, who I saw on Twitter earlier. The Jrdf Contests are partners at JR Design and Fabrication. Create a ship model using only ordinary and random household objects for a chance to win. They make these models that you see here. The wonderful star kitten, a dragonfly. Switch to Ian's camera. I'm gonna put this in there like this. Look at that. Oh, it's not in focus. Hold on. Let me get closer to his face. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. No. Stay down there. Look at my star kitten dragonfly in focus, because I'm holding it near Ian's face. Isn't that great?
Did you just smell it?
What did it smell like?
I thought about tasting it.
JRD Fabrications are the makers of these wonderful Star Citizen models. They have an entire array. You can check out the website, or you can enter the contest for your chance to win a Carrack, a Freelancer, or a Cyclone. And then don't forget the Halloween promotion is going on right now with scary helmets and pumpkin carving contest. That's always my favorite. I think every single winner we've ever had has been from Texas. I don't know why that is, but they take their pumpkin carving very seriously down there.
Okay.
All right, so we've wrapped on enough. Let's throw it to the next presentation. Now, I'm going to set this one up here. I'm going to put this, I'm going to make the audio guy, I was holding it in my hand because I got up. I'm just going to put it there. It's going to be safe. Resource management. What did I want to say about this? Okay. When I backed the project, back in 2013, 2014, before I came here, the thing that excited me most about Star Citizen was the potential for multi-crew gameplay. That positional experience of a captain and a navigator and an engineer and a comms person and run down and put out a fire and something's exploding in the cargo hold. You got to go and fix the fuses and stuff like this.
I don't want it to be my primary role, but I really want to sometimes feel have the feeling of being Amos Burton in a spaceship, running through, having to hold yourself during high G maneuvers, and fix a component that everybody's going to die without, fix a thruster or something, or everybody's going to die, you know.
Actual working prototypes of the resource management system, the thing that will make true multi-crew gameplay possible, and the last big hurdle to getting those capital ships into the game. So buckle up, eyes forward, and take it away, Dan and Thorsten.
Hi, my name is Dan Truffing. I'm Assistant Director for PU Content, and with Thorsten Lineman here today, we will be talking to you about something we think it will change the way Star Citizen functions and works and how the players will play the game in the future, and that is resource management. Resource management is the underlying system that allows items to produce, consume, and store resources in the game. It is the digital representation of real-life cables, pipes, tanks, batteries, or anything like this that you can imagine.
It's the foundation of the ships, where you have certain resources like fuel and energy powering certain items on the ship, but it's also the system that will lie below any station or any vehicle, anything that you can imagine in our universe that actually requires a certain type of resource.
Resource management is not just a system that helps ships function. It is a thing that's integral to the functionality of the entire universe. It will be the way surface outpost function, underground facilities, space stations, landing zones, everything in Star Citizen will function using resource management.
So we will start with the smaller vehicles, and the gameplay for those smaller vehicles way more interesting than what we have right now. And from that, we can move on to like bigger ships, and finally the capital ships will have a real purpose in the world, and where it will have a real meaning that you have the multiple roles inside those ships.
It will drastically increase the time to kill for all vehicles in Star Citizen, and it will encourage people to disable ships rather than destroy them.
Yeah,
Missions like
actual
Siege of
pirate
Horizon will increase in scope and scale up a lot more with the use of resource management, as players will be able to cripple resources, change the way resources are distributed, cut power, cut certain fuel and critical parts in order to progress further in those missions.
We can suddenly scale a lot bigger than what we have right now. And the reasons are that we have more control over the powers of certain platforms there, and we can introduce some interesting gameplay that facilitates these functionalities.
Resource management is going to open up the possibility of player structures, player-owned outposts on planet or stations in space, where the player will have to manage resources, bring in fuel, do repairs. And this will not be something that only caters towards the engineer. This will be something that is valuable for everyone in the world of Star Citizen.
Resource management will finally allow players to build their own bases and their own homesteads, and actually keep that loop engaging and fun.
And really, this is the main thing that makes multi-crew gameplay possible. We envision the players taking on roles like engineer, mechanic, tactical officer. And while you have your engineer trying to maintain all the resources functioning and flowing perfectly and all the items in good operation, you will have mechanics running throughout the ship, trying to change fuses, repair various things that are broken down. You will have tactical officers.
Just imagine
moving
if they can
shields from
catch your
one side of the
gravity
ship to
generator.
another in order to counter whatever incoming damage you have. Obviously, the pilot is going to be doing his job, trying to move the ship out of harm's way. The gunners are going to be taking out enemy incoming fighters or other ships. This is how we envision this entire ecosystem just coming together and providing what we hope is true multi-crew gameplay. Providing what we hope is true multi-crew gameplay. And for all of you out there that are waiting for the Idrises and Javelins and want to use these ships, this is the system that is going to make using those ships.
Pretty sure that was on there, yeah.
So all that said, this is a really important system for Star Citizen, but let's dig into the details and see what exactly this is. Resource management can be broken down into several key elements. Power, energy, resources, life support, item maintenance, relay handling, access control, and gravity. So let's start with power, energy, and resources. The players can choose to overload items in order to get more efficiency out of them at the risk of burning them out. They can also underload items to save some resources if they don't need the full efficiency of an item. The players will have to pay attention to the balance of resources, power, fuel, coolant, heat generated, in order to maintain a well-oiled and balanced ship. And overall, prioritizing certain items and their resource consumption.
Life support is the most important thing you have to pay attention to in your ships now, since atmosphere is finite in all the spaces that you might discover. And here, the life support system is a key factor. Here, the life support, you have to maintain it, meaning you have to make sure that the consumables inside the life support generator are always there to make sure that it can generate breathable atmosphere for you, or the temperature is actually increased to a human livable factor, so you don't freeze to death, or you are not cooked.
As part of item maintenance, the player will be able to control items throughout the ship, turn them on, turn them off. They will be able to remove broken items and replace them with new items, or sometimes dodgy items, depending on their income. You will be able to control which sub-items are installed in those items, either as fuses or subcomponents that give them various bonuses to that specific item. They will be able to run repair gameplay and replace broken fuses when the item stops working or takes enough damage.
Relay handling is the actual management part that you, as the engineer on the ship, have to do there. It's basically defining these circuits in the most effective way, especially for bigger ships. So a relay is something that defines which items are connected to each other, and what we want to achieve here is allowing you to create the best possible outcome for your ship.
With access control, we're introducing ship roles.
Like min-maxing.
The captain will be able to assign certain roles to each of his crewmates, and for example, say one of the player becomes the engineer, which gives them specific access to certain controls, while the person that is the pilot will not have access to those controls. At the same time, a gunner will only have access to a specific gun or all the guns of the ship.
And finally, gravity. So gravity is a concept that you experienced already in every ship. So there's always a ground, there's always a down, there's always an up. And we would like to give you some more control over that. So because it requires some energy, and if you want to run your ship more energy efficient, we want you to allow to switch off gravity.
Yeah.
Or there might be other use cases where
Take damage.
zero gravity environment is more useful than another one.
So
yeah, for
if
sure.
it wasn't clear by now, the scope of resource management touches pretty much every aspect of life in Star Citizen. So we're doing a lot of talking, but I bet what everyone would like to know is where are we with all of this right now? Currently, we have working in-engine prototypes of the following systems: power, gravity, life support, and the relay network. With a power system, we can overpower and underpower items. We can set the priorities of item producers and consumers inside the ship, and we can set the path of resources inside the ship through the resource relay network.
And with the power system, we already can distribute the base energy and base fuel throughout the ship, so we can make sure that each item actually gets the resources they need. Creating your own resource path is basically defining the routes, or the most efficient routes that the energy or the resources have to take throughout your ship.
We can also demonstrate many aspects of the life support system, including making new players suffocate. Fire expulsion.
Oh no. Let me just see. Oh. Yeah, it looks like I'm still broadcasting. Let's see. Maybe I can just refresh it. Well, the stream went down. Oh no. That's not a good look. CIG, come on. What y'all doing? Right, that's them, not me, right? Oh no, okay, I guess that means it was me. Sorry guys, we missed a little bit.
Making new players suffocate. Venting and filling rooms with atmosphere.
Vent. Awesome. Anytime you need to assassinate anybody, that would be a fun way to do it. Oh, of course. Gravity will be so fun. Once again, especially with what's that called? The cargo refactor. You know, it'll make moving your boxes around a lot easier. Gravity low. Great for sabotage too, indeed. Seems like you'd want to pocket those, so they can't just pick them up off the floor and reinstall them, but I get the idea.
In the last year, we've made tremendous progress with the resource management system, but with a system that is this big and complex, we do not want to rush it. We want to just get it right and get it right from the beginning.
With combat speeds being better, they should be able to make stealth a thing again as well.
As you can tell, resource management is a huge endeavor for us.
So like everything else, we'll probably not get everything in the initial release. But this is what we're aiming.
Especially because you can give longer range scanners
on ships,
while you're in like the combat only mode.
Relays, resource balancing, defining control groups that will be accessible through the MFDs, allowing people to create presets for your resource network.
But lower range
ship,
scanners.
An engineering UI with at least
in comparison anyway.
A list or schematic view of your ships.
While you're in quantum.
External engineering screen for ships, allowing engineers to define the tuning parameters that can be accessed by the pilot with the press of a button, like loading presets and creating presets. And after the initial release, everything else will fall into place with subsequent patches. We started talking about resource management about 2 years ago.
Sounds about
It
right.
is pretty much the evolution of what used to be the old pipe system. And this has been an interesting journey. And finally, we're starting to see the fruits of our labor. And we're starting to see all the possibilities of gameplay that we can open up to the players in the future. It's exciting to work on something that's so central to the world of Star Citizen and that can impact the gameplay of so many people, irrelevant of what they choose to do in the world of Star Citizen.
Resource management is the most exciting feature that I've ever worked with. It's such a groundbreaking feature that will change the entire game from its core. I think we never had this opportunity to change the game into this direction where we are heading right now, where we will finally have all the tools in place to actually allow meaningful multi-crew gameplay and meaningful decisions for all the players.
And like a reason to play, right?
Every
You know,
decision counts. This is the stuff that makes me really proud.
like actual survival gameplay for the first time, because
letting us
you've
share
got
our
to
progress
actually
with you,
provide
and
those
we hope you're happy
resources
with
for
all this
yourself and
progress
whatnot.
and have a
I'm sure it'll
nice
be broken
season.
for a long time, but it's definitely a good direction to start heading the game in. You know, I for one
card is really cool.
Really want a space
They've just been
station.
staring at me playing with it.
Like
for
if
the
I
last
could build my
18
own
minutes.
space
That
station.
was that was Dan Truffin and Torsten Lyman talking about the resource
That'll be ultimate,
management
you know.
system. And joining us to follow up on it is Todd Patrick.
I'm gonna get
John
X4.
Crew. Guys,
Start playing
this
it
has
a
been
little
long
bit.
time coming. I know we still got a ways to go. I don't want to make it sound like it's
for that
cheap
very
or it's
reason.
done, but I mean, how exciting is this? This is
very. Like this to me brings the interaction that we
I'd
want
like to do it in Star Citizen and be able to
environments,
do it in
but also
multiplayer
ships,
game.
You know, so like you said with
Build
the,
and own my
the
own
multi-crew
space
stuff,
station.
but like again, it's not only going to be in ships. We're also putting in environments.
Yeah, this is what's necessary to have player homesteading. You know, one of the components. It's not the only thing, but
yeah, but it's about just bringing the interaction into the environment. So the AI will react, the player reacts. You know, like it's having that interaction level that you don't normally get in games. So that's what we're looking for.
being able to make, imagine Siege of Orison, but being able to actually assault the platforms and depower the platforms. Missions that can take place inside the landing zones where you cut power to buildings and stuff like this. I mean, this is what really opens the game.
Yeah.
And John, as they said in the segment, the first place this is going to come is ships.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, definitely. That makes sense.
What's the first version of this look like?
So first version is going to be a lot of what you saw in that video. So we're working through some of the ships now. Hammerhead, Hulley, Star Runner, just to prove out a few things, because naturally some ships were built a long time ago. Ones in recent times were built with this sort of level of detail in mind. But yeah, you'll have all these components accessible. You'll be able to get to the relays, do all this management. Something really cool in that video was all the fire and gravity and atmosphere stuff. And like you say, it goes from just being a ship you're on board to like an interactive piece of the puzzle that gives you that multi-crew gameplay. You're not just limited to be, I'm a pilot, I'm a turret gunner, that's about it.
No, man,
Now,
most fucking Burton, bro.
engineers and support roles are going to have a huge part to play on ships, because things will go wrong, and if you don't get on top of it quickly, it's going to be a very bad time for all involved.
Yeah, like I said before we set it up, this is the aspect of Star Citizen that first drew me, in. So it has been I feel like I've been very patient and waiting, really wanting to see this go. And as I see everybody on EUPU and everybody that's contributing to this thing, it's just super exciting to see it really beginning to evolve and really beginning to be used tangibly in our prototypes and stuff like that. And it's just, I think people know I don't generally hype very often. I'm usually the guy sitting here. It's like, don't hype, manage your expectations and stuff. And you should still do that. I'm not changing my tune. This is the part of the thing that I've been waiting for personally.
Yeah.
So
Oh, yeah.
I'm excited. All right, so we've ping pong from the visuals to the gameplay,
It's
to
gonna
the
be
visuals
ships
to the
next.
gameplay, to the visuals to the gameplay. We've only got
Ships
one
next.
more scheduled presentation left. Ship Talk, Talking Ship, our annual celebration of vehicles. New coming to the pipeline, vehicles coming straight to flyable, things, something in the middle. That's going to star
Straight to
John
flyable?
Crew.
Whoa. Hold on. No, I can't. You can't cut out on me
and
right
Ben
now.
Curtis
There we go.
and Paul Jones, and I'll let
Hey,
them take it
fix
away.
that. Thank you. Fix the bit rate. Jesus. All right. Looks like they probably spent some money here,
Hi everyone,
guys.
my name's John Crew. I'm the vehicle director here at Cloud Imperium Games. This year I'm once again joined by Ben Curtis, vehicle art director, and Paul Jones, concept art director.
All
and
right.
this is our yearly Ship Talk panel. like previous years, we'll be talking about something coming soon, something being announced today, something coming a bit later, and then the fan favorite, the pick a ship or vehicle concept series.
All right.
To kick things off this year, we're going to be talking about our new concept ship, which is the Crusader Spirit. This is a series of ships from Crusader Industries
Another
that
series
is designed to
from
take
Crusader.
on
Holy
a
crap.
variety of other manufacturers' ships at the two-person crew
Oh.
level, and does a wide variety of tasks depending on which variant you.
Oh,
The
okay.
two
So is
stand-up
this like a
competitors to
Cutlass?
this ship are naturally the Cutlass and the obviously the Cutlass Blue.
Okay,
red,
a Crusader
steel,
Cutlass
and the Freelancer
competitor
series. Those are all
is pretty
similar
fucking exciting,
sized,
dude.
Ships to this, and they also cover similar sort of roles. Compared to the Cutlass and Freelancer series, the Spirit benefits from not only Crusader Industries' sort of stylish physical appearance, but also their renowned speed and agility over those other variants. We have three variants of the Crusader Spirit. We have the C1, which is the cargo
They're just
version.
they're just trying to make Crusader the
We have
best
A1,
hands
which
down
is the
manufacturer. Which
light
is
to sort of medium bomber version. And then we have the E1, which
Bomber?
is the executive VIP transport version.
One of the
It's gonna be
really
expensive
nice
as fuck,
features of the Spirit series as a whole is the front half of the ship is kind of like this shared area, and it's the rear section that swaps out.
So the C1
They're gonna want
is
$200
the
for it.
cargo hauler version. This comes with 48 SEU of cargo capacity in the
Two
central
more than the
area.
Cutlass.
Accessible like the other versions via the rear ramp. It's wide enough to allow a variety of ground-based vehicles on board.
Which ones?
Such as the Cyclone. You
Okay.
won't be fitting larger things in it like the tank. However, with the size of the cargo bay on the C1, you can put a vehicle and still have some cargo capacity left over.
Cool.
The A1 is the bomber version of the Spirit, which sort of splits the difference between the Hercules A2's bomber version, which has both size 10 and size 3 bomb options. This comes with size 5 bombs. They are arranged in two vertical gravity dropped formations.
Oh, this is
down
like
each
literal
side of
bombing.
The central area. So you have a nice little walkway down the middle, and then you have the two sort of lines of bombs each side of you, and you'll be able to see them.
Now, can I fit my hover quad in there?
The bottom of the ship.
It delivers a different role.
Because if I can fit my
what the
hover quad in
Starlift
there,
does in
then
terms of
that's what
bomber.
I'm taking
I
a
think
jump
it's
to.
a much kind of smaller, faster ship, so it's much more agile. You're going to be kind of getting in and out, and doing your bombing run, and then getting back out of the danger zone quite quickly. So it feels quite familiar in that sense, but it does deliver a unique kind of play style compared to the Starlifter.
So you might be asking yourself which one's better, and it really depends on what you want to wipe off the face of the planet.
And I want 2.5
Obviously,
million
A2 has
in
both
game.
heavy hitters and what could be described
But
as
it's just
carpet
going into
bombing,
concept,
whereas this
so.
is sort of for when you don't want to completely annihilate everything on the ground.
Now, I wonder if the concept
And
still
lastly,
starts
we have
today.
the E1 variant, which solely exists to give Jared Hartburn over his Starliner. So this is a sort of taste of what the Starliner will get in the future, but on a much smaller scale.
VIP1 is a really interesting module.
Okay.
It's basically split into two.
So it's an
two
origin
levels.
idea. Like a
And
passenger
so,
ship.
really wanted to sort of have that VIP experience. Obviously, you're coming into a sort of multi-role ship.
I like it.
But when you get into the module, you've got lockers.
I'm excited for
space,
this
space
gameplay to be added. This is one of my. I loved it. Like being a space taxi in in Elite Dangerous. It was one of my favorite types of gameplay.
So it has that sort
Robigo runs, man.
first
Made all the
class
Robigo
feeling.
runs you can
I think
imagine.
what really makes
I wouldn't mind
the E1 stand out compared to
chilling
other
out,
ships is
listening
the
to an
kind of
ebook
the large
and
panoramic
running
glass roof.
Passengers and
So
Star
when
Citizen again as
you're in
well.
this kind of shared
you know.
VIP area, you're gonna have great views and be able to kind of like explore the berths in something that I think is going to be quite unique.
And we also have the Mixmaster, which is at the front of the module, which is basically where players can go and choose whatever the drink it is. So it's cocktails or coffee. Then players will also have super comfy seats.
Okay.
They'll have the widescreen TV in their module.
I'm really excited to see when we start getting our players and our AIs into
I don't
these
really
ships,
care.
being able to kind of explore
Like
berths
until
and,
the gameplay is actually added, I don't really give a fuck.
experience that kind of luxury living that
I mean, yeah,
I've
you can.
not yet to experience.
So
set up
between the
taxi
three
missions,
variants, there are
but
a
that
number of
just doesn't
shared
happen very
areas.
often.
The sort of core of the ship changes with each variant, but there are some aspects which don't need to change. And starting from the front of the ship, you naturally have the cockpit or the bridge. So like other Crusader ships, you have the side-by-side pilot to co-pilot arrangement. Then you have behind them their living quarters / bunk area and component access. And then you have the variant section, which does change the sort of internal floor plan of the ships between them. Then at the rear of
I
the
do
ship,
really
you
like the
naturally
ship,
have
though.
the ramp access area. So that's
Very
the Crusader
Crusader.
Spirit. We hope you look forward to seeing this and seeing what it can do in the game in the future. From something at the very start of our vehicle production pipeline to something nearing the end of the pipeline.
I think
let's
that's
talk
the
about
biggest
Drake Corsair next.
for now. I'm excited for the Corsair.
The Drake Corsair is an important ship in their lineup because it fills that multi-crew exploration.
Like
gap
small
in their
big ship.
We've seen a lot of Drake ships.
It's a
various
Constellation
usage and roles,
competitor.
such as the Buccaneer and Cutlass. In this size class, you naturally have the Constellation, the 600i, as the competitors.
Right.
And what Drake brings is its usual rugged, overwhelming amount of firepower for its size, sort of classification to that entry.
It's Drake's
Just a stupid amount of guns and bombs
ship. It's
for an exploration ship, especially.
Kind of a medium, deep space vessel, effectively. It's got crew for up to 4, or space for up to 4 crew. It's got a sizable cargo hold, and it's kind of got everything that you need to really spend
Sorry, guys.
a decent amount of time away from civilization, away from stations, and just kind of being able to chart out those deep areas of space. It brings that sort of no nonsense, no frills approach to the ship, and you know if something's going to go wrong, it's going to be something that you more than likely can fix, and it's not going to be something that you have to cut back to a main dealer to get serviced and fixed. It's something that hopefully you and your crew will be able to kind of repair and get back up and running, or just fix with some duct tape.
So fans, when they see
fix with some duct
the
tape.
ship, will immediately see the sort of heritage, the DNA that's running through the Spirit. So you can kind of almost imagine how the ship is built. It's got that military, easy fix kind of feel. It's loaded with guns, loaded with turrets. It has some really interesting mechanisms inside it, so I think players will really dig that.
I think what's quite unique to the Corsair is its wings, the way they fold up. This isn't done purely for style. Being Drake, it's more there for function. It allows you to get in and out of the hangars much easier. We put quite a lot of effort into keeping that really iconic exterior kind of silhouette and vision that we set, but still making it functional and making sure it works. At the moment, we're just kind of finishing up on final art. Most of the exterior has had, the majority of its core.
Can it fit an Ursa rover,
We've
though?
still got lighting to do. We've still got kind of like final finishing to do, tweak some of the materials till we're kind of properly happy.
Nova
but it's in
tank.
a good place.
That's what I'd
so
really
we're
rather
excited
have.
to be able to show you.
So let's take a look inside the ship, and once again, we'll go front to back.
On the inside of the ship, we start right at the front on the cockpit. The Corsair has quite a unique feel to its cockpit in that the pilot is kind of sat right up front, and then in kind of classic kind of Drake stylings, the co-pilot gets in the seat behind them and actually sinks down into the floor.
Yeah, I really like that.
Transition from the main cockpit area into that kind of co-pilot kind of section. It's you move right forward and you're sat pretty much underneath where the pilot is. It gives great visibility for both the pilot and the co-pilot. The other nice thing about this cockpit is, again, you've got these massive guns that stuck out either side of you. So it should be a nice place to be. In the rear of the cockpit, we've got the captain's quarters. So the captain's quarters is actually pretty much identical to the rest of the quarters in the ship in terms of its kind of size and its amenities.
Yeah,
as you
as it
move
should
back
be.
through the ship, there's a
I'm a pirate
I guess a small
captain.
kind
I
of
don't want to be
crossroads
in.
directly behind the bridge. From here, you can either progress backwards straight into habitation, or to either side, you've got the turret access. So it's right really at the kind of like the neck of the ship, effectively.
The side turrets have changed a little since the concept phase. They now have a greater range of motion in sort of the yaw axis. We're quite limited at concept stage to about 45 degrees.
Such like a Millennium Falcon feel to the turret. I love it.
Way, so it's a lot
That is
more
so
effective,
awesome.
especially forward firing, which again the Corsair has so many guns pointing forwards, having an extra 2 turrets is very, very Drake.
In habitation, we've got, you've got the remaining 3 crew quarters that.
Oh, are they
being
individual?
Drake, they are no frills. You've got a bed.
No, that's
You've
fine,
got
but
somewhere
they're
to store your gear,
individual.
and
That's
that's
better
pretty
than
much it.
most.
The main habitation area, though, is, if anything, quite luxurious for a Drake ship. In
Good.
that there's a decent sized space. You've got your bathroom, which is no frills. It's got a shower. It's got a toilet, whatever.
Toilet.
You've got the
Toilet.
chow line for all your food and everything you need to survive.
All right,
And then
this might
in
be
the
my
heart
daily
of
ship.
The habitation area, there's a large kind of sizable seating area, and that's not just for crew to have their meals. It's for somewhere that you can plan operations, plan your next move, and really decide where you're taking your adventure. As we move back from habitation, we start to get into like the rear half of the ship. I think if the habitation area is like the heart of the crew in the ship, then the engineering area is the real heart of the ship itself.
It's sort of this octagonal, hexagonal space with a few little rooms coming off it to cram components in. And off one of those, you have the side airlock, which again has suit lockers and weapon lockers in there for before you go into EVA or docking or coming back out of before you enter the rest of the ship.
And then you've also got the lift, and the lift not only goes down to ground level, but it also takes you up to the roof of the ship. So if you do want to go on a quick spacewalk, or you need to go and repair something on the exterior, then you've got kind of easy access straight up the lift and out you go.
Then finally at the rear you have the main cargo hold, which has space for an Ursa rover or similar sized vehicles and down.
So a Nova tank?
A significant cargo capacity.
And being a
Alright,
Drake ship,
so
there's
Ursa
a huge
rover
ramp on
does
the back
fit.
of it. All the mechanics are exposed. You can really see the workings of how the ship actually operates. If you're a fan of Drake, it certainly ticks all those boxes.
So I think the Corsair is a particularly cool ship. I love the styling of it, love the asymmetric wing arrangement of it. I think it's just going to be a great fun addition to the game, giving those sort of players who enjoy that Drake experience their slice of the pie. And you'll be able to experience that yourselves at IAE this year. And a vehicle coming later today,
At
a vehicle
IAE.
that's at the end of the pipeline, we have the Greycat STV.
What? On and off.
Racing is a cool and fun aspect of Star Citizen, and it's something that we've seen that backers really enjoy doing and organising amongst themselves.
So it's a racing
Something we really want to
variant
help support from
of the
within CIG.
PTV.
So we
Holy
wanted
crap.
to bring a new vehicle to the verse, which is where the STV came from.
Okay.
So the STV is the Greycat sports
So is that going
terrain
straight
vehicle.
to flyable?
It builds on what they learned
Or
from the PTV, but
drivable?
it brings it out of the hangars, off of the tarmac, and onto much more rugged terrain.
It's a four-wheeler, two-person open top.
That makes a lot more
sport
sense.
styling, everything you need to razz around on the planet. So the STV is actually part of a
I feel like it
wider
should have
family of
cargo,
vehicles.
though.
You may
Oh,
recognise
maybe
the
that's the cargo
name
box
to
on the
the
back.
Greycat PTV, which is also part of that family.
If it's going to be an off-road
And
vehicle.
we also have a third vehicle lined up that we want to do in the future called the UTV, which is the utility terrain vehicle. And we've actually
Weapon rack on the back?
reconcepted the PTV, and we have the concept for the UTV. And
Weapon
when
rack
you see
on the
all three
PTV?
side by side, you'll see that family resemblance.
The interior again is similar design language, simple layout, easy to clean. That was a big thing for us, even though we don't have like a cleaning mechanic. All this sort of builds into the sort of visuals of the vehicle. So, the floors have got drill holes in them, so it can easily let water through. The seats are easily removable, so you can actually see the bolts where you can just quickly whip them out. And so all of this thinking goes into those kind of vehicles. The wheels are a big feature, large sort of rubber mud guards. There's lots of subtleties in terms of the roll cage.
I like it.
The sort of cross section of all these things. Maybe people wouldn't notice, but for us, these are all part of making a manufacturer consistent.
So the STV delivers that gameplay that is you and a buddy out exploring over our planets. We've got these vast ships that you can explore deep space.
If I can put like 6 of them in
go
my
off with
Corsair,
big
I'll
model
be
crews. But
super
what this
happy.
really allows you to do is get down on one of our many planets and go exploring on the ground. It's not just a vehicle for you and a friend. It's also got kind of some cargo space in the back, so if
Okay,
you are out there
good,
doing
yeah.
missions, rather than having
Oh.
to fly your ships
Oh.
directly to where the mission is, it allows
Yes.
you to land, you know, slightly out there, slightly in a
box
safer
missions.
area. You still got space to load up with weapons, load up with your whatever mission items you need, and get in and out nice and quick.
Compared to the Cyclone RC, which is a sort of racing variant of a non-racing vehicle, the STV was built from the ground up to be a good racing vehicle. It has a good chassis, it has better handling, it has better top speed, and that's what makes it a compelling racing choice.
The best things about
Yeah.
Star Citizen as a
Definitely
whole
seems
is
jump
it kind
towny.
of brings a lot of gameplay, and it's not all about combat. It's not all about flying these massive ships. And I think one of the things that a lot of us are excited internally about is racing within our game. A lot of us come from a racing background in terms of the games we've developed before. A lot of us are petrol heads at heart. So I think being able to build on that kind of gameplay in Star Citizen is super exciting for us.
And if you stick around to the end of the broadcast, you'll get your first chance at seeing the STV in action in a race organised by Atmo Esports, creators of the Daymar Rally, where you'll see it taking on the terrain for the first time. You'll be able to pick one of these vehicles up today at the end of the broadcast.
Awesome. Yeah, so straight to flyable.
And finally, the most important aspect of these inaugural shows, the Pick a Ship concept challenge thing. For those of you that have seen previous years, you will have seen that we've thrown up some silhouettes of potential ship and vehicle options and asked for your feedback on which one we should actually make. And the wise among you have probably realised that we end up making pretty much all of them anyway. So instead of just doing that again and pretending that we're not going to do that, we thought we'd do something slightly different this year and just have a single ship option. And the choice is actually the manufacturer and the styling of that ship. So we want to do a nice, large civilian mining ship that bridges the gap between the Argo Mole and the RSI Orion, because if you know those two ships, there is quite a gulf of space in between them. We wanted to fill that gap with an intermediary stepping stone before you jump into the big
Grey Cat.
RSI Orion, which
I think it'd be really cool if they
the
let
scale
Grey
of its
Cat
mining
start
is
manufacturing,
nothing
have
like
like
any other mining ship in the game.
a ship
The Mole
manufacturer,
is
since they
the
already
current
have a
mining
vehicle
system,
anyway.
just lots of it. So with this larger ship, we want to increase that and also provide onboard space for our ground mining vehicles such as the Rock and the Rock DS, which allows you the flexibility of taking on any mining situation that you can come across. So with that, we have three choices, which are basically the manufacturers. We have RSI as the first choice. So obviously RSI do the Orion, so this would be a smaller vehicle in that family. We have Argo, again, we have the Mole, so naturally it could be a larger step up from that. And then we have MISC, the third option. Obviously MISC do the Prospector, so again, keeping it all within the same family. As you can see from these images, they each have their sort of own unique styling take on that pitch that I've just given you. At the end of this Ship Talk panel, Jared will come on and explain how you get to vote on these three options. And that's the end of Talking Ship, so over to you, Jared.
All right. I didn't hate that section.
All right, so the Crusader Spirit is available now as a concept promotion on the robertsspaceindustries.com website. The STV is coming to the universe at the end of the broadcast, just in time for the Atmo Esports racing event that's happening after this. And the Corsair will be making its way to you at this year's Intergalactic Aerospace Expo. And to vote on this year's John Cruise Pick a Ship Challenge thingy, I think he called it. There is a comlink on the robertsspaceindustry.com website where you can go and vote on the manufacturer for the next big mining ship. So, John, recently you went through and just nuked all the speeds of all the ground vehicles, and obviously you did that so that the STV could be the fastest.
That's certainly one take on, on what happened. To talk about it a bit more in depth, it was actually planned for quite some time. As we know, game development timelines go all over the place. So we'd actually done this for 3.18 Evocati, which sadly did not come out before 3.17.3 went live. So we did that because, quite frankly, a lot of those vehicles were ludicrous speeds, like 55 meters a second is like over 120 miles an hour off-road.
Yeah, off-road. That's
Off-road, 120 miles an hour is terrifying, especially on like star citizen planets with rocks that would just kill you. So we wanted to bring the cyclones down. We want to sort of rebalance everything. Not everything has gone as intended. Like the rocks and the Ursas are not quite where they should be. So we will go back and do more changes. But the idea was people would get to see it in 3.18. So it wouldn't be such a surprise in 3.17.3, which unfortunately is how it turned out.
But as far as the new ships go, the Spirit looks amazing.
Yes.
Like,
Yeah,
when you say I gotta ask you, you say this is a small taste of what players can expect.
And they just need more competitors for the Cutlass, because it was just kind of the, like, it's like the ship to get. And it probably still will be, just because of its affordability as well, both in and or out of game. But
here's a little taste what it
when you say a little taste, what does that mean? I'm asking for me, not for these people. I'm asking for me. What does that mean?
So obviously the Starline is quite an old concept. We didn't really do a huge amount of interior look development, so the time we spent on the Spirit E1, the E1 Spirit, is really what we're going to build on for that. So you're going to have like that VIP first class pod enclosure. Mixmaster, the most important feature of the Starliner.
I still have no idea how that's going to work.
Ask Tony, it'll be fine. Yeah, that sort of feel, that luxury transport feel is something we haven't really shown in Star Citizen. Every man and their donkey was pestering me for that Horizon Shuttle concept, and we'd planned to do like a Crusader Cutlass competitor, which is its like internal working name, and I hated it because it got abbreviated to like the 3 Cs. We just called it the ship the 3 Cs the entire time.
yeah, I could see that.
And then there was that sort of vocal uprising about, hey, John Crew, give me that Horizon Shuttle, and that sort of the two things merged together, and that's where it came from.
And then the Grey Cat STV, which will be our straight-to-drivable vehicle, going live on the website and stuff at the end of this broadcast. That's an exciting, push in the Grey Cat.
Probably won't be ready in game yet.
Arena.
Like, won't be purchasable in game yet.
Yeah.
And it was neat to see a sneak peek of the UTV as well, which I'm assuming is going to come sometime.
I'm
later.
excited for that one. It looks like it's going to have like a whole SCU
right
storage
now,
in the
but
back
when
or something.
When we decided to do
like a
the
flatbed
STV,
back there.
we're like, hey, let's spend the time, let's work out what Grey Cat as a manufacturer looks like and feels like. Because we had the PTV, people have seen the big Spider Miner from back in the day. They're two very different things.
Right.
There wasn't really like a family lineage, so we built that family lineage around that, and like, here's the reworked PTV. Still looks how everyone recognises it, but it sort of works with the modern mechanics. Let's do a sporty version. Let's do a utility version, and so we've got those three together now. That you can really see like the family.
Yeah, the
and
UTV
each
looks
do
really cool.
Slightly different things.
I'm
which is
excited to
cool.
see it launch.
But yeah,
But I'll probably
STV is
save
that
it to do straight to
push buggy,
flyable
dune
next
buggy
year, just to be
thing to just razz
cheeky,
around.
you know.
Planets in.
It's really cool. I really like the styling of it. So, if you, we've got one small thing left, and then one rather large surprise left. So we'll do the small thing first, and then buckle up because I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you. I'll tell you in like 5 minutes.
Okay.
But before we get there, during last year's CitizenCon presentation, we explored a lot of the outlaw lifestyle, their outposts, the space stations and stuff. We thought we'd do a little sizzle to follow up on how those things have evolved in the years since.
Yeah.
So get ready. We're going to show a quick sizzle, and when we get back, there'll be something.
All right,
a neat surprise.
Just do it.
So stay tuned.
This better be good. The big thing, because he was acting like it was big. And I've been waiting on that big thing, because they really need to after the week they've had. There hasn't been the best news at all. So... And this is definitely in engine. That's pretty cool. No. That's got to be Pyro. So... Cutlass back there. I think that's a Moab. Chop Shop, an Ursa Chop Shop. Bacta tanks or some shit. Maybe it's regeneration. That's Ruin Station, it's gotta be. Right? Looks really good. Yeah, it's gotta be. This does totally just feel like something they were doing just to prepare the next thing and make sure it was ready or whatever. So I imagine whatever this big announcement or whatever or video or whatever is going to be something they just decided to toss in at the end or whatever. But I don't know. Hopefully it's something big for real. They really need it. I'm hoping the leaks from Squadron 42... I imagine, this is totally talking out of my ass, and I don't imagine it's going to be true at all. I can't imagine it anyway. But, yeah, it'd be great if the leaks that came out from Squadron 42 earlier this week were fake, or from 2019, like was rumored, and...
Lifestyle, a glimpse at how the outposts and the space stations have evolved since we saw them at last year's CitizenCon 2951. Now, if you've been following our program today, you might think this is it. We're near the end, but we've got one more special surprise in store. Joining us on the show today are two people who probably need no introduction, but we're going to do it anyway. Founder and CEO, Mr. Chris Roberts.
Excellent.
Hello, everyone. How you doing?
How you doing?
I'm doing good, Jared.
Welcome to the spaceship. Welcome back to the spaceship. You opened the show today.
Well, I know.
And Squadron 42 game director, Mr. Richard Tyrer.
All right. Okay, good.
This is your first time on the spaceship.
It's important.
It is. It is.
What you think?
I think it's very nice.
Very really happy. I'm just going to ask everybody how it thinks all day. So Chris, Rich, you're here. Are we going to talk a little bit about Squadron 42? Is that what we're doing right now?
Well, yes and no. So both me and Rich have been heads down working really hard on Squadron as well as helping out on the PU. And one thing that we've thought that would maybe better to reiterate is there's a huge amount of work that we're doing on Squadron that is going to make a massive difference to Star Citizen, the PU. And we wanted maybe to talk about some of the things that we're doing, because I know a lot of people say, well, everyone's working on Squadron, no one's working on the PU, and that's not really true, because a huge amount of the core gameplay that we're working on Squadron is specifically being built not just for Squadron, but to benefit the PU, and we're just doing it in sort of the test kitchen of Squadron to allow us to really, polish and make sure the features work well without having to be caught up in the sort of quarterly release cycle that you have on the PU, because we were finding it was hard for us to really finish the features out. You know, we'd get a tier 0 out, and then it would just sort of sit around for a while because everyone was rushing on to the next set of features they wanted to do. And for Squadron, obviously, it's shipping as a final polished AAA title, so everything needs to be really put together, working really well, and playing great. And so we're trying in the setup that we're doing now to do that for the features that we've identified that we need to make sure works really well for Squadron, but also will play across into the PU. And so we thought it'd be really useful to come by and tell you all about some of the subtle things and the gameplay aspects that we're working on that maybe you haven't heard from Todd or Tony or everyone else that today and during the ISCs, because we sort of try to keep the Squadron stuff close to our chest. The really sort of surprise and impress people when we do it. And so, yeah, we thought, why don't we just come by and maybe just talk about little things, maybe show you a sneak peek of something here and there, and not everything, because we're trying to keep it close to our chest until it's really ready to let the baby out of the carriage and it's beautifully dressed and all the rest of it.
I did not watch the leak, so I'm
yeah,
not going to know if this is
hopefully,
the same stuff or
it'll give you
not, but it
guys
very
some
well could be.
Insight to what's happening, and also understand that a huge amount of the development resources, even if you think they're working on Squadron, are ultimately working on stuff that will be in the persistent universe.
So let's talk a little bit more about that before we jump into the actual features. This co-development has been part of the process since the project was first introduced 10 years ago.
And the project was introduced as Squadron
Rich, talk to me a
42,
little bit about
not
this co-development.
as Star
You
Citizen.
started with the PU, and then you've now gone over to the Squadron 42. So you've worked in both. You've worked in both environments. You know the struggle of T0 features and the quarterly releases for the PU, and now you're getting to kind of, your experience is different on Squadron. Talk to me about how that's changed and how it's still, work for one still benefits the other, or will ultimately.
Well, when I worked on the PU, it wasn't really the PU or Squadron. It was always, we were working on features that pushed for both projects. So the focus when we were on the PU, or when we were more PU focused, was that we would make sure that we were getting features up and running, developed to the specifications that we needed them to work in a multiplayer environment, and then getting them out into the audience's hands, on quarterly releases. But the biggest issue, I think, if you've been, if you've seen me doing talks on SC Live over the years, or even in some of our retrospectives, is that we'd get features, and the way that our, CIG is set up is we have feature teams and we have content teams. So what would happen is we'd develop a feature and then we'd push it to the live audience to get feedback around that feature. But there would almost be a lag with the importance of that feature and turning that from a singular thing into an experience, a gameplay experience that you'd go and enjoy and play as a part of a fun game. So we always had this lag where content teams were then trying to get on top and then use the feature, and we were trying to change the feature. So I think this kind of pulled it back a bit, allowed us to really focus on both the content and the feature at the same time, because it allowed us to bring it as under one umbrella, which is Squadron 42. So we were able to get that feature in the game, not as a T0, but as a fully whole, capable gameplay experience that, myself, Chris, we can play and enjoy it and go, is this right? Do we need to make it better? How does it feel? And also prove that out with the content that we want. So once we've then developed that and honed it and, almost cast it in that iron, in the crucible kind of thing, we can then move it into the PU, and ultimately, it's not that they're going to get features later, because they would have had them probably earlier, but just not ready. Or I can pick a few features right now where you think, well, there's not really a huge purpose for them. Mounted guns is a good example. It's not really a huge purpose for them in the PU right now, but we're making sure that any feature that we work on has that purpose. So when it does go into the PU, into the game, people can use it and experience it how we wanted it to be designed and how we wanted it to be, because we struggle a few times. Say, for example, actor status is a good example. We have this vision of how it sits across this broad spectrum of the game, but we're having to piecemeal it in. And that never really gives you the true intentions of where we want to go. And I think this allows us to do that in Squadron, really hone it down and then give it to the PU audience. And I think, fundamentally, it's better for the development of the features, and it's better.
I can see that, but we just haven't seen a whole lot of it actually move over to the PU yet.
I think that's a really good point. Is that it's before we were developing the sort of features in isolation, and then they sort of went in to try to get used in Squadron and try to get used in the PU, but they weren't really developed iteratively with content, and so that's the reason why we sort of pulled back some of the stuff and are working on Squadron, is because then we can iterate it with actual gameplay content, which is what Rich is talking about, to make sure it feels well and right with the time to bake it in without having to feel like, oh, okay, we've got a quarterly release out. And because, there's a lot that goes on with the quarterly release in terms of it's not just that one feature. There's all these other things that go into it, and there's a whole process of publishing and splitting off the streams, and so there's a huge amount of effort and work every time you do one of these releases. It sort of eats into your development time in terms of doing the feature, and so pulling it out of that sort of loop and saying, okay, we're going to work with it in Squadron to really make it polished, so it's like not a T0 version. We've really got it down. It feels good. We like playing it. This is fun. This is challenging. It feels
rewarding.
good. Is the benefit I think that's happening with us on Squadron. When we're seeing it on our side, I know it can be a bit frustrating for everyone on the other side because we're sort of telling you, oh yes, it's going to be much better than you've got right now. But we are very aware.
We just need to see more of it. That's the big problem. They don't show us what they're doing.
User experience issues
in Squadron
that we are addressing right now in Squadron, specifically for both Squadron and the PU. That's gonna, and we'll show you a couple of little things that will help with that today. But essentially, if you think of core gameplay in terms of, we have some core areas, what we call the sort of the actor system, which would be the FPS, the players moving around on foot, interacting with things, the vehicle stuff, which like John Crew heads up, but the whole vehicle systems, and you've already seen some presentations today on things that are very specific to vehicles, like the sort of need for multiple speeds, and also the resource network, which is going to first roll out in vehicles, but it's going to be universal. All those are sort of core gameplay systems that we have, and so what's happening now is that we're taking some of these systems and really just making them work well for Squadron, and then bam, they're going to come across into the PU. Another good example, which hasn't been talked today very much by the vehicle side and the Need for Speed, but you probably saw, in the different modes, there needs to be more stuff on the HUD, and we've got a whole redesign that's happening on the HUD and the MFDs. That's going to be very different than what you have now. First of all, it's using universal building blocks instead of what some of the legacy stuff has in Flash, but it's going to be much more minimalist depending on what your context is. It's going to be, depending on what equipment you have, you may be able to cast some stuff to your visor, maybe not. And we're building this system to work well in all the ships used in Squadron, and then it will get rolled out to the PU, which has obviously much wider range ships. But as we're designing it, we're building it with both Squadron and the PU in mind. And so there's a lot of things, people have talked about the star map forever, or, so that has definitely been a major. I mean, there's right now, I think,
that's one of my major complaints, to be honest. Half of my bitching about the game would go away if they fixed the star map.
Looking to make, the new star map, which people haven't had, it's been in development yet. We're not quite ready to show you today. But,
okay, well,
that is going to be a much improved experience. But all of it, so navigation, traversal,
I want to see it.
Combat, the whole feel of it, all things that we're really focusing on here to bring across into the PU after we've got it working really well in Squadron. And so I think ultimately it's going to be good for the PU, and a lot of things are going to sort of come together over the next couple of years. We're pretty excited, so we wanted to visit you and talk a little bit about it.
I think there is two common themes that I think you'll see throughout the entirety of this talk as well. One is the fact that it's how we develop the features. Everybody looks at individual features and got the microscope of that specific feature, but it's how they all interact together to create the game. So it's about bringing them all together to create that gameplay experience. And number two is that none of these are like, oh, we're going to get to this in however time, and we're going to work on that. All of the stuff that we'll talk about today is stuff that we're actively working on, and not in the inception, but we have in our hands. We can play it, we can see it, we're feedbacking on it. So it's something that we're fairly advanced along, and so hopefully we'll be able to pull back the curtain a little bit.
Yeah, that said, some of the things that we're going to talk about, and I think we're about ready to start getting into it here. Some of the things will have aspects to show. Some of the things won't have aspects to show, like the star map, like Chris just said and whatnot. Some of the things will be presented in test maps because we don't want to give away any Squadron 42 specific locations and stuff like that. That said, I think we can maybe show some stuff in Asiato because people have
we already showed that at one location.
So you guys ready to? This enough preamble?
Let's go.
Let's start with Rich, you were the AFT guy. Now you're the whole squadron game guy. But let's start with something that affects everybody. This is a first-person universe, after all. Let's talk about the FPS radar and the player interaction system stuff. What can you tell us about how this has evolved?
It's interesting because we obviously, I think I've given a talk on FPS radar and scanning in the past, and I think the biggest thing that when we look at what Star Citizen is now, what's the first thing that you do? You know, you're in your bed. How do you interact with the game? How do you interact with the environment that's around you? Doors, getting into your ship. How do you interact with kiosks? And a lot of the thing that we realized is that, you know, and it's not something new, it's just something we've always wanted to get to, is how does the player interface with the game? How do they translate their controls and what they want them to do, you know, ultimately in the universe that they're playing, and how does that then translate in the computer game so that it does what you expect it to do? And I think one of the biggest things was the player interaction experience, where we kind of use this terminology to understand, like, that's like interact mode, personal inner thought, you know, the player interaction system, all of these umbrella systems that kind of sit underneath this main kind of like saga, shall we say. And I think that's one of the things that we really want to improve and make better, because I think it's lacking right now. If you go and walk around the universe, you know, generally having to go into interact mode, having to use the cursor, having to select things, you know, and we've spent a lot of time trying to make the world physical and feel right and immersed, that you're immersed in it.
Well, you can interact with things, like the props are interactable.
Exactly.
You can do things, you can push things around, you can move them. I mean, the whole goal is to make it a sort of physically living universe.
Exactly.
That you can interact with to a level that in most FPS games you don't, right? Because most FPS games you run around, you shoot things, maybe you pick up a gun that gets dropped, but you generally, most everything's static. And so our goal definitely for the PU, it's one of the reasons why we're doing the persistent, you know, the whole idea of persistent streaming and later on the server meshing, is to have this fully persistent universe that, yeah, you can push the chairs around, or that cup I could take off your desk and take to my spaceship instead of your spaceship, Jared. and it will be there, it'll persist. So obviously interacting with things is a huge deal. In Squadron, we have a huge amount of physical puzzles, interactions, in a level that I haven't seen in a lot of FPS games. So it's almost like a sort of story game and a puzzle game and a traversal game and a combat game and a stealth game and a flight game all rolled into one. And so we need systems that are easy to use. And, you know, currently what we have, ideas were good, but it's pretty clunky. So we've been really focusing on it, because also we want you to be able, okay, keyboard, mouse. What if you joystick? What if you have a gamepad? We need to make sure all that stuff works well. So we don't want to have 400 key presses you have to remember to do stuff, and we don't want it to take forever to interact and do stuff. And so we've really been thinking about it. Those are, by the way, have been large complaints on the PU, just getting in, new person getting into the game, like, how do I get out of bed? How do I do some basic stuff? How do I understand? You know, right now it's sort of trial by fire. I mean, I think, you know, there's a lot of people, it's almost like, you know, I don't know whether it's a From Software thing where it's like, oh, I managed to beat the challenge of Star Citizen and I actually got to my ship. You know, we need to make that better, and so that is actually one of the big things we've been focusing on, and the player interaction system. And by the way, these have been plans that have been around for quite a while.
Absolutely.
And you know, Rich, back when he was in charge of sort of the core gameplay group, which was the AFT and the weapon teams and the actor tech team and stuff, that was on the list of things to do. It just, you know, because of what we talked about, the release cadence in Star Citizen on the alpha, it just, you know, didn't get to it yet. Well, we're getting to it now, and you know, we're working on it. So I mean,
part of it is basically removing the barrier. Yeah. So removing the clunkiness, as Chris said, to how to interact with with the environment. So what we've kind of gone to, we've gone to kind of this weighted system. So if you're walking over to a trolley, you know, you shouldn't have to like look exactly at the handle to be able to go, oh, I want to use the trolley. You just want to be able to go over there, and the game, you go, I want to interact with the trolley. You just press F, and the game should know, yeah, they want to interact with the trolley. So if I'm looking at your desk, for example, you've got quite a lot of things that I could pick up and take and do whatever I want. But you want to be able to just walk over there and not have to go into a mouse cursor mode to be able to then select it. And you should just be able to go, I want to look at the green ship. I'm going to pick up the green ship. I want to look at, you know, your little mini ship over there, or the book, or your coffee cup, or whatever. And you just want to be able to go and look at those things press F, and you need confidence that when you're looking at something and we have the user interface tell you that, yes, this is the thing that you're going to pick up. And you don't want to have to go into this separate mode to be able to do that. So I think that's one of the fundamental things on the player interaction experience, and that's such a pervasive system across the entirety, because it's the same when you're in a cockpit. In a cockpit, or you're walking around, or you're in EVA, or you're crouched, or you're prone, or all the different environments that you're in. You need to be able to just effortlessly interact with the game world, and you want it to just feel natural and immersed, because you want to get involved in what you're doing in the gameplay, not have to fight the controls. And then on the other side of things, which is FPS radar scanning, it's actually kind of being split into kind of a twofold. The first area is kind of what we're calling kind of like a quick scan. This is something that, again, if you think of the Star Citizen universe, it's very detailed. That's one of our strengths, that we're detail at scale. And so you want to be able to go in and understand all the individual pieces, that you can go in and go, I want to move that thing, or I want to go and get in a giant ship. But sometimes it's quite difficult to realize, okay, what is environment, or what is interactive, or which bits are relevant to me. For example, if you look at Uncharted, they have, painted areas to show you where you need to go and where you need to navigate. But, that's not Star Citizen. Star Citizen's built on realism and the reality of the world.
But we literally do
what
have
we want
that.
to do is have kind of like the radar and scanning system, where you can do this kind of like quick ping or quick scan wave, single button. And that is kind of just for your local environment. And everything will then be tagged as you look at it. So kind of think, I look at the camera, it'll come out and it'll have a little box, info box, and it'll say, okay, this is the model of the camera, this is the information. And it's almost like you've done a little mini scan on the camera, but it's happening for everything around you. And you can just quickly look around and be like, oh, there's a cuttable surface there because I want to be able to use my multi-tool cutter. Oh, there's a vent there that I can get access to. Oh, there's a terminal there that I can hack. And I'm getting that information. It's almost like that Blade Runner-esque of like, I go into a space and I can go, okay, what are the ingredients that I have to play with as a player for me to be able to progress to the next area? And then we've got the other side of things, which is radar and scanning, which is what we're calling like a charged scan wave, where it's the same system, you're holding down the scan button, and that's pinging out across wider areas. And that's where you're looking at, individuals, you're getting, okay, there's two guys over there, what's their details? Oh, there's an NPC over there, okay, I can see an objective that I need to complete. And that's a bit more, because that's more gameplay pervasive, that's something that's going to be more of a risk reward. So that's like, okay, I'm giving my location away, but they're also, so they may or may not, know that they've been scanned. If it's a player, they absolutely will be. And that's all underpinned off the signature system that we do for radar and scanning of the ships, as at FPS. So it's all systemic. It's not, we have to go in and they go, oh, it's this custom setup. So we have this kind of usability aspect for radar and scanning for people to be able to go in and understand. I think there's been plenty of Reddit posts over the years of people go, oh, I wish scanning, radar and scanning would do this and show me little info boxes. And yeah, we have that up and running. So there's that aspect of it which kind of ties in with the player interaction experience of how you play the game and how do you understand what you need to do. And then there's the other side of things, which is then it's a more of a proactive tool of you looking through the environment and finding what you want.
We have a couple of videos. Shall we show videos of that?
Let's do that.
So I understand we have two videos. What's this first one we're going to look at?
So the first one is more kind of showing what I described with radar and scanning, that first aspect. So you're going into a space, you're doing a quick scan wave, and then it's quickly showing you up the little bits that you can interact with.
All right, let's take a look at FPS radar and Pi 1.
So you can see here, this is in Asiado, which we've already showcased. This is obviously going in and utilizing some of our new building blocks UI for the doors. And then here's a scan wave, and you can see that I'm looking at that data pad, and then you can move around, and it's giving me that information. So right now, it's just giving you the basic high-level information in terms of the names and things. But you will also have more detailed information depending on, contextually what the item is. And what you're seeing here is part of the player interaction system. So you can just, even though that's kind of a complex area, there's lots of little things that you can interact with. But you're getting confidence of, oh, cool, I can grab that, or I can use the data pad. And you're not having to go into interact mode. You're not having to be driven by the cursor. You can go in and just press F or interact with it. And you've probably seen this in plenty of AAA games, but they don't have the detail and at scale that we do. So we wanted to make sure that that system is really robust. But hopefully it gives you kind of an idea of.
And I'd also say that like part of the idea is that there's the there's the default action, which in this case is what you see when you're on it when it says grab, or I think there's a few other ones that you can be as your default action. But the icon, if you just had a single disk with that wasn't broken, then that would mean there's only one thing you can do with it. In a lot of those cases, you could see there was a broken disk in 4 pieces, which was basically saying that's a multi-action. So as you look at it, if, for instance, in that case, if you hit F, it does the default action. If you held F, it would bring up the modular wheel that would show you the other actions. So you could maybe equip it versus grab it, or whatever you would do. And so the idea is just like you can do in, like, Rich was talking about a lot of other sort of AAA, even console games. You walk around, you look around, oh, look, I can extra do something with it, right? So there's a bit of that that's happening here. So you can just look around and I can interact without having to hold F, move your mouse around and all the rest of stuff. I mean, we'll still have the overall interact mode that you can go into if you want, but the idea is I just play around if I'm used to playing games a certain way. So there is a certain language of, I think, FPS or even third-person games that exist right now, and we don't want to like do something totally different to it because people are used to playing games a certain way. It's like why in an FPS game you run around with WASD and use the mouse, because so many people are used to it. And so we're leaning a little bit onto that, but trying to make it much more usable and work with inside a much more powerful system than you typically get in games. And so even there, you saw there's a lot of interactables. You look at them, you can move them around, do all these different things with it, and hopefully it'll be much more intuitive for players in Squadron or Star Citizen.
And that default item actions is a good point, because that's also something we've gone to, and we're changing in the fact that we want everything to have a default action that essentially you go over, you press F, it always does that default action. But let's say you're harvesting harvestables, and you want, the default action is that it picks it up and puts it into your hand, but you want it to always be to store into your backpack. You'll actually be able to go in there, right-click on the item, when you're in interact mode, bring up the wheel, or like Chris says, hold F and just it will bring up the wheel. And that will replace that list that we have currently right now, and you'll actually be able to remap that in the game, like 3 clicks, and you go, I don't want it to be pick up into my hand, I want it to go straight into my backpack, because that's what you're doing right there. So then you can go and have it, it allows us to give the interaction system how we want it to be by default, but then it puts the onus on the player. If they want it to go, they want a weapon to always go to their backpack because they're happy with the weapons they've already got and they're going looting, they just want it all to be stored, they can do that out of the gate so it doesn't always go into their hands. And they have that customizability to be able to, interact with the environment and the objects that they're looking at.
Before we move on, we have a second video.
Yeah. Yes.
I haven't seen this one. You want to set it up, or you want to just go into playing it?
Sure. Play it. So I mean, the second one, essentially, what we're about to see is kind of what I talked about. This is the second half of radar scanning. So this is where they're still getting the environmental information, like whether you've got a vent or a terminal or a hacking area. But you're also now getting information about
the big thing you're showing us is radar and scanning.
What's out there. So it's a wider and broader.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you basically, it's almost like whether it's X-ray vision or you can hear it through the wall, but you could track someone on the other side of a wall, but you're doing the charge scan, which is much more risky because it's noisy, and if people go, oh, someone's scanning, maybe there's someone over there and they can track you down. But it'd be useful in like when you're stealthing around, it's like you're going to go around a corner, you don't know if there's some enemies around the corner, and you want to find out. You use this.
It's very useful. Yeah, having played lots of levels.
Definitely, because in Squadron, we're trying to have a certain amount of realism. So you're not just going to go and gun down 400 people. So we want you, when you're in situations, you're outnumbered, and you have to. It's more of a stealth game in the FPS than it is a straight out run and gun shooter.
Bring it to the point of realism, then bring it back to the point of fun. As you said.
Well, there's a lot of fun stealth games.
All right, so I want to see this clip. I haven't seen it yet. Let's roll FPS 2.
Yeah.
So what you're seeing here is that he's going to do a scan wave in a moment. Essentially, what you'll see is that it's now penetrating through the walls, and now you can start to see the slavers that are in this environment. Now, these slavers don't necessarily have a radar scanner, so they're not able to pick you up. So what will happen is when you do a scan wave or a charge scan wave, your signatures will basically skyrocket So that's what will give you away to other people. So in the PvP environment, you're only getting, it's a big risk. If you want to do it, but you're giving away your location. So if you're willing to do that, then so be it. But in a more of a PvE environment, what we're going to do is we're going to have tailored. Some enemies will have radar and scanning, and some won't. So if they do, then they'll be like, hey, I've just been pinged, and they'll get your location, and then they'll go and investigate. So what you're seeing here, on that video is kind of a wider, broader area and seeing through the walls, whereas the first one is kind of a more limited scope. And you can, it's up to the player to choose which one they want to do. The first one is really more about just, we want to encourage the player to go into an environment and go, okay, cool, I'm in this room. What things do I have to interact with? And then the second one is more of a wider scope, like Chris said. When we're playing our stealth levels, you need to have kind of a good understanding of where they are, and it's only temporary. And you will have a cooldown on that charge scan wave. So you're not.
I don't know what's going on with the audio on his voice.
Like you get a temporary picture, and you go, "Cool, I've got a good snapshot. Now I'm gonna, make my move and go forward."
So while we're still here on the first-person experience,
Seems like it's just a microwave in the studio.
Let's stick to a couple more topics that are related just to the player before we move into ships and bigger stuff. Ledges and ladders. Everybody knows the struggles of elevators in the persistent universe, but that's not the only way to, traverse the universe to get around and stuff. I understand that you guys have made a number of improvements to mantling over ledges and how to use ladders.
I mean, Legends and Ladders is kind of
the best game I ever played.
It's like a board game. Yeah, exactly, absolutely. It's kind of two features that we're focusing on. But I mean, as Chris said, in terms of squadron development, we're looking at improving the entirety of the traversal experience. How does the player move, and just from general locomotion and how that feels, and then in terms of the traversal moves, so vaulting, mandling, ladders, and so on and so forth. So one of the two areas that we've identified that we wanted to push for was for ledges, which is we wanted you to be able to, I've slightly misjudged my jump because I'm in first person, I can't see my feet. And it's, it's kind of frustrating. You're like, oh, it's just right there. If this was real life, I'd just put my hands out and grab it, right? So that's the first part, that we can actually grab onto ledges now that you're falling past, so that you can actually then pull yourself up, which adds just, it's to be honest, it's huge. Like we've built traversal levels now, and it's the difference is night and day, because when you're in a first person, it's very difficult to judge like right on the edge. So we can add a bit more challenge to the traversal so that you're actually moving around with ledges and grabbing and pulling yourself up. And then the other side of things, which doesn't necessarily sound that interesting in terms of, it's improved ladders. But again, if you play the Star Citizen right now, you get onto a ladder, you're looking bolt straight forward at the wall, you're locked, you can't look around, you have no spatial awareness. It's just, that's it. You're locked in, you can't get off halfway, you can't jump off, you're kind of very locked. So what we've done...
Jump on halfway too.
No, exactly. So what we did is we kind of leveraged how we did body dragging, and that, even though you're attached to this thing, you want to be able to look around. So you can attach to the ladder, you can jump onto a ladder directly, you can run and jump onto a ladder, you can look around full 360 degrees, you can look around 90 degrees as you're going up, and it's just a lot more fluid and a lot more, it doesn't feel like, now I'm locked in. It just feels like you're more of a human being on the ladder, and you can look around. And then, obviously, if you can look behind you on a ladder, that opens up environment, opens up scope to jumping from that onto something else. So
yeah, because you can jump off the ladder halfway up it or wherever.
Exactly.
So there's a huge amount of, in Squadron we're putting a lot of traversal gameplay in, which will make its way into the PU when all these sort of systems settle, and I think you'll see a lot more. You already see a little bit where you could use a tractor gun to put a crate over, or push something to get up and look at stuff in derelicts right now, for instance, in the PU. But imagine a whole level above that, which is kind of what's in Squadron. Even that in the derelicts was really inspired by some of the early work we were doing in Squadron. But there's a lot of like physical and traversal gameplay and puzzles in Squadron, and we're building the systems to also work well with that. And then again, with a systemic world like we have in Star Citizen, where you can move things around and they can persist, there should be multiple ways to solve the problem you're trying to deal with, which is how we've approached the Squadron design. Is like in most of the areas that you go through, there's more than one way to get to the end to solve the problem. Do you stealth around? You just take it on head on and start shooting, or is a way that you can do it without seeing anyone because you've just taken this difficult traversal path. So those are all things that are important, and so it's little things like this, and I would say, I mean, we've got a video to show, but we're still, like some of the finesse of the animation detail is still to come. So a lot of it is
this is a lot
is
still
the
block
block
out.
out, but we have this beautiful motion capture stage here that we will show you guys at some point when the Manchester Goods Yards and the stage are fully finished, and then Jared will do a updated version of the 2013 tour that I did with Erin, but it will be in a much bigger environment. Anyway, but I would say definitely that, I mean, we could show it, but we got details to come, like, for instance, if you jump and you just make it, you're going to, catch your balance and do that sort of stuff. So that's not in here, but that's sort of the details, the finesse that we're adding to really have that sense of you in first person, feeling your body and your inertia when you're going up and down on it. I mean, if you cut out to the third person when you see some of the stuff, you sort of see some of it even in the block out animations, but there'll be much more in the final version. But we probably should run the video if we can.
All right, ladders.
So obviously, this, as you can see, this is final art.
Absolutely.
So this is taken directly from Squadron 42. No, it's obviously a test map. But you can see here that, as Chris said, the level of inertia is still block out phase, but you can see that we're actually starting to get that you can grab on, you can go straight into a mantle or a vault, you can go straight into the pull-ups. And the thing is that what you're seeing here is, while this is just an test map, a lot of these are providing design ethos to then feed into the PU. So if we've got derelicts and we've got environments that we want the player to go and do missions in, we don't just necessarily just have to rely on you've only got jump, or you only can do vault and mantle.
And right there, we did a jump halfway onto a ladder, and here we're looking around to the left, to the right, and you can jump off the ladder at any point. You can slide down it. You can do all sorts of things.
Wow. We've got a bit of a sneak peek at the end.
Yeah, so
we're gonna fight an elevator.
the true boss.
And we jump across to get on the ladder there. And again, these are all the block out animations. I wonder what that is. Someone accidentally put that in there.
Yeah.
Anyway.
But the other thing as
back
well.
to our spaceship.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing to say about the traversal is, while we're highlighting ladders and the ledge grabs and things here, the other thing is that we're also, we've taken a deep dive on things like the control input. So, for example, we've got action queuing coming up. So, for example, if you're sprinting and you were shooting just before you're sprinting, you might be holding down shift and left mouse button. And then now, what happens now, if you then release shift, you've stopped shooting. But sometimes you want it to continue shooting because I'm still holding the input that I want to do, and what we're kind of terminology in terms of this action queuing. And that's something that we've got a whole matrix of all the different controls, all the different methods from prone to crouch, the transitions, weapon swapping, and so that just using the controls is a lot more fluid, a lot more intuitive. So it's something that we're really, really putting a really magnifying glass on to making sure that you're not fighting the controls. The controls are working for you. It's doing what you want it to do. So if you are using a gamepad, or you are using a joystick, or you are using mouse and keyboard, it's easy to use and easy to interact with the world so that you can immerse yourself in the environments and the missions and the gameplay. So it's something that we're really, really pushing forward to make better.
In all aspects, right? Because, prone's one of the things that we're set to be working on here, right? The crouching, the various transitions between all the stuff. So some of the stuff right now in the PU's clunkier than it should be. And so we've really taken a deep dive on all of it, and to make everything a lot more fluid. Looking around on the ladder is a good example. But also, like on a bigger level, right? We've done a complete rework on, EVA, what we call sort of push and pull. There's physical interaction. I mean, we should probably talk a little bit about that. We have a video to show of that, but it's a complete redo of the current EVA system, and it has a lot more of what you would expect when you're in space, in vacuum, pushing yourself.
I kind of like
off.
EVA.
You don't, for instance, you
Oh,
have
sure,
momentum
yeah,
now,
like
so
hand
if you push
stuff.
off in a direction, you will just keep moving in a direction. The use of it's far more easy.
Yeah.
Handling weapons and looking around. Some of the tech that we've developed for the push-pull is the same stuff that we're going to be using for prone and a bunch of other stuff. And really, the looking around on the ladders is kind of based on some.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, a lot of those systems are. And when Chris says push-pull, he means 0G push-pull, not trolley push-pull. But
we'll talk about that too.
Yes, we will. But when we talk about EVA T2 and 0G, the biggest thing, and again, it's just be an EVA right now in the star system and just look left. You don't have a stability of you know, if you're a human being, you look left, your horizon doesn't change because you move your head and it's the same. Our camera like tilts and moves and you get into a scenario where you're like, you can't really understand the perspective of where you were in. It's like, oh, I'm now upside down. So EVA T2, which true. Again, you'll be able to see a clip of it working, it's night and day. It is we basically threw the old one away, and this is a fundamental change in terms of how we work in EVA. First off, you're not upright. You're in more of what we call the Iron Man pose, so you're leaning forward. We still retain the upright pose for certain circumstances, but it means that you've got a better sense of your actual volume when you're traversing forward, so you've not got these legs that, you know, are beneath you. But you can totally look around 360 degrees. Your camera is stable, so you get good orientation. When you look back, you see your body. It's fully decoupled, so you're not just pushing forward and you're flying like a spaceship. You push forward, and that gives you an initial inertia in that direction, and you will keep going in that direction until you change. But then when you want to change, you just need to look at another direction and push that way. And the way we've implemented it, it's almost like your suit's kind of similar to the IFCS on the ships, that it kind of like counters the forces and then allows you to go in that way. We actually originally tried it where you would drift and, you know, actually do the curve, but it just made traversing more intricate spaces, which is what we want to do. You know, eventually we want to be able to turn gravity off of ships and that you can take those down.
It is definitely, I mean, that's part of the plan. I mean, we
Absolutely.
even, you know, in the resource network segment, that's one of the things.
So all of those tight, intricate areas that we've built over the last 7, 8, well, 10 years now, I suppose, you know, that you can go into those tight areas, you need it to be stable. You need it to be in a position where you can turn on a dime, that you can look upside down, that you get a good sense of what, you know, your orientation. And I think that's something that we've really pushed ahead on EVA T2. And to be honest, the engineering team have done a really fantastic job. I find it a lot of fun flying around in EVA.
Yeah. And then I'd also say the other thing that we should point out in the longer term for the PU, not so much in Squadron because you're in a sort of pilot suit that has EVA as part of its setup, is not every spacesuit is EVA capable. So we're going to separate it where you have to have like basically an EVA pack, a rocket pack for you to sort of propel around. If you don't have one, then you know it's the physical push-pull. So you can move along surfaces, you can push off against them, you come close to something, you can grab it. If you're in close things and there's handholds, you can grab them and move them around. So we have this physicalized interaction that happens, and you don't actually need to have your EVA pack or jetpack. And then the EVA jetpack is if you go out in open space, that's how obviously you can stop or change your direction and do the rest. And that will be more limited on fuel. So I think long term in the PU, there's going to be some pretty interesting gameplay. So if you do, I don't know, a boarding action or something, maybe you need a spacesuit that has the EVA pack, or you're doing repairs out in space and you need a spacesuit with an EVA pack. Yes, you will not be able to repair the ship in that outfit right now, Jared. But I think it gives a really good. It's just going to give more options, more context, because like longer term, what we want to do in the PU is what you wear is important, right? So right now, everybody just runs around in a big suit of armor, a big space. And we haven't really turned on some of the features we've actually put in there that says, for instance, you shouldn't be able to sit in a seat of a space fighter in heavy armor. You shouldn't be there with your gun on the back. You should have a flight suit on, or you come into a city, you shouldn't be wandering around in heavy armor because that's antisocial. Maybe they don't let you go in there. So we want people to have reasons to wear different things, have storage. That's the whole point of the physical inventory system. And as we're starting to roll out, more of it's coming in Squadron, and then in the PU, that's definitely coming online. And things that we're doing like that with the the physicalized cargo and everything else. And if you look at all the new ships, there's always locker and storage. There's we have a whole system for outfits now that was first going to be in Squadron, but then coming to the PU, it's designed so there'll be a nice sort of locker, almost like a wardrobe system that you can go in and hang up your outfit and switch quickly into another outfit or switch into this
clothes,
spacesuit
armor, everything.
Yeah, so we want it to be your virtual second life, and we want to make it as easy as possible for you to manage all these different things that you can wear for different roles. And EVA is one of the minor parts of that, where, like I said, you either have an EVA suit with a pack or not, but you still will be able to move around. And we should probably run the video so we can.
Good job bringing it back around to EVA at the end like that. Let's take a look at the EVA video, see what we're looking at here.
Well, and as Chris says, in terms of
here we go,
the EVA, this is what you're seeing here, is that you'll probably see some of the, in the third person, the thrusters are not firing because
it's
decoupled.
the old VFX, but it's also the old VFX code. So we haven't part of the proper, this is a current PU suit versus what we'll have is a new one with a proper pack that has the thrusters in the right position, and when you go forward, the thrusters going from the back.
So what you're actually seeing here is you've actually connected to this surface. So now it's almost like you're in a prone situation, but this is going to be what more our new prone will be. Again, you've got full 360 degrees. You can just move your mouse and you look all the way behind you or all the way in front.
And right now we're moving along here, not because we're thrusting, because we're using our hands to move ourselves along, and we're looking around as we're doing that. If we went out to the third person here, you would sort of see us moving our hands around. I think we'll see it a little later on. There we go, here we go. So we're just sort of pulling ourselves along. And if we wanted to at this point, we could stop and we could push off against it, and then we would just go floating out into space. So that's the sort of idea of what we call push-pull.
And so what you're seeing here...
he just pushed himself off.
So what you're seeing here, that's actually kind of, you're just floating alongside the actual, this fin of this Asiata station. And this is actually keeping you in this orbit. And then if you did, and that's just, you just push forward and go, where you can actually jump off into space. But then this becomes one of the, if you look at physical traversal, where you've got jumping and mantling and vaulting, this is where we have 0G push-pull. We have the tractor beam that kind of pulls you around in EVA, and then we have your EVA pack, which is limited by your resource of EVA fuel. So this allows you to kind of manipulate and go in EVA, and allows us as developers to build EVA traversal spaces, both wide-ranging and both small-scale.
So yeah, here's I mean, we were before in first person looking around, but here's us cutting out the third person to actually show you what your character and body's doing. And so there's a lot of, I mean, and these are still block-out animations actually, but so there'll be a lot more nuance or fidelity to it. But yeah, you have a lot more control, directional sense, ability to look around, ability to stop yourself. So I think, in this one, we're going to come up close to the glass above it.
Yes.
And you're actually going to see us, if you fly into something, you sort of arrest yourself, again, block out animation, but you're going to, as we get down close to it, I think we're going to come down, you'll see as our character comes down here, our player comes down here, put our hands out to brace ourselves, to stop ourselves on the glass here. So all of that's systemic. That's not marked up or anything. It's all ray casting, seeing if things, you brace yourself when you come up against, hold on, arrest your thing, you can push off against things. So we've spent a fair amount of time and engineering on all this, but it's not just for Squadron. It's going to be, it's obviously useful in some of the environments of Squadron. This is one of them, obviously, the Asiata station. You're going to look down on the slavers that you saw in the earlier scan. But the use of this in the PU is going to be massive.
And also the big thing that Chris said there is it's systemic. There's no markup. If you want to go and climb all over a ship, you can do. If you want to climb over a space station, you can do. If you want to climb over anything that's in EVA, has a surface, you can put your hands on it. It's got a big enough space to put your hands on it. It will work. So there's no oh, it only works in this scenario, or it only works in this scenario. It is what you see here. And then as what we've not been able to show today, which is we do have working or partially working, is that when you go into very tight environments, if there are handholds, you will be able to grab onto that handhold, or whether it's a terminal or whether it's, you know, a hatch to get into a ship, you'll grab onto the handhold, and then, you know, instead of putting your hands out and landing, you'll grab on, and then you go, cool, I can use the terminal, or I can look around, and again, you're not locked in, you can look all 360 degrees, you'll switch hands as you look around, and you can get a sense of, okay, where do I want to go next? I want to go over there, cool, or I want to go through this door, and it works in tight environments, wide-scale environments, and fundamentally, it's a lot nicer to play than our current version, which is just,
No, I mean, it's massive for the game, so I think there'll be a lot more sort of EVA, external action.
Yeah.
The combat's better, it's much more stable. I think, we'll see a lot of puzzles and traversal in the PU that can be built from that, because we don't really, we have a lot of stuff down on planets, but it would also be nice to have more like exploring more the sort of derelict asteroid bases kind of things, and EVA. I think we all love science fiction.
Spaceship.
Obviously, we're making these kind of games. That's sort of a lot of classic sci-fi that you see. So we spent, that's an example of us being able to spend the time to really think about how we want the system to work, how best it's going to work, and bed it in on Squadron, and then it'll be something.
Yeah, because we did 2 or 3 iterations. We did, we did 2 or 3 iterations of how we wanted to do it. Did we want to have this Iron Man pose? Did we want to have the upright? Did it blend between them? And we were playing it and playing it. It's like, it doesn't feel right. And now you can just, you know it when you get it right, because you can just go, and you're like, oh, this feels really nice. And you just end up flying around the level and connecting things. And so, yeah, this unlocks content for the PU.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I purposely didn't watch the videos. I wanted to be able to react as honestly while we were recording these as possible. And I know you said those were blockout animations, but as somebody who's been with Steve Bender on a Friday night at the Oust House, like, that looks just like
Steve Bender?
Yeah. Steve Bender crawling around. Sorry, Steve. But no, it looks great. And I think everybody who saw that now is going to see the potential, the absolute gameplay potential for all kinds of zero-G gameplay possibilities. That is really, really cool.
That's great. I mean, there's some smaller things, like we have one other thing here we have a video for, which is, it's not as big as a system as, like, say, the EVA replacement, but like the hover trolley that we've got. I know that I saw.
I really like the hover trolley.
Yeah, no, I like
really
it a lot.
like
I saw the Reddit thread said, "Why didn't someone do a hover trolley?" Well, actually, that was something we've been working on for quite a while. But the thing we can show you here in a few minutes. But the thing that's really good about this, because obviously the physical trolleys, the wheels get caught. I mean, just like in the real world, right? And you've got problems of going upstairs and all the rest of the stuff, just like you would in the real world. Is that it sort of opens up the potential, and this really plays into the PU. We use it in Squadron for certain things, like you'll see in what we show here, but for the PU, it's actually much more interesting, because now you have the ability. We always had this design for our bigger cargo containers, right? Ones that you can't just pick up yourself. We originally had this design where there was sort of a grav lever system, where you stuck in this thing, and the grav lever would come up, and then now you can push around a huge container. And we're moving for physicalized cargo. It's going to be in 318. I think Tony's trying to squeeze a few things in. We'll see if he manages to get everything in. But this isn't necessarily going to be in 318, but it will come in probably not too far in the near future. But this allows you to not just have your little tractor beam and pick up something and move it around, but okay, let's have a bigger container. And what happens if you turn it on, up it goes, and then you just push it into your cargo hold, turn it off, locks into the cargo grid. And now that cargo container, imagine a bigger one. Well, what happens, like right now in the inventory system, you can put things in your local inventory of your ship, or other various inventories. Well, imagine your container, say one of these bigger, like maybe a 16 SCU one or whatever, that's sitting there, and now I can place, I don't know, large vehicle items in it. I can place all sorts of stuff in it. So I could load up this container, I could push it into my ship, then I could fly it off to some remote planet and put it next to, where I'm camping out, or longer term where you say maybe a player base, or some group of players with persistent decide to take over a derelict or something. And I can basically load up a bunch of supplies in a container, bigger supplies or weapons or armor suits or whatever and put it in there just by doing this. I think, you know, the underlying sort of hover tech for the trolley stuff is really good because it will really play into the cargo and the logistics that are going to come with that, because longer term with persistence and what we're doing, I think there's going to be a whole bunch of gameplay that will be revolved around the logistics of living, right? Like how do I have my food? How do I have my drinks? How do I have my raw materials? How do I have my weapons? You know, if two orgs are fighting a war over a patch of land, someone's got to show up with extra, you know, ammo and missiles and, you know, all that kind of stuff, and or weapon replacements, especially as we get repairing and the salvaging and stuff. You know, okay, well, rather than have to fly it to a place that can do your repair, maybe there's an on-field repair that's happening right there, and someone's changing out a broken weapon for another weapon because you've loaded it up and stored it in your container. So there's the possibilities in the PU is huge, and this is an example of just little bits of tech that we're putting into Squadron that we're planning on bringing it across into the PU, but in the PU they just have a lot more potential, like the EVA. So.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing about trolleys is when we approached trolleys with the physical trolleys, was that we wanted them to serve two purposes. One, we wanted them to serve a purpose that is more traditional games, which is, you know, I can move things around, and that allows me to create, you know, traversal opportunities for me. If I'm blocked, I can move a box over here now, I can get up higher now, which is kind of what the more physical trolleys are kind of better suited for. And this is another example where we kind of put trolleys into the PU, but there wasn't really a use case or a best use case. So that at the moment they're just used as enemies. Or I've seen people fly with missiles out of ships, but they're not really utilised for what we want them to use. And then you've got the other side of trolleys, which is we want to be used for cargo loading. Now, again, we've got a lot of ships, we've got a lot of different ramps. The scales of those ramps is larger, and with hover trolleys, when you see the video, you can push them downstairs. You can push them up any ramp. You know, the weight that you're having to physically push a physical trolley, which is taken into account, hover trolleys, you don't have to worry about that because, you know, let's play the video.
See the video.
Let's play the video there, and
we've hyped this up now. Hover trolleys is the most amazing thing in the world.
Yeah.
Here we go.
So you can see here, this is actually a slaver pod. So
it closes down. It's on the floor. We're going to activate it. Levitates up now. Grav lev's on. You get hold of it. Bam. And by the way, the new interaction system's not working in this demo here. This is a separate build. But we're, you know, as you can see, it's getting pushed over
bulkheads. But this is essentially a really big improvement for us because we want physical cargo, and we want physical cargo to be a big deal in the PU. That you have to move that cargo, you have to make decisions on how long it's going to take to load it up, not just buy it from a kiosk and it appear in your ship. So this gives us the ability to do that, and like Chris says, move much larger things than what you'd normally be able to push as a human being.
Yeah, I mean, this happens to be just a slaver pod, but you know, obviously you'd be pushing, you know, as long as it's grav-lev equipped and has the sort of hover device, then you know, like I said, you could have large shipping containers and stuff like that.
And this is all underpinned by our grav-leg technology, so the same, you know, as a Dragonfly, or eventually you'll hopefully be able to move much larger ships if you need to rearrange them, or you know, when you're moving things around on your homestead or whatever we do eventually. And we've actually had this working on a planet, so you can just push this over planet terrain. You don't let go. You stay stable because it doesn't actually undulate unless there's something actually physically touching it. So it allows it to be much more stable. And what we want to do for your cargo loading is that we'll use a system similar to the cargo grid that you'll be able to snap things on top of it. So if you have a flat platform, you'll be able to snap cargo boxes onto it so they won't fall off. Then you'll be able to, you know, reliably move them without frustration. And again, you can see
the slaver pods will be good for bounty hunting too.
Through is that we're trying to remove the barrier to entry.
When we have to actually bring the bounty in.
Control mechanism, the things that frustrate you as you play the game, and kind of make that a lot simpler.
You don't have a cart or a prisoner cell.
Torpedo tube.
That's true.
Yeah. Very cool. So we've talked about a number of things now that are related to the player, to the first person and stuff like this. And we got a couple more we're going to come back to later. But let's move up into spaceships. Because spaceships are a big part of the experience.
Our heroes.
we just had earlier in the day, we had our flight experience a segment where they talked about master modes and quantum boosts and stuff like this. But at a higher level and stuff, let's talk about how the flight experience is changing a bit through the work in Squadron 42, and anything you want to share with us on that.
I think the biggest thing for me, and I think it's what Chris and I have talked about, is the difficulty of developing a game over a period of time when it's a live product is that you're developing things in isolation and you're putting them out. So you're going, okay, this is our T0, this is MFDs. And you're, okay, now we want to do the flight HUD. And we put the flight HUD. And now we want to do this section. And what happens is, maybe it's a different designer over the years, or maybe it's someone else, or maybe they've learned from what's happened or gone out previously. And lots of things come together, but they don't necessarily feel right. Because they've not been approached where you've gone, we're going to do it all at once. Because you can never do it all at once if you've got to hit quarterly releases. Right. So with Squadron development, what's it allowed us to do is allowed us to look at the HUD and the MFDs and everything together and go, well, actually, we don't need all that information on the HUD if we've got it on the MFDs. Or we don't need all the information here if we've got physical switches. And it's allowed us to approach the design of the cockpit experience holistically so that we can go, okay, let's pull all this noise away because we've tried to fit everything onto the HUD. We've tried to put everything on there. You need to know your G-forces and your heading direction and I need to know my ammo and master modes is a good way of going down that road is kind of going, okay, we want to have traversal and we want to have combat. So if you've got SCN, combat, if you're in QCM, you're in quantum mode, so that's traversal and flight. And then we've taken that approach and gone, okay, well, do you always need an altimeter? Well, no, maybe not if you're in space. Maybe you only need an altimeter when you go down to atmosphere. Your MFDs, if you're in SCM, what do you really care about? Well, you care about your health, your weapons, your target's health, how they're doing. But as a default experience, we're only giving you the information that is needed to you at that point in time. And what we actually saw is that you're flying around. We've got gorgeous space environments. I want to be able to look at them. I don't want to.
You want to see the ship that you're fighting. You want to see the environment you're flying around in. I mean, one of the big things that we're the big initiative on the vehicle side for Squadron is the sort of complete redo of the HUD and the MFD systems, and basically the display where we're first of all we have to refactor it to move away from some of the old flash that's been around forever, which is what the MFD displays. And on the HUD, we sort of took a look at where we were going and felt like Rich said, it's just too much stuff's there all the time. Well, we want to be more contextual. So, and we're doing this in a overall holistic way that would be probably almost impossible if we were trying to fit it into quarterly releases in the PU. So, most of the vehicle team is working on this as a sort of group. In the need for multiple speeds that we saw earlier, you sort of saw some aspects of it, which is the different modes you can be in depending on what you're trying to do. But a lot of that's also reflected on the HUD and the information of what you're targeting and whether you can, whether you want to be able to cast up, say, your target status or your ship status to your visor. And that won't be the case for everything. Every suit, like for instance, if you have a more combat-oriented ship or suit that you would wear, I don't know, a Gladius or a Hornet, and you've got the appropriate equipment, then you should be able to cast. If you're just flying an old rust bucket like an Aurora.
Well, what was the Drake ship we saw the other day when we were looking at it, saying all the HUD was on there? We're like, well, it's kind of the equivalent of a lorry.
Oh yeah, it's a Caterpillar. Yeah. So you wouldn't have the Caterpillar. You wouldn't cast it up to your visor like you would as a fighter pilot. It would be sitting down on the MFDs. But in the cases that you have the ability to cast it and do stuff, in all the ships are also building in the ability, like there's not just a game config screen in your ship. You go in, you have your settings screen, and the settings will be remembered on a per ship basis. And you can set up one, okay, I want this display to be this, or this display this, I want this to cast here. And so it's all been built around building blocks and being in a very sort of top-down, one-system, clean approach. So we're pretty excited by that. We're not ready to show it yet because we're still in the sort of early,
foundational stage.
Yeah, it's a little further before it's all fully polished or ready to show. But it's going to be, I think, a pretty sea change in terms of how it feels as you're flying around, besides the different modes of
Sorry about that, guys.
You know, combat and traversal and all the rest of the stuff. It's how you get the information and how it's relayed to you is going to be much more contextual, much better.
And it's huge in combat.
Sorry, I forgot
It's huge
one
in combat
thing.
because in combat right now, you're either, you know, we're obviously trying to bring the combat closer, which is obviously what Yogi and the guys and Dave talked about in their talk. But you don't want to have a little clutter on there, and you want to have that spatial awareness of, okay, who's my target? And the other aspect is that on that level of, you know, again, a holistic approach is your player information is only on there if it's relevant. And also the targeting we've talked about redoing in terms of right now, if you go into the PU or when you play squadron level,
with 100 players in
you just get
100 player
billions of markers, and it's like it's just massive information overload. You know, and some players.
It was definitely a problem in squadron.
Yeah,
because we have
absolutely.
quite a few areas of the game where there's massive amounts of ships.
Yeah, and you know, some players can deal with it, but you know, it's just so much information. It's just it's unnecessary. So what we've done is that we want to strip back the targeting so that, again, you're only targeting the things that are important to you. So, you know, we're relying less on all these markers, and we want to put more of a focus on your radar in the cockpit. Because you have a radar in the cockpit. You know, fighter pilots in real life have a radar. They don't have in-world AR markers. Oh, there's 20 guys coming over there, you know. We want to make sure that you've got the information that you need, but also we want to basically make sure that you're using the tools that we provide. Because what's happening right now is that everybody's just reliant on the HUD, because the HUD has everything on there. But you've got MFDs, you've got a cockpit radar. You know, they're there for a reason. So what's happened over the years is that we've redone them at separate times, and you know, the MFDs are still in Flash, and they've done the building blocks. So we've kind of got into this cycle of trying to, oh no, this is it, this is where the player should be. And what we want to do is we go back to kind of what Chris's original vision in terms of, well, there's an in-cockpit radar. You should use that. There's in-cockpit MFDs. You should use those. Okay, now I'm in this specific combat mode.
And we're back
okay,
again.
they're
Sorry about
cast,
that.
So I can see that information. But the radar doesn't become redundant. That should be what the noise is on. That's where all the information should be. Okay, I should be able to go in there and select targets. That information should be clean and delivered to me. But out in the world, I want to look what's there. I want to look at my target. I want to look what I'm saying. Oh, there's a space station. Oh, there's another guy coming in. So we want to have less reliance on just AR markers for everything, and only reliance on marking things that are important to you, or you've directly marked yourself.
Right.
And I think when
that makes a lot of
fight
sense. Like
combat
select something in radar on your
ships.
MFDs and pull it up onto your main screen, and then the targeting computer works from there potentially as well.
It's really important.
And I would say that definitely, you know, we're putting a bunch of work in.
Whether that be your visor HUD
radar,
or your
which is really
ship HUD,
radar
depending on which ones have what
star map.
technology.
So like what you've never had in the PU. The original design was that that radar that you would see would also scale up, or you would scale out basically, to be a nav your star map, right? Your nav map. And what happened when we were getting the first iteration of the PU out, the baby PU, we're like, we didn't get that working yet, so we just said, well, we'll use your mobiGlas version, and we're still using the mobiGlas version all these years later, and it's still mostly the code that was done all those years ago. And that's when I mentioned at the top of our talk that, you know, the star map, well, the star map's really star map and radar, because you can zoom in and zoom out, and you can zoom all the way to the radar level or zoom all the way out to the star map. And we've put a huge amount of work into making that much more fluid, much more usable, much visually better, and also having the information there and the interactability. So like you can be zoomed in and you can be looking at your radar, and you can mouse over contacts and you can get the information from it. You can click them, and then that will now select it as your target, and do a lot of things that you know, haven't really been there. So I think a lot of players, because we haven't delivered, and this is sort of at the top of the talk that Rich was talking about, was because we haven't delivered all the things. We've just delivered some of the things. Sometimes people just are focusing on certain things, and if they could do things like select their targets easily from the radar, they may not be wanting to see 400 AR markers when they're flying around. And so those are all, that's an example on the vehicle side, where we're sort of really trying to bring that all in, as well as, you know, there's other things that we're doing that will come across the PU in terms of physical buttons, like when you activate something, you know, in process right now. But yeah, you'll click a button and you'll see your character, click, here's for the landing gear, or here's to turn the lights on, or here's to activate my quantum drive, just to make it sort of feel physical. But we're going to give you modes and ease of use so that information's presented to you well, and you can have fun being lost in the world, which is the most important thing.
And a certain level of customization, as we're talking about, because some ships have better MFDs and more usable places than others and stuff like that. So,
well, the other aspect as well, in terms of just the radar and scanning, which is a really good example of a feature that we've put onto the PU into Star Citizen that isn't hit what we envisaged it to be, because right now you're kind of limited to 20 kilometers. Now, really, I think you've seen Quantum Boost in some of the earlier videos. The premise that we want you to be is, we've got this vast universe. So we want radar and scanning. We actually, we have this smaller radar and scanning on the FPS. You have the smaller one that's giving you information in the room, and then the larger charged one that's giving you information about maybe the floor that you're on. And it's the same principles in the ship side. It's that we want a smaller one that is fairly instantaneous, and that's kind of giving you information about the people you're fighting, or your local environment. And when I say smaller, I'm talking, say, sub 100 kilometers. That's just giving me information around this area. But then we've got the charge scan wave, and that should be giving me information about things that are 10, 15, 20,000 kilometers away. And then that's where Q-Boost comes in the fact that you're Q-boosting to these locations. You're not having to go, okay, there's a quantum travel marker there that's 1 million kilometers away. That's like, okay, I'm making a conscious decision to go there. But for Q-Boost, it's like, okay, I am there. I want to boost around the environment, but I want to have things spread around so that, we're not just cramped in. Because radar and scanning is fundamentally, it has two purposes. One purpose is to give you information about the things in your environment. And the second purpose is to help you explore. It's to help you find things that are not necessarily apparent, because space is a big, dark place. So we need that. We want to be able to take advantage of that. So when you have this ability to detect things that are much further away, all of a sudden you start to feel like you are that pilot.
You got to fly to them to investigate them. I think that's a good example of something on Squadron that we were also looking at, like, how do we solve the problem of your patrolling an area, right? And it's not very much fun if you patrol an area and then it's like, space is big. I go to this area and then I look around and my radar covers 10 kilometers in front of me, and that's it. That doesn't feel like I was patrolling, a large area of space. And so we sort of were thinking about, well, how, really, if we think about it, there's like short range, which is, what you would call the standard control mode, like slower exploration. I come up to a derelict, or there's a cluster of asteroids that I'm going to fly around to see what's happening. And then there's the medium range, which hasn't really existed in both the PU and is something that we really wanted to have in Squadron, and we really should be in the PU, which is, well, what's that over there that's 10,000 kilometers away? The equivalent of being on a planet and going, there's a mountain over there, I can see it, I don't know what's on it, but I'm going to drive over there or walk over to that mountain. And so the idea with sort of the scanning is like the wave goes out, and you'll pick up things 10, 20, 30,000 kilometers away. So you definitely won't be able to understand what's there, but you'll say, there's something
There's a point of interest.
There's a point of interest. And so you'll be able to map things, and then we need to get there. But, the quantum travel, spooling up, spooling down, and so this is the whole the idea of quantum boost is your sort of mid-level traversal speed, where it allows you, it's probably about 10th the speed of the full quantum travel, sort of, not using all the quantum juice, if you want to think of it that way. But it allows you to sort of get there pretty quickly, and, also appreciate the environment you're going through, and, get over there. Oh, I go over to the mountain. Okay, no, I can see what's there. Oh, there's trees here. Oh, that's really cool. And that opens up a whole bunch of gameplay. I mean, definitely helps out in Squadron, but in the PU it's massive, because in the PU, when this rolls into the PU, now you can have exploration gameplay in space. So, for instance, you could
we've never had.
Yeah, we've never had.
So
you could be in, a big nebula gas cloud, and you scan, and I get a contact 20k away. Okay, I'm going to boost over to see whether. Oh, I come up. Oh, look, it's a derelict, or there's a abandoned mining station, this group of rocks over here, or I go over here, and we can even in the PU be in a case where you can sort of almost sort of procedurally generate some points of interest when you start to scan that you can go and visit. So I think the whole idea of sort of these three sort of levels of traversal. One is you sort of regular non-quantum one where you're just using your regular thrusters, which is much more sort of limited and works for combat and stuff like that. Then there's the quantum boost, which is sort of to fast run over to a place, and then there's the quantum travel, which is the really long. Okay, I'm going to go to this planet that's 500,000 kilometers away, and I'm going to be in quantum for 5 minutes to get there. And I think that's going to open up a huge amount in the PU. I mean, it makes a big difference to the gameplay. I mean, it makes the exploring in Squadron in space feel much bigger.
Yeah.
Because that was the thing we were trying to follow. And I think it's a problem in the PU right now is when you're in space, it's sort of like, most of it is
it's point to point.
It's empty for you, right? It's like you spend your time around the space stations or some asteroids here around the planet, but we want to open it up a bit more and have that idea of, I can detect something, I want to investigate it. So the whole sort of exploration, investigative gameplay that can happen in space now because of these different modes of travel and the scanning is going to be a huge deal.
So I know we have a clip for this. For folks who maybe joined the program late and didn't see the flight experience segment earlier, or if you're watching this separately on YouTube and you don't know what this looks like, let's take a look at the quantum boost clip that we have so we can see it one more time here.
So just to call out, that's going to be the old HUD.
Yeah,
that's the old HUD. That's too busy.
That's the next old HUD.
Yeah.
Earlier we were showing the old HUD.
So we've done a scan here. That's also the old point of interest, because the point of interest will be just points.
Yeah.
But basically, we've done a scan. We've got some points of interest that are, multiple 10Ks away.
And you can see the distance there. It says 13,000 kilometers on the right-hand side. So this is obviously just placeholder UI for the quantum boost. But again, you can just boost over there. And it obviously has this interactive gameplay, which obviously went into...
Yeah, and this, by the way, that's all programmer work in progress from Yogi on the quantum boost mechanism, because you're just going to have to stay in the zone to keep in boost, otherwise you'll fall out of boost. But we've gone over to the planet here. So what it's allowing you to do is sort of have that mid-level traversal and investigate things without having to spend forever at 1,200 meters per second or quantum traveling over it. It's over too quickly.
So just to clarify again for folks, if you watched the flight experience segment earlier in the day, that's the old UI, which is probably closer to what you're familiar with in the PU today. What we just showed now is the new old UI, the one that was intermediate now, but we're now moving away from. And the newer...
basically it's the same as it's the styled Squadron UI that was from the UI you have in the PU.
Right.
So what you have in the PU is these generic version that Zane did. This was the one that we had, the style that we did for the Aegis style, but it was still based on the idea of all this information being present. And we've decided that we wanted to really scale that back to be more contextual, to switch between modes. So that's one of the reasons why we're not really showing all the HUD and the MFD stuff now, is because we're in the process of the change. So it's, a lot of programmer are, and you even saw it in the Need for Speed segment, whereas a lot of that, like the mode stuff and everything, they just sort of hacked in the modes to the current HUD stuff. But when the new one comes online, it should be much cleaner and easier to go. And I don't know if it was too clear on the video that we were seeing, but on the video we say we were originally in SCM mode, standard control mode, and then we switched to quantum mode. So the spool up wasn't really the spool up for the quantum boost. The spool up was just, there's a spool up as you go into quantum mode, your shield's powered down. So there is some risk when you're in the fast traversal mode, and the quantum drive powers up. But once it's spooled up and you look at a place, you can boost towards it.
And it's just, you press shift and it's instant.
Yeah. And so for people that want to, go, oh, what's that over there? People have been wanting to, I just want to like free quantum, right? There's people who want to do that for quite a while.
It's like getting on your horse.
Quantum boost is.
Second start of the right, straight on till morning. So yeah, so we've been talking about these flight experience stuff, the ship related stuff, the new UI stuff, the contextual changes and everything. We'll obviously show those as we get closer to being ready to show those. You talked a little bit about the star map. Again, not quite ready to show today's stuff. As far as those mapping things and getting around stuff, there's also the mini map. There's also the mini map, which has always been this promise of being able to find your way through either a really large ship or a space station or stuff like that. What can you tell us about the work on the mini map?
So radar, as we call it, is essentially, it encapsulates the star map, it encapsulates what's in your cockpit, and it also encapsulates when you're in FPS, you have an FPS radar and scanner. And the mini-map is essentially a way for you to be able to, and you can access it both from your Mobi or it'll be on your HUD, a way for you to get the spatial awareness in, when you're in a 3D environment in FPS. So I think what we have in terms of the mini-map, it gives you that 3D isometric view that you can move around, and all the information in there is underpinned by the FPS radar and scanner. So the information that you're scanning in the environment is the information that you'll see on the mini-map. So if you go into, say, a known location, so let's say you go to Microtech, that landing zone, essentially, that will be pushed to your Mobi Glass. So you'll be able to then load up the mini-map and go, okay, how do I get out of here? I mean, I've seen so many different new players play Star Citizen, and they're like, where do I go? So it'd be nice for us to be able to go, here's the spaceport. Here's where you go and buy food and drink. Here's where you go and buy weapons. And you can just go, cool, I open up my map, and it's like, oh, that's where I am. Oh, that's where I can go. And it gives you a map at your fingertips. Then when you're at an environment that is not, say, let's say you go to a derelict outpost, you'll be mapping that environment as you go, or you may be able to find a terminal that has the map on there that you can download, and then you have it to you. So it really allows us, again, Star Citizen, one of its strengths is that it's scale, but that's a challenge for us as developers to be able to give it to players and for them to be able to understand and navigate where they need to go. Because the first thing is, how do I play the game? Where do I need to go? What do I need to do? So, how do you play the game is about making the barrier to entry, the controls smooth and intuitive, what you understand, and then it's like, where do I need to go? Okay, well, this allows you, we have a mini-map here. This allows you to go, oh, cool, there's the spaceport, there's the shuttle, or there's the train, or this is how I get to this area. And we can provide, missions that allow people to then navigate to those places so that then they understand, okay, this is how I get to a certain place. Because everybody, if somebody says to me tomorrow, come round to my house or go here, just give them a postcode and you put it in GPS. Everybody's so
put it in Google Maps.
Exactly.
You need the street level version of it.
Yeah.
And so we've long wanted this. It's very critical for Squadron, but it's also I think important for the PU. And the concept is that some of the maps are sort of readily available. You just walk into a city, and the terminal auto connects to your Mobi or whatever, and you get the map downloaded. And some of them you may have to explore something, and then as you explore it, you map it, just like a sort of more traditional mapping technique. And there'll be some cases like we have some stuff in Squadron which I think would play perfectly well in PU, where like you don't have the map initially, but if you hack in or you can download it into a system, like Asiado is an example of, we've been showing it because we showed it a while back as a location. It's just one of the very, a minor location in terms of Squadron, but since we showed it, we thought, okay, that's a good.
It's just a good backdrop.
It's a
for
good
us to
backdrop
use.
rather than just grey boxes. But that would be an example. Is you don't load the layout of that place, but you would have to go and hook into their system, download the map, and then now you would have it in your mini map. So what we have is we have some footage here which is showing how the visuals, the mini map, in terms of sort of an isometric render
in the
engine, in the UI, that will essentially become your mini map. But you'll have a more sort of reduced version with you in the middle as you're moving around. But if we run it, you'll see kind of what the tech is. So first, this is in the editor. But it's essentially what it does is it's taking our existing layouts, levels, ships, so we don't have to build this custom, but it's a way of applying certain shaders and marking up certain objects to be displayed, like the floor gets displayed but the walls don't. So we can just take the existing geometry you already have streamed in that you're walking around already, and then use it to be rendered for our minimap. So this is essentially in the engine using the Idris ship itself and the various parts of its interior to create the minimap without any special. This doesn't have any specific custom like UI art for it, other than some of the like level things that say, ground level or whatever.
It's one of the advantages of having high detailed ships, because
Okay.
the environment's already in a good state to show straight out the gate.
And so the idea of this being systemic is that when the feature is ready to go, ready for prime time and everything, we can just apply it to space station.
Yeah, because a lot of
landing
traditional
zones.
game development, you have to make custom minimaps. So you look at an environment and you go, we have to make a custom environment minimap. So if we want to support lots, tens, hundreds, and thousands of locations,
especially for the PU.
And absolutely for the PU, it's just not viable. So we wanted to come up with a solution that we can use, with minimal effort on the side of content creation, but gives us all of the information that we want. And this minimap is not just, oh, that's where I am. It can show you objectives, it can show you other people, it can show you information about those things. And again, it's all underpinned by the radar and scanner. So when we call it
much
minimap,
better.
this is just a kind of how you view your radar information in FPS. And your radar and scanner gives you so much more information than just, oh, that's the name of the door. It tells you what's the state, does it have power, can I hack it? If it's a person, what's their active status, are they injured?
Come
So if you're
on.
coming into here and going, I'm trying to do a medical mission, I've got a marker, I can go, cool, I can get a scan of the local lie of the area and go, right, this person's injured. Oh, his body's injured too. Oh, he's got a tier 1 injury. I'm going to go and help him before he bleeds out because I can see his health. And you'll be able to see that via this information.
Yeah, it allows you to detect saboteurs or intruders,
Absolutely.
but then using like the relay networking where those saboteurs and intruders can start pulling fuses and start hiding themselves from the
Well,
scanning.
this will also underpin resource network.
Yeah, so exactly that the same visuals and tech is planned to drop into the sort of resource. So if you're looking at like your schematic for the ship to where your relays are going to be, or security reasons,
bulkheads,
which doors are open or closed, basically it will pull up your holographic view of your ship like that using the same tech. So that the idea is those two things work well together.
All right, so we've been talking about the FPS stuff, the stuff that affects the player specifically, and we're going to touch a few more of those things before we leave today. We've moved up into space and talked about our flight experience and the scanning and the minimap and stuff. Now, from ourselves and our ships, let's talk about our enemies, our opponents, the entities we're going to encounter, and talk about some of the AI improvements that have been coming because of work on Squadron. What can you tell us?
So the AI systems that we have, we basically threw them away. So we found out we wanted to understand where we wanted to go, what we wanted to achieve, and over the years as I've worked in games, and I think probably Chris would attest to as well, is that the best AI are kind of some of the simpler AI that you have a really good solid foundation, then you build on top of it. And I think our AI over the period of time that has been there, I think it's kind of had lots of different iterations, and it kind of lost its way a little bit.
Kythera, and then
yeah, it's kind of lost. So what we've done, and
well,
when we say
they've also no one's the AI that's in the PU has never really had tuning time.
No, exactly, the focus.
And it was a basic implementation at the beginning, and then it's been rolled out, and there's so many other things going on that they really haven't had time to focus on it, because you're playing and with the servers running at 6 frames a second, there's a whole bunch of problems that come with this that doesn't help the AI out at all. So this is actually a really good example of where Squadron really helps, because we're saying, okay, don't worry about that. I mean, yeah, I'm sorry that the AI is kind of brain dead a lot of the times in the PU. It's a combination of its older logic and behaviors haven't been well developed, but also it's because of poor performance of the servers, and what's going to happen with server meshing is going to make a big difference for that. And there's other things that are happening in the background that will also make it better. But the advantage of taking it onto the squadron side is that we can really just focus on the AI, the behaviors, iterating on it, adding sort of interest and complexity and making them feel like real humans fighting you, or in the case of Vandal, real aliens fighting you, and not
or creatures.
Or creatures, yeah. Well, hey, let's be quiet about that. But not get tied up in some other problems that come with multiplayer, come with online servers, and make that work really good as a single player, having fun, feeling challenged, feeling like I'm not just shooting dummies that jump up and I can easily blast. And when that all works, then comes across into the PU, especially when some of the later stuff's going to trigger in the PU, I think it'll be a whole different experience. And I won't argue, it's been like a long, hard slog on the AI side. It's partly because we wanted to become really systemic, and we have a massive, especially in the PU, a massive world that can have all these different situations. So it's not, like if you're doing a standard FPS game, a Call of Duty, like the narrative parts of it, you know exactly where everyone's going to be, and you can sort of script actions for the AI to make them seem intelligent, but really they're kind of following scripts. Whereas with us, all the different planets, all the different, can you be, locations on the planets or up in a spaceship, or all these different situations the AI could be in, there's no way you could script it all. So you need to make it systemic. It needs to understand the environment. It needs to have perception of what's happening around it, and be able to communicate with the other AI it's fighting alongside to seem like they're working as a team. And so that takes time to work. The AI team is been working on it for a long time, led by my friend Francesco Riccucci, who's been doing a great job. And we absolutely have turned a corner this 100%. Year, because both me and Rich actually, we were playing it when some of the blast systems came in, and it was challenging to say the least. Yes. And challenging in a good way, in like the fact that we were like, okay, we want to clear everyone out. Like we were running Asiato as a test level. Okay, let's see if we can just run and gun and take all the slavers out. No. And Rich is a much better FPS player than me. I think I'm kind of okay, but Rich is much better. But no, we weren't all managed to get it. But I was like, I'm going home. I downloaded the build and home. I'm like, damn it, I'm gonna finish this level. I'm like, I almost managed to do it. I mean, it was like Elden Ring from software. Like, I want to do it one more time. And it wasn't just that you were getting like a headshot or anything, where it was like, okay, the AI is just supernatural and they can instantly shoot you. It was like they were moving around, they were anticipating where you were doing, they're trying to flank your areas, and they were behaving intelligently. And those are all behaviors and systems that we've been working on in terms of like realistic perception. Like they can hear a sound around a corner, but if you were 3-4 doors away or whatever, maybe they wouldn't hear you if you dropped something. And see where you were and see you in the peripheral vision, or they'd have different ways of approaching, searching for you or fighting you, whether they're more aggressive and they're pushing up towards you, or they're defensive and they're staying behind cover, or they're trying to flank you. So there's a whole bunch of work that's done, and so on the AI side, I'm actually feeling like it's going to be some pretty great stuff. And so that is going to be stuff that will ultimately be coming to the PU, and it'll be really cool. But I don't know if Rich wants to add a bit to it.
Well, I need to ask something, because I've spent more than a single day on the internet before. When you say we've thrown everything away.
Well, actually, I was about to come back to that.
Because that's going to be the title of the Kotaku article.
Well, it's interesting, because what we talked about is we identified everything that was there. So when I came on, I wanted to understand where we're talking years now. So what is there? How do we want to change it, and how do we want to manipulate it? So we're not throwing away the more technical underpinnings of the AI.
Subsumption's
so
still there.
No, like subsumption, or like how they navigate and find around the world. It's more about the bits that you go and you tune, and bits you tweak, and we call them behaviors, AI behaviors. So what we did is we pulled all the AI back and stripped it back to essentially 3 base behaviors. Essentially, defender, so I want to stay back in cover and defend a location. A strafer, who kind of wants to get sees you and wants to go behind you, and then pushers that kind of want to put pressure onto you. So we wanted to create these 3 core behaviors that the AI can choose to go, they can choose combat behaviors this is. So once you've engaged in combat, they can then select one of these behaviors to engage you so that you get a mixture of combat when you're fighting them, and obviously you might get 3 defenders or you might get 1 strafer and 2 pushers, and we've got a video to show some of the behaviors. But then what we have is we have a trait system that sits on top of that, and that's where designers can go in and go, okay, I want this defender to be to always defend. He can never re-roll as another behavior. Or I want him to be like a turret, so he never moves from cover to cover. Or I want pushers to be, I want always to be a pusher. I want them to, be aggressive. I want them to be reckless. I want them to have friendly fire. So we can go in and essentially we've got 3 base behaviors that just by themselves play well. You can play that and go, okay, do these 3, is that a fun experience? Then you can start adding in all the other things on top. You go, okay, I want this trait and this trait. So you're crafting combat experiences. So in a PU mission, if you've got a ship coming in bringing AI reinforcements, we can say, okay, we can weight the behavior. So you're not getting the same thing every time, but you can go, okay, you get these guys who push, they're quite aggressive because that's their faction, whether it's Ninetales, or these guys are quite defensive, they're more military. And what we have is these traits that multiply the behavior. So now we've got multiple different things. And then you add different weapons in there, so you've got sniper rifles, so the different engagement ranges, and all of a sudden you have this matrix of individual behaviors that is multiplied into the hundreds that allows us to have a really strong combat experience that is not the same. It's not, Star Citizen games that you're going to be playing for thousands of hours. You don't want to just be having the same combat experience over and over again. And vice versa in Squadron. We want you to be able to ramp up the combat. We want to have factions play differently. We want you to have different experiences you play throughout the game. And when we looked at the AI combat behavior, that's something we identified. But then we also looked at perception and basically tweaked that and read that in a way that allows us that, you're coming around the corner, it's not just instant headshot. Because, to be honest, AI, it's very easy to make AI that are amazing. Because they're just computer. They know where you are. They know exactly they don't have to mouse aim. It's just instant headshot. It's very easy to make them too hard.
It's not human.
No,
right?
Exactly. What we want to do is we want to make it challenging but fair. And that is when Chris was talking about playing through Asiado, even though it was very challenging, when we died, it was because we made a mistake. It was like, okay, I didn't check my left when I came out here, and I'm like, I got taken out. And we've also looked at accuracy. So we've looked at accuracy as that, even a human, even a soldier, they don't immediately have a bead on a target and they pull the trigger. They take a time to adjust to it. So, as soon as you pop out of cover, they're like, oh, someone's there. It's not instantly on you. They've got a bit of time. And then what we wanted to do is that we don't want AI to be 100% accurate, but we want you to still feel pressure. So we have a silhouette-based accuracy model now, so that if they do miss, you're getting that sense of like, pew, pew, it's kind of going past your head, and you're like, okay, I'm under pressure. And we want the AI to pressure you, but pressure you in a way that you feel like, oh, what? How did he shot me through a box? Like, or, he's pushing that way, and you're hearing him, and you're like, okay, they're coming this way, and I'm being pincered. And I think that's where we've put our real focus on terms of how they perceive you in the environment when they're socially active, how do they perceive you in combat. And then we have pretty much 90% of what I've talked about there is in the game. We've had balanced passes, we've played it, it's a lot of fun. And then what we have on top of that is future things that we're going to be adding even more. So, we've got versions of them doing medic behavior and reviving allies and ammo management and all the other advanced combat behaviors that we can pull on top, which we're already working on, but they're underpinned by an absolute solid foundation. So if you strip all of it back just to those 3 base behaviors, the defender, pusher, strafer, is it fun? Because if it's not fun there, it's not going to be fun here. You can't just keep relying on putting stuff on top and going, oh, it's going to get fun when we do this. It's going to get fun when we do this. So we pulled it back so that, A, you have a challenge, that you feel like you're being pushed, that you feel like you're under pressure. Because especially in Squadron, you're not a commando, you're a fighter pilot. Fighter pilots don't go in and, they're not John Rambo. And again, in the PU, you could be a haulage trucker, or you might want to do something else. You might want to be doing just a homestead, so you want to do trading. And so when you get into FPS, we need to have the the AI reflect the level of difficulty that we want to push into a persistent universe.
Yeah, and I mean, I would say, throwing away was
Yeah,
about the
it's
behavior.
disingenuous,
But basically,
but
game development is iteration, right? So you have V1, then you have V2, and then
Yeah.
V3, and V1 was the very first basic combat behavior, and it was the beginning, and there's a lot more systems now that underpin it. That's why we threw the base one away, because we have more ones that are underpinned by a lot more of the things we talked about, like perception, the accuracy, and all this other stuff that happens.
And within the context, you were speaking specifically of the FPS combat behaviors.
Correct.
Like the 7 segments I did about the bartenders, those are all still accurate.
No, social AI and combat behaviors. There is social.
We've redone the chow line yet again.
Social AI is staying the same.
More mess hall.
Yeah.
Mess hall, the mess hall will never end.
Right. But we'll also be using some of these tenets and ethos to push into the flight AI. So the flight AI, which I think was talked about in the earlier talk in terms of the jousting and how we want to have more close combat, things like accuracy and the behaviors and how they can roll different traits and how that's something that we'll have holistically across AI, across Star Citizen as a whole. We're showing it as the FPS, but it's very similar. So it's something that, we can show the clip of
we've got
what
those poor Atmo esports guys waiting to do their race. So let's look at some videos.
Yeah. So what I'd suggest, I think we'd probably show the investigation first before we go into the combat.
Because the other things outside of, you just talked about combat.
Yeah.
There's a whole bunch of other behavior in terms of, because like I said, stealth game plays a lot.
Yes.
So, Squadron is the test bed for that. So investigation, so like someone hears a noise, what's that? Let's go check it out. They radio their, back to base or their buddy, hey, I heard something here.
Yep.
Or they get in a gunfight, they could actually call back, hey, I need reinforcements, and they'll come in. That's all behaviors that's working right now in Squadron.
Yep.
And then on top of that, you're making the joke about the bartender and all the rest of stuff. But really, the main cooking bed for what we call social AI, i.e. non-combat AI, is Squadron. There's a lot more stuff happening in Squadron that will come into the PU. So it's not just the bartender or even people eating at the chow line. It's engineers going about their daily business, or a janitor cleaning up messes that people leave systemically, or for instance
flight attendants or hangar personnel.
Yeah, the hangar basically operating on the hangar, and then when they're not fixing something, they're having a conversation on the side. For instance, there's a whole dynamic conversation system that Francesco's been working on that allows our AI, say, aboard the Stanton, which is the interest that you're based in.
And it's huge. Conversation, when you're playing through a level and you can hear them talking to each other and reacting to what's happening, it all of a sudden brings that space to life.
So but the dynamic conversation system allows it. So we have some that are sort of more story scripted conversations, like if you eavesdrop on some people patrolling, and we've got some stuff we want to let you hear so you know where to go and stuff like that. But also there's dynamic conversation, so people can just sort of, whether it's in a mess hall, they sit down and they just start up a conversation talking about the most recent vid show they saw, or talking about what they think the best, ship thruster is. And there's a system in for that, and we're creating a recording. But that's also a system that's going to come into the PU that's going to create a huge amount of life. So when you go into a bar in the PU, or you're wandering around the big point of interest, the cities, people will be having conversations, gossiping, talking about, I heard there was something went on, the Ninetales attacked someone in Horizon, but it will be systemic and dynamic, which is really cool.
And it just adds so much. It just adds so much.
So let's look at some of this in action. We don't have the conversation system stuff to show today, but let's look at some of the investigation stuff, and then we'll look at some of the combat stuff you were talking about afterwards.
So we've actually got it as 2 videos. So there's the investigation in the test map, and what you're seeing here, in some respects, you might think that this is scripted, that this is something that we just put on a track. This is purely systemic. So if we captured this 20 different times, it would be 20. It would play out 20 different ways.
So those individual there is going away to hide behind that orangey boxy, whatever we want to call that color.
So that's the player.
He's going to go. This is essentially a standard for the player. The other 2 AI are searching for him at the moment. The white spheres you see are basically hiding or cover spots. And so as AI, this is a sort of debug mode, as the AI goes around and they search, the spheres go away, indicating that, okay, they've checked that place, so no one's actually there hiding out in cover. So, and they're both kind of working together. So their logic is they need to clear these rooms first, and then once the rooms are cleared, they can sort of go on.
So they share this information. So as they're clearing the cover points, and the cover points are basically all the nooks and crannies in the room, they're clearing the cover points and they're sharing together. So you'd see here that they're going, okay, this guy's coming in and go, okay, there's an open vent. Again, this is systemic. He's just coming to investigate this vent, but he's not cleared this entire room yet, so he's not going to progress. And he's just going to go and check the rest of the room alongside his buddy. And once they've then cleared it, they'll then progress. But again, here would be, you know, you'd hear them talking to each other. I've not found him yet. Where is he? And again, if that, we've got vents in here.
Yeah, he's checking another vent there.
Yeah, so we also have other usables. So it might be, you know, there's something you can hide in, or they're going through systemically, checking the usables, checking the cover points. And you can see there's only a few balls left now. The ones at the bottom right, and the ones at the back that he's clearing. And then one of these enemies will then go, okay, we've checked everything in here. I'm now going to progress to the next space because that's where, you know, they're not in here. I think they're going to go this way.
So you come back, there's only one set of ones left. He's going to check it. He's going to come through here. Cleared those, so now he's coming around here. And
fire away! And what you're seeing here with the bar, which starts off, it's something that we added for the perception. So they start off in green, and then it goes to yellow, then amber, then red. So once it goes to red, that's in full combat. But the previous states are kind of levels of, they go up based on levels of different perception. So a green they just might have seen you. That's the equivalent of going, huh? You know, did I see something? No.
And by the way, in the game, you don't see that. That's our
no, that's our debug.
That's just indicating the level, and the level in the game would be.
But we'll have audio and visual representation for those levels. So the initial green one would just be like a head turn, maybe a verbal cue. Then you're getting into the yellow and amber. That's where they're turning to face the noise and going, I think I'm going to go check it out. And then, you know, maybe they'll walk over there to investigate. Or if there's two of them, one of them would go, hey, you go check it out. And then he goes and checks it out. And then we have, obviously, the red, where it's like, there's a definite threat here. And once they've been threatened, like in most games, what happens is if you wait a long enough time, they will then de-escalate to the green. And it's like their minds have been, you know, it's like MIB, they flash through memory and it's gone. In our game, what they do is they go to a threatened state. And in that threatened state, they'll still do their social activities and their functions, but they're more perceptive. So as soon as they see, for like, he's there again, they'll get into it. So it makes a difference that if you've gone loud at the start and then tried to hide, you can't just go, oh no, they'll forget about me. It has memory, and that will be the case in the PU as it is in Squadron. So,
and so that was on a test map.
Yes.
We do have an example of it working.
Yep. So I'll
roll the clip. Let's take a look at the real deal.
So here's in Asiado in the decommissioned area. You can see the two AI in the distance catch you, and then this is kind of just a representation of it doing the same thing in a real environment. But obviously we wanted to show you the kind of the thing behind the curtain. What are they actually doing? They're checking cover points, they're checking the usables that are there, and then, you know, in a lot of the cases when we actually captured this video, if we actually failed because they pincered the player and they actually found you before we were able to show you, you know, what was happening. So it's
failures.
It's really good to see how this transition.
But no, yeah, I imagine
social
that honestly, the AI
combat, so that
isn't. So the AI functions really badly.
So here he's checking
but it makes sense that that problem specifically is a result of the servers being off to me.
With his buddy. So if you've got
I imagine running this on a single client, the AI would probably be pretty good.
That nobody's found you.
At least, you know, passable. And I'm glad that they're still working on it. And they just got to stabilize our server issues so that we can get functionality like this.
The one in the background is actually looking
consistently in the PU.
One of the railings, should I say? And then I think the Ross, who captured all these videos, I think he takes a bit of revenge
and again, not scripted. It's systemic. They understand all the hiding places. This is their station. They understand the hiding places. They understand where to look, and they just go through.
Yeah, so you can drop these enemies in any environment, and they will play out like this. But obviously, the choices that they make at runtime will be different.
Wow.
And this is where we have to make sure that the AI that we're working on, even though we're working on it in Squadron, it has to work for the entirety of Star Citizen in all the different environments, in all the different scenarios that you're put in. So it's a major improvement.
So that's hiding from the AI, but let's look at some of the combat tactics now. So let's do combat tactics 1.
So again, what you're seeing here is in a test map. We wanted to kind of show you a bird's eye view. So we've just turned God mode on so you can see it. And you can see the labels here. So we've got the defenders that kind of push to cover points. Then we've got the pusher who's kind of pushing towards you. And then we've got the strafer who is kind of like taking more of a wider angle. Now, there are some similarities between all of the behaviors, but it depends on what happens. So whether they go to cover, a pusher, for example, can still go from cover to cover. A defender can still go to cover. So it's not like you've got these binary choices. It's about weighting the different choices throughout the behavior so that the AI provides something different, but also applies pressure to you as a player so that you're having to react to the AI. Right now, our current AI, you basically get the jump on them and you can just take them all out. But in reality, what we want is we want you to react to the AI because they're pushing you and challenging you. And we want that challenge to be fair so that you feel like you've made the mistake when you eventually, or if you do, get taken out.
I want to get some of that God mode. And then we have one more video showing the tactics situation. Let's take a look at that.
So this is just a short version but again, it's the same AI that have been dropped in. And they roll the dice for, they don't always become defenders or always become pushers or strafers. It can be random every time, so the combat experience is different. So you might all be pushers and they might all be defenders, but the way it works is if one of them rolls a defender, then the weight for them to roll another defender is lower. So essentially here you can see here that he's getting tagged a lot just because we want to show you the behaviors themselves rather than get taken out. So he's being a bit more aggressive than you probably would be able to.
That's going to make the eventual speed runs a lot harder because they're not just Goombas that do the same thing every time. You can't memorize the patterns.
And the other thing you might have noticed as well is that we're starting to have traversal opportunities for the AI. So they're not always just on the base nav.
They can mantle over, in fact, I'm not sure we
crouch, mantle, climb ladders.
They can jump over railings and push you, or they can climb up onto things and shoot down on you. They can use ladders. They can do all sorts of stuff. So we're putting a fair amount of work into AI traversal, so they sort of understand the environment and how to traverse over it other than just flat ground. And of course, on some of that, I think you saw some of it, he didn't get hit right away. Some of the early shots missed and then they hit him. That's kind of what Rich was talking about earlier. Because, like Rich says, it's very easy to make AI aim perfectly all the time because they know exactly where you are.
Right. Yeah.
They've got all the numbers, but that's not any fun. So the fun is making him feel real, like you're playing against another real player or a human.
All right, well, we are just about out of time. I think we got 2 more talking points we want to cover before we let you go. Let's start with one that might be surprising to some. Most people maybe not, they won't know about it. We haven't done a lot of talking about it.
I wish the Corsair was on sale.
There's what can you tell us about skills in Squadron 42?
So skills, it's not just Squadron 42, it will be Star Citizen as well. So we've split them up into kind of 2 areas. One is physical attributes. So we have 4 physical attributes such as strength, agility, endurance, and fitness. And then we have techniques, which is kind of like whether it's takedowns or traversal. So if you look at the physical attributes, what we have, essentially we're going to have a skill system that you can go, and the way that you play the game will dictate how you level up these particular skills. So if you're constantly carrying boxes, you may get stronger, so you can actually lift stronger things. But getting stronger doesn't just allow you to lift heavier boxes, but it also means that your equip load that you can carry in your inventory is higher. that weight doesn't affect you as much. So you can sprint further because it's not affecting your stamina as much. You know, your force reactions, you're more resistant to that because you're stronger in yourself. Agility in terms of like weapon swapping or going to ADS. We have endurance, so that's, for example, like how resistant you are to the environment. If you look at, say, Navy SEAL training or SES training in Britain, essentially, you know, they have cold weather training. They have, you know, you can survive in harsher climates. You can go longer without sustenance. And then that's what essentially endurance gives you. And also, for example, like G-force and readout, so that you know, pilots train for that so they can actually modulate their breathing so they're actually able to sustain higher Gs than a normal person would be. And then you have fitness. So fitness, for example, you can have a higher stamina. So when we have swimming, you can swim longer, you can hold your breath longer, you can sprint longer. So we have these physical attributes, and we have multiple different ways for how you improve them. And those physical attributes will denote how effective you are at certain things in the game. So, and that will come to obviously for flying as well as in FPS. But we're not going to be removing any of the skill elements, so there's nothing that we're going in there going, oh, you've got 10% more damage, or, you know, we're going to make you fly the plane better. It's like, no, that's always relying on your skill. This is the things that you can't necessarily improve. So, you know, like I said, how fast you can sprint or how far you can sprint. All of those different things that are tied into your physical attributes.
Well, it's like real life, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, like, you've got to spend some time if you want to increase your strength. I mean, yes, you could naturally be born strong, but if you go to the gym and you start lifting weights,
yep.
you know, okay, I can do whatever. I can like bench press 100 pounds. Now I can do 120. Now I can do 140. Now I can do 160. Now I can do 180, right? Well, you couldn't do 180 right from the beginning. You had to work the same if you're like running, you know. You work your way up to a marathon, and so that's kind of the idea. Is there are things that you do during the gameplay that you know, your gameplay can add to it. But if you want to take some time and go to the gym and do some squats, you can get some strength up. And again, that's part of like making that the living world. So if you want to invest in your character that way, in a sort of more realistic way, the way the world works, because like Rich says, we still want all the skill in terms of being able to, you know, aim and shoot and do all the rest of the stuff. Then you can do that if that's something that makes sense for what your character's going to be. I mean, in, you know, Squadron's one thing, but in the PU, you know, yeah, I'm a cargo hauler. I probably don't really need to be all buff and everything because I'm sitting there in the cab of my Caterpillar hauling a bunch of cargo. But if I want to be a bounty hunter, maybe I want to invest some time. So if I'm in a foot race trying to take someone down, I can outrun them, you know?
Yeah, because if you're wearing the same, if you're wearing heavy armor and they're wearing heavy armor, and you've put effort into, you know, skilling up your character because you're, you know, that's the dedicated area of focus that you want, you know, you can run further than them. You can carry things, you know, that are heavier than they can. You can equip things onto you and it doesn't affect you as much. So all of those different physical attributes, it allows you to progress your character in those ways. And then we have the technique side of things. So we're going to have multiple different techniques for lots of different skills across the star system. But a good one to how to explain it is, it's almost like the 10,000 hours. You know, if you do 10,000 hours kind of thing, you're better at something. So takedowns are a good example. So the first time you do a takedown, you know, that's going to be quite sloppy. It's going to take quite a long time. You know, you might struggle and, okay, eventually you take them down and it's like, oh, okay, the guy over there heard me. It's not very good. And after a certain amount of time that you practice at them.
Yeah, more takedowns you do, the better
you'll get better. So then they'll change different animations. So now you'll unlock a different animation where it's smoother.
Steve Bender is very looking forward to getting all the versions of takedown from sloppy to super killer pro.
Yeah, and at the end ones, it'd be like, you know, straight in, straight out. You lower him down onto the floor. It takes, you know, it's much faster. But you've put in the effort to level that skill to a level that you want to achieve. And I think that's what skills is about. It's about giving players goals that they want to do.
We'll have the same for like, you know, melee, like fist fighting,
melee combat,
or knife fighting. Longer term, we want to sort of, this is more PU, not Squadron, but introduce, say, more moves you could do in fights, say martial arts or whatever. You have to go somewhere.
Or traversal as well.
and learn from someone and then do it a bit more, and then you would get better. So these are all things you could gain, and that's kind of the, like you said, the idea of sort of, the skills and techniques that we want to introduce, because again, it's, this is going to be a really huge, deep world, and it's sort of up to you how you want to essentially build your character.
If you look at fighter pilots nowadays, or Formula One car racers, they're absolutely extreme athletes. They don't just go get in the car and like the car does everything.
It's not the 70s. It's not the 70s.
No,
anymore.
Exactly. You don't.
They
just
don't have a pint of beer before they go to try to race a Formula One, or they play a football match.
Absolutely. So that's what it gives you. It gives us that ability for you to specialize your character in areas that if you really enjoy FPS, then you can push it there. If all you care about is flying ships because you want to be a fighter pilot, then you can be like, okay, I want to level up agility, or I want to level up endurance because endurance allows me to hold more Gs. So, if that guy was going to black out, I'm not going to black out because I'm going to be able to do it. And it's those slight 1% differences that allow you to put some effort into do. And that you will be able to level them as you just play the game organically. So you're not going to have to go out and level them, like Chris said, squats. If you do squats, that's the equivalent of us going from crouch to stand, essentially. It's like we will allow you to do things like that. If you want to go and kind of like level them yourself, but you'll also just be able to level them by naturally playing what you like in the game.
That Pilates area and microtech.
Well, we went all the UFO, and then the other thing that we're going to do, which will tie into the last thing you're going to talk about, is the way that you'll sort of track this is the same way as I've got an Apple Watch on here, and I can have my health app that will tell me kind of how unfit I am, right? Or how fit I am. Unfortunately, at the moment, it's mostly unfit. But that will be essentially one of the apps in Mobiglass, and then one of the last, things that we're going to talk about as far as some of the stuff we're doing in Squadron is, there's a complete redo of the Mobiglass, and the first iteration is in Squadron. There's a sort of cut down set of apps in Squadron because it's the military Mobiglass, and you don't need all the cargo trading and all that kind of stuff that you would want in the PU, but it's a framework that we're building almost like our own
operating
MobiOS
system,
and it's all in building blocks, so all Flash stuff's gone away. It's been built to be extensible. There's been some tech and thought into how it looks and rendered, which is much nicer and transitions much better between the modes. And in Squadron, it's where you'll sort of be able to see, this is who I am, this is how I'm doing in terms of like my health and stats, but also like, okay, here's my personal log of what's been going on in my life, which is basically sort of how I've been playing the game. Here's my mission assignments. Here's the ship chat channel. And
the ship WhatsApp.
Yeah, the ship WhatsApp basically, obviously your nav map, star map, and all that will be in there.
And Galactopedia.
The Galactopedia, so you can look up, and then in the PU, it's going to just get expanded and maybe potentially have a slight UI difference to be not the military version, but be the civilian version. But it will all go in the same framework using the same base work. So one of the things that we've been really trying, not just on the Mobi, but on the HUDs and the MFDs, is they're all using a common building block framework, and we're trying to share the same base code stuff so it's easier to support and maintain. Because one of the problems right now in the PU is because there's a hodgepodge of the old system, which is the old sort of Flash scale form system, and the new building blocks, it's really hard to extend stuff right now. And so one of the big obstacles to doing features is actually the UI. And so Squadron's one of the ways that we're really going to sort of just, clean the house and make it easier. So then in the PU, extending things will be easier and simpler. I don't know if you want to say anything more on the Mobiglass.
Well, I'd roll the clip that we have, and we can.
Let's roll Mobiglass. Let's take a look.
So the first page that you'll see that's coming up right now, kind of like the overview. So it's the overview of your player, it's the overview of your ship, and then it's like your primary objective. So and all of these widgets that we call them are kind of shortcuts to the kind of the main focus areas.
See alerts as you go to the other page. So
So you can see here we've got your messages. So this is kind of like the email client, and then on the right we've got kind of like the ship chat that's coming in with, you know, general ship chat from the AI, which again is kind of just making it believe that you're in this, you know, believable environment or a real life environment rather than just you alone.
So responsive compared to the old one.
Yeah, and it's just a lot. It's a lot cleaner, and you know, the information. It's something that we've tried to be consistent across the HUD and the MOBI, is that we want to make sure that we're giving you clean information.
And you can see like the alerts. So the alerts are now cleared from the messaging app because we've read the messages, so it's gone. But there was an alert down on our mission side here, but now we've gone and looked at it. It's cleared. So that's the system. It's a framework. So like inside the, you know, you'll get, you know, notifications or alerts. Oh, look, I got a new message over here. I'll click over to it. Now we're back.
And the biggest thing as well is when you, it's like in everyday life, everybody's pretty much interfacing with computers. They're interfacing with emails and, you know, Google Chrome or, you know, search engines. Everybody does it every day. So when we come to things like the Mobiglass, you know, we have to have a level of familiarity that people understand. It's like, okay, this is intuitive to use. And it comes back to really the original message that we started this talk with. We want to make sure that the game that you're playing, we're removing the barrier to the entry, we're removing the complexity so that you can enjoy the stuff that you want to enjoy, that you want to go and do. You want to go and do missions. You want to go and, you know, get equipment or find rare loot or join up with your friends. And I think a lot of the things when we look at this, where you go from player interaction experience to improve traversal, to improve HUD, star map, MOBI is a combination of that, where we want to provide all this different information, but we want to provide it in a way that you're familiar with, that you can go and go, we don't need to reinvent how you read emails, you know, or we don't need to reinvent how you understand a mission, or, you know, and you want to have the information on your MOBI, like, okay, tell me what am I about to, is my environment outside? Is it breathable? Yeah. Do I need a helmet? Is it hot? Is it cold? You know, you look at an Apple Watch, or my wife has an Apple Watch, so she's got a Fitbit, and it's like, okay, this is your heart rate, and this is your oxygen. You know, you need to have that information at your fingertips so you can go, okay, I can now plan for what I'm about to do. And coming back to what Chris said earlier in terms of, you know, you're not just going to be all wearing heavy armor going into the ships, and you might not have an EVA pack, and you've got to, you know, you've got to decide what you need to take out with you on specific missions. It comes back to bringing all these things together as a unified experience playing the game, and then you start to understand like why we've got an eating and drinking system, or actor status, or injuries, or readouts, and, you know, inventory, and hover trolleys, and the physicalized nature of the world. And when you put it, or start putting it all together, which is kind of, we're seeing that glimpse in Squadron 42, because we're able to focus on that experience, not just individual features. You know, we're starting to not just see it, we're playing it. And I think that's what's really exciting to look at, to show you the progress that we're showing here today, is that nothing we've talked about is like, oh, we're going to start this in 6 months, or we're going to do this in 2 years, or we're going to do that. A lot of it we've already done, and we're in the position where we can go in there and play it and understand it and go, okay, let's tweak this, and let's start building on top of it of systems that we're really, you know, confident in, technically and from a design point of view, so that we can build on top. And we've got a very clear idea how they can scale in Star Citizen, because we've got the mini environment of Squadron, like the test bed of proving it out. And I think it's going to be a real benefit to the PU for when we push these features over, because also for the developers who are just specifically PU content, they've got an example of how to use these systems, and they understand how you know, other developers have already gone through the mix of putting it into the game, and now they go, cool, there's documentation, I know how to go to it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a big thing, because, you know, as building the feature with the content means that, okay, you're doing the, you know, some of the traversal stuff we talked about. Well, here's where you're using it in Squadron, and here's how you use these different physical elements to make an interesting game experience. And that means that the PU team that's now going, oh, we want to do 10 of those or 100 of those, has good examples of how to use it, rather than here's a feature, you figure it out. Because again, that was a lot of things that went in were that. You know, it's like trolleys, as we use an example, or the mounted guns are just features that didn't really have gameplay or use associated with them. So, you know, I mean, there's a lot more
they
going
exist.
on in Squadron than just this. So we thought,
Yeah, this is just a snapshot.
It would be very good to talk about some of the core gameplay things that we're working on, because we know that people are saying, hey, we'd like these to be better, or this to be easier to use, or smoother, or more responsive, and that's absolutely, we know, and we're working on, and the plan is it's definitely going to be in the PU as well as Squadron, and Squadron is working on the PU too, everybody.
All right, so that was our version of a short conversation about Squadron 42 and the benefits to the persistent universe. Before we let you go and get on to wrapping up our full day of activities, Chris, any final words you want to share with the Star Citizen community about Squadron 42, it's the co-development of 2 projects, how it'll affect Star Citizen? What do you got?
Well, I mean, I'd say that it's incredibly challenging trying to have develop 2 games side by side, also while you're building the tech as well. And it's also incredibly rewarding. I have to say that the feedback, especially on the PU side that we see all the time, really helps inform as developers what we're doing all the time. And so, and it informs what we do on the Squadron 42 side too, in terms of some of the base mechanics, some of the areas that we go, okay, well, you know, we want to work on this thing and improve it. It's all the stuff we've really talked about this time. But, you know, for me, it's an incredible privilege to be building something of the level of ambition that we're doing on both Squadron but also Star Citizen, because, you know, ultimately I think that Star Citizen itself, in terms of an experience, in terms of how you can seamlessly go from sitting inside your ship, look at your interior here, look at this constellation Phoenix, and walking outside onto a planet and looking at the foliage and the trees and seeing a mountain in the distance and walking over and being able to actually go there rather than it just be a background that you can never reach. You know, the scope and scale, the sense of being able to go anywhere, do anything, that is something that most game engines and games generally just can't do and don't do. You know, they're limited to more limited spaces, and you know, we're utilizing in Squadron to give you a sort of single player experience that sort of feels like you're, you know, in a huge play environment and system that you traverse around. I mean, we talked about, you know, the various types of quantum travel you're using and all the different, you know, down to the detail mechanics of picking up something off a desk and moving it over, and being able to build a system that can do that for the detail and fidelity that we're telling a really rich story in Squadron, but also a huge universe that you can exist in as a sandbox for everyone to play it, is a complete, I mean, from a developer's standpoint, it's a dream. I mean, it's a dream I've had, you know, my whole life. Being able to do it because we're supported by the community out there is a, you know, something I'm always eternally grateful for. And, you know, it's the best job in the world. So as much as it can be difficult sometimes, as much as it can be frustrating when you see everyone bitching about something, or something's not working, or, you know, what kind of idiot did this, or which, you know, doesn't this person know how to run a project, and all the rest of the stuff. It's still the best job in the world.
So you've read the feedback.
Well, of course, we all read the feedback. Every developer reads everything, but you know, you need a thick skin. I mean, at the end of the day, you have a vision in your mind, and we're lucky enough to be able to really fulfill that. I mean, you know, it's a bit of a Pandora's box that got opened when we realized we had the level of support to really go all the way, because it's a completely different scope of game now than 10 years ago when I got on stage and I was pitching a much more limited, you know, sort of privateer, freelancer online, and a, you know, next generation wing commander. What we're building now is a completely different experience in terms of
well, this is the biggest thing.
Just fidelity and scope and possibility, and the idea that you can do and be anything in it, and if you can think it or imagine it or see it, you can go there, do it, do all those things. That is, you know, like I said, I think there's almost nobody out there in the industry that has got the opportunity to do that. We're getting to do that here at CAG. It's thanks to everyone that's supporting the project. So like I said, it's hard work. No one slacks off. We're working really hard. We all wish we were doing stuff quicker and faster than we end up doing it, but it's not because we're just sitting here, eating bonbons. We are working really hard, and it's exciting. I mean, for me, I look at things we have in development and how far we've come. How far the game itself, even Star Citizen. I mean, this year there's more people playing it. There's more, spending more time in the game than there was last year, than the year before. I mean, we're accelerating. I think that's partly a testimony to the game itself. Over the last few years has become more stable. It's become more performant. There's been more features and content added. So even though we still have a lot of things to go, and we talked about a lot of things we want to improve, it's more of a, yes, it's rough around the edges, but there is something there that keeps people coming back despite the frustrations, right? And I think it's that sense of you being able to go and do anything and be anything in the universe. And we're really committed to finishing that off and making that a really great experience that's frictionless. So, while it is challenging doing these two games together, it's also a hell of a lot of fun, and I'm, looking forward, over the next few years, because we got a whole bunch of really cool stuff coming down the pike, beyond what we already have here. It's a good time to be making games.
It is a lot of fun. It's I think video games, strangely, video games get this reputation of because it's hard work, because it's so difficult. It's like it's a job, and it's like pain and whatever. But no, video games are fun. They're creative. They're expansive. They're collaborative. They're definitely iterative. And there's nothing else like it.
All right, guys.
No other industry in the world would have a weekly behind-the-scenes documentary series that I now get to do from a spaceship landed on one of Pyro's planets. Rich, you want to try to follow that?
So the only one thing I would say is that even though we are focused on Squadron 42, we still read all of the feedback in Spectrum, online, the comments or Reddit. So a lot of that feedback that's come to the game over the years, we've taken that on board, and we're starting to execute on that feedback with some of the systems that are not as forefront in people's minds, such as like the interaction system and how you interface with the game and controls and the action queuing and traversal. And I think the biggest takeaway for me when we start to look at all these features is that don't think of it as feature. We're making the game. The biggest thing is that we're starting to put that game together, and we can sit down and play it. And while Star Citizen, there already is a game there, this is about making what's there even better, and making sure that all the things that new players and existing players have had frustrations with, that we're smoothing them over and removing the friction, and then about injecting that new features on top that's going to just enhance it even further. So I think it's, in the next few years, it's going to be really exciting times. As Chris said, there's lots of things in the pipe, and I think some of the things that come online will be real game changers to not necessarily what you do, because that's going to be delivered by the content and the features and ships, but how you do it and how you interface with the game. And I think that's going to be a huge improvement, and I think that will, I think if you're a developer, it's something that's really important, because you've got to make sure that your game is, if they're not talking about that aspect of the game, then you've done it right. And I think that's where we're getting close on at least on Squadron 42, so that we can then map that over to the game.
And then, of course, the only thing I want to add is that everything you've seen here today is work in progress. We've removed some of the locations and aspects where you've seen this to protect for spoilers and story elements of the game. But all this stuff is coming to the persistent universe at one point. The stuff we've been able to show you, the stuff we haven't been able to show you, today. And if you were surprised by the skills part in particular, like we just kind of snuck that in there before the Moby-Glass, rest assured we will be following up on the skills conversation with visuals and a more in-depth discussion of how that'll work and how you'll interact with that and stuff as we get closer to being able to do so. So if you've already gone to Spectrum or Reddit or your YouTube thumbnail and added little red laser eyes to Richard Tyrer, that last part's okay, but everything else, we just ask that you hang tight and give us the benefit of the doubt. It'll be fine. So yeah, so thank you, Chris. Thank you, Rich, for taking the time
I'm
to
fine with the skill
talk a little bit of
system.
Squadron 42 with us.
I feel like
and
it's
how it'll
another
affect
driving
you.
point that's going to
We're
attract
just
other
about to
players,
wrap up our
especially
entire
as long as it's
CitizenCon
not
day
focused
here.
too
But
hard.
before we do, I want to throw
You
it
don't
back
get
to a
any
video that we
massive
opened today's show with.
advantages and shit.
It was a bunch of our developers and staff at our 5 studios around the world talking about their favorite things of the Star Citizen community. So we'd like to play that for you one more time, and when we come back, we'll put this whole baby to bed. So take a look.
What my favorite thing about the community is?
What am I gonna say?
It's gonna sound cliche, but
they believe as much as we do. I love them because they continue to support us. It's the only thing that's kept me going.
I've seen a lot of games and I've seen a lot of invested players, but
They're right there with us throughout the whole process. It's unlike anything I've ever worked on.
The thing I really like the most about the community is how welcoming they are.
To new players entering the verse for the first time.
New players come every day, and I find that
They're always happy to show people the ropes.
I found it very wholesome.
When I first did the CitizenCon, where I got to fly the Carrack, everyone was so supportive, and the cheers I got when we were flying through that wormhole was unbelievable.
Their effort they put into, like their creativity.
Such as building a simulator inside of an entire RV or...
The cinemas, I love watching them on my lunch break.
I enjoy watching the videos on the content.
There was one recently on Twitter where it was like the 100 players entering the atmosphere that just looks really grand.
I love all the memes. Some of the incredible fan art and passionate drive that you see come out of them is fantastic.
how they come up with crazy ideas each and every day and surprise me.
I really like all the crazy shenanigans they get up to in the PU.
I can't cuss, can I? The new and exciting ways they find to break shit.
Just the random stuff that you do. It's not like the gameplay we intend.
People doing crazy stunts in their ships.
I'm from the character team, and so I think it's cool when they show off all the ships, because that's really the only time I get to see them.
They create the community by themselves, and that's really, really cool.
My favorite thing about the community around events.
Going to Bar Citizen.
It's always fun to meet some of the backers.
They've all been lovely to me in person. Even if they're like really frustrated, you can tell it's just, they have so much love for it.
I really like when the community is very detail-oriented about our work.
To see how excited they are about our progress.
How much inspiration we get from them, from their ideas.
I love the genuine enthusiasm.
The quick turnaround on feedback. I love that.
And how they're always interested in what's coming up. I especially appreciate the people who are able to keep track of dates.
They, call us out.
It really impacts our decision-making process for, what did we do right? What did we do wrong?
It is the most rewarding thing in the entire development process.
We're not making the game alone. We're making it with the community.
So keep fighting us.
They really do make all this possible. I'm living the dream. We all are.
My favorite thing about the community, it'd be impossible for me to narrow it down to one. And if somebody said you had to,
they've got some
I'd
really
probably
good
just
PR
turn and walk away.
answers that a lot of them did.
And the community is at the heart of everything that Star Citizen is. So we've got one final addition before we wrap this up. The Community Hub was first introduced way back when, in 2015, 2016. I thought I had it, but I'm realizing I don't remember.
He doesn't remember.
Needed some love, some TLC, some extra handling for some time. And finally, we're about to roll out Community Hub 2.0. So I'll throw it to Tyler and our friends at Turbulent to tell you more.
They keep saying one final thing. Oh, so is it like coming now? Or is it going to be like...
Hi everyone, my name is Tyler Whitkin and I'm the Director of Community at Cloud Imperium Games. Each and every day we're taken aback by the tremendous amount of creative community content coming from all of you. From a small 3D printed MSR that fits in the palm of your hand, to a full-size replica sandcastle of a 300i. No joke, someone actually did that. In fact, maybe they can pop it up right here. Wow. On the community side, we've always felt that if our developers were going to push the boundaries of what's possible with technology, that we needed to match that level of ambition with the engagement and tools that we provide to help the community thrive. With the incredible amount of creative content flowing from our community, it was a no-brainer that we needed to find a better way to support that. So, we've teamed up with our good friends at Turbulent to completely rebuild the community hub, and we're very excited to show it to you today. The team has been hard at work and focused on building out a completely new platform that will make both sharing and browsing content easier than ever before.
To build this community hub, we really try to keep the Star Citizen identity, see what was good for the community and what they would like.
This is where most people will go when they want to search for new content or discover new people who play Star Citizen and make posts in the community hub. So it's a very good place to engage with others.
We want the community of Star Citizen to have this space that they deserve outside of the game, to keep talking and creating about the game, share and comment with each other.
Now, I know I'm a little biased, but for these reasons and for many others, I believe that the Star Citizen community is the best and the most creative community in all of gaming. In fact, if you agree, go ahead and drop an 07 in chat. Go ahead. By the way, this bit is pre-recorded, so I'm going to assume that you are spamming chat like crazy right now. Thank you. Don't let me down.
When creating a new post, you'll be able to choose between 3 post options. So that would be an audio, a video, and an image type of post. Inside of them, you'll be able to obviously put a title and description in there. Wow. But also to pick and choose from a variety of different categories your post relates to. And that comes and play into the Discover page.
On the Discover page, you can browse over all the content. You can also filter content with your preferences. For example, if I want to see only videos that are about cosplay, I can now filter that and find only videos about cosplay. And I can also sort them by popularity or by date.
When you first arrive on the Community Hub, you arrive on the homepage, which features top trending content as well as posts from people you follow. Because yes, you can now follow people on the new Community Hub.
Oh, cool.
You have a live stream section, which you can see the top players who play Star Citizen right now. You have a tutorial section also on the front page. And there's also the sidebar.
And it's not just all about screenshots, videos, and crafts. It's also about the human connection we make with like-minded spacefarers that we've met along the way. It's about friendship. Personally, for me, I've made countless meaningful connections with so many people that I otherwise never would have met outside of this community. And many of those connections I know I will cherish and carry with me for the rest of my life. And I'm confident that many of you have similar stories, which is exactly why it was vital to us to find better ways to keep you all connected with one another.
The Community Hub is a place of creativity and exchange between all the Star Citizen players.
The team has put a lot of work in it. We're working on it since quite a long time. We really put a lot of love and care in this, and we really hope the community will enjoy as much as us.
So you can head over to our website, dive in, check out all the new features, break the new features. It's okay, it's part of the process. And as always, we want to hear your thoughts, so make sure to head over to our dedicated feedback thread on Spectrum and let us know what you think. And this is just the beginning. We've got so many cool things planned for the months ahead, such as site-wide notifications, a massive shared content calendar where you can sort between official CIG events and community-created and organized events, and so much more. And the best part about the new Community Hub, it's live right now.
I assumed that would be the thing. That's kind of cool, but I don't think it was the best thing to end the broadcast.
And if I'm not mistaken, that new version of the Community Hub should be pushing live right about now. Or now. I don't know what time my watch is saying. It says it's like 12:30 in the morning. One last thing before we let you go, because we got more endings than a Lord of the Rings movie. Atmo Esports is running our 10th anniversary racing event, the new Babbage Bash, or the Babbage Bash, or something like that. That's immediately following this stream. We got a short video just telling you a little bit about who they are and what they do. So let's throw it to Atmo.
You gonna host them? I hope they host them. That way I don't gotta try and find it.
Atmo Esports operates a little differently. Born from emergent community events like the Damo Rally, the natural progression was to create esports events within an emergent environment and provide tournaments for esports teams in a unique way.
All right, here we go.
Every step you can count on me. Every step you can follow.
The hub is pretty cool though, although I feel like we had a larger audience.
Atmo volunteers create events within massive sandbox gaming environments. And we work with talented community
yeah, that's what I think.
gamers
It should have been
to
like
supply supporting
before
roles
Chris Roberts
such as
and then
camera
did
crew,
the talk or
shoutcasters,
something.
event
But
organizers,
whatever.
and so much
It's
more.
not the end of
Our
the
team
world.
is a group of
But I mean,
passionate
yeah, I should
professionals
probably
from
see
all
about
over the
like
world, all with gaming in
like
their
shorts
veins.
and
We operate purely
screenshots and shit
online,
on the
and
community
everything we
hub
do is
and
created
probably
collaboratively.
tag my YouTube
It's gonna
in
change
it
the way
and
we play
stuff.
the game.
Might help me get featured on the streamer tab on there if there's just any kind of
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
And well, that's it. Another CitizenCon in the bag. The debut of our new home for our evergreen, recurring weekly video content for the foreseeable future. Hope you enjoyed it. There's a ton of information that I'm sure is going to feed our content creators in the community for months and months to come. But the last word on things shouldn't come from me. Let's throw it over to the peanut gallery, to our esteemed group of guests and visitors. Chris, oh, hold on, let me get in here. There we go.
Get in here, get in here.
Hey, what do you want to say?
Yes, still be
I think
involved
I've
for
said
sure.
quite
Never
a lot
hurts,
already.
and
I don't
find
really need to
people
see that
with
much more.
passion for certain gameplays or likes of the game for sure.
Well, let me start.
Especially if I'm gonna build a community, that way we can take over Pyro when it launches, you know, or at least be a part of the war going for Pyro. Got to get my own org going, you know what I mean? And it'd be a great place to find some of those fuckers, probably.
I know everyone that meets everyone from the community out here really appreciates the sense of support and love that everyone puts in from your side and also from our side into the project. So we really appreciate that. You know, this year's CitizenCon didn't quite have the big flashy demos that we've had in the past, but that's mostly because we've got a huge amount of people heads down working on getting Persistent and streaming out, and 3.18, which hopefully we're going to go to Evocati this coming week, right, Aaron, we think, maybe?
Well, absolutely.
Oh.
Yep. All right, so we'll see Guillaume over
but
here.
Chris Roberts said it now, so it's probably not going to come true, because that's how that
He's
works.
Director of Development on Star Citizen Live. So we're working hard on that for this year, and that's going to be a massive patch with a lot of really cool features and gameplay in it. And of course, we're working very hard on Squadron 2. But it's been a great time. It's been an amazing ride so far. I'm looking forward to the future. So you did get someone to be twinsies with you.
Yes.
There you go. And thank you very much. Happy birthday, Star Citizen. Happy birthday, the community.
Happy birthday,
Winning.
Star Citizen.
Cheers.
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 Let's throw it to Atmo. Bye, everybody.
Goodbye.
Bye.
See you next year.
Bye, everyone.
Cheers.
Yeah, I guess they're probably just going to host them or something. Or, I don't know. I'm assuming they'll host them. I'm going to give it a second. Bye, Peanuts. But I looked, well, some of the new ships are pretty cool. Or, you know, the new ship. There was only one new one that got announced. But I definitely, like, the deep dive look into the Corsair was super sweet. I don't know. I just still feel like for, like, at a 10-year anniversary CitizenCon, they would have really wanted to be talking about, like, I mean, of course we got it there at the end a little bit, but still, oh, okay, cool. And they did send us over here. Turn it down. But yeah, no, I just feel like I I feel like there wasn't some big showstopper announcement of any kind that we probably should have gotten, you know, or at least felt like we were gonna get, you know. It seems like we should have. Gameplay looks like it's super sweet. I'm super excited for Squadron 42. Really, that's one of the bigger parts I'm more excited about for the game. I feel like the story is gonna be super cool, and it'll just be a really fun thing to do, and, you know, a better way to practice a lot of the mechanics and shit for a lot of people before they get into the persistent universe, you know. So, you know, I feel like that'll probably be pretty sweet for a lot of people. But, I'm glad they're refining a lot of the shit that they were talking about. They specifically talked about the star map, which, as a lot of people know, has been one of my major concerns for the last little while.
Operates a little differently. Born from emergent community events like the Damer Rally, the natural progression was to create esports events within an emergent environment and provide tournaments for esports teams in a unique way.
Let's see.
All right, here we go.
But, yeah, no, I just kind of thought we'd have some big announcement, like maybe, release window for Squadron 42, potentially, even, you know. Seems like 10 years in, we could probably have that, but they're just constantly scrapping stuff and redoing, and I'm glad they're trying to make sure the game's as good as possible, but at the same time, a lot of people are going to lose faith and leave the project, you know. I've already heard a lot of people talking about it, and, like, I'm fine waiting 2 years, especially if they start adding more and more of these features into the persistent universe as well, or at least get PES going, and not just tier 0 like what we're talking about right now, but like I want to be able to like bring 5 or 6 ships and kind of set up our own little mock outpost wherever the hell we want in the verse, you know, and have it be semi permanent, you know.
I'm doing good, man. Doing good. Hype from CitizenCon.
But I don't know, you know, it seems like they have their eyes in the right direction based on where everything is currently, other than, you know, servers, which I'm glad they didn't really talk about a whole lot. I wouldn't have wanted a whole lot of technical talk in CitizenCon, but like, yeah, they really got to do a lot of work on the servers, and I understand why they're kind of pressed to work in Squadron 42 and get that out. And I'm sure a lot of the people that would be doing server work are doing a lot of work over there as well, even though it's not really connected, you know. I don't know, maybe they got to get off the Amazon Web Service servers, because it seems like that's where a lot of the problems are coming off of. I don't know. That'll definitely be a big change, though.
An entire crew, right? It's not just about like
but anyway, let's see
guns. It's about like, you know, everything else. You know, it's about like being able to run, you know, again, like power engineering, all that stuff, and making sure it all like works cohesively. And the stuff that we saw from Dan Truffin this time around really did like serve to kind of bring to the forefront.
Yeah. Okay,
next.
so
because like
you were saying with the multi-crew
right?
stuff,
like,
they did
with
go
the data pads and stuff,
pretty
and
good,
being able to like
big detail into
see
that,
the different like
and
relays, links to
that
all
looks
the
like it's gonna be cool.
different
And the EVA,
like, to me, that
EVA
was
looked really
the biggest
good.
thing. Obviously, you know, we also got
I'll probably
pull
pull up, because I imagine they'll upload each one of those
AI
sections individually to their YouTube, and I'll probably just do individual react videos to those as well, just where I can get all my points out. I can pause and play.
But yeah, like that and some of the squadron stuff was some of the best stuff I saw, you know, like all in all.
Well, I mean, I got hype. I love the entire show, to be honest. But one thing I like is I love being able to see the planets of Pyro, the moons. I love being able to see everything, because
I'm not too terribly disappointed, honestly. Pyro is clearly far away.
Every system in the verse. I don't care if it's
they've got
a
pretty well
bad
developed
system,
at this point.
a UE system.
I believe.
You know, a system that's free.
I believe when they say that when they get PES relatively fully rolled out, they're going to go ahead and go with the 4.0 launch and have Pyro.
With the first today, we're going to be interviewing Ben Curtis.
The only thing we haven't seen a whole lot of is the wormhole travel, but
so we're going to be talking about the STV.
We'll see.
And then after that, we're going to talk about a little bit about the Babbage Bash, the course, okay? And then we're going to take it live where CIG developers, okay, are going to race versus past champions of the community versus Atmo Esports. It's going to be an incredible race, and I cannot wait for that, Meyer. Meyer, how are you feeling today about this entire race so far?
I love that we're getting past and present champions from all Atmo Esports things in as well, but it's gonna be a bloodbath because we have a bunch of CIG devs racing as well. I'm just looking forward to seeing how how they fare on this racetrack and everything else. It's one of the things about the game, the fact that you can basically, as you said, if there's space, you can go there, you can race there. You can go ahead and you can race around New Babbage the way we are right now. I look forward to seeing Lorville in this
we've
new
seen
light
it, like that one chick was talking about her favorite moment in the last 10 years was
I'm just excited to see how it's going to go
when
down.
she was on stage at one of the previous CitizenCons and got to fly the carrot through the wormhole. That's what she was doing,
I want to show the light because, CIG,
we'll have to do it to go
CitizenCon
from
was about community.
Stanton to Pyro,
right now,
and we haven't heard a whole lot about it other than
seeing
it relatively functional, but it's going to be a Squadron 42, and I imagine that's what we're watching there.
And cast for us, okay? We have people like Zark Media, who's going to be covering the race today.
I don't know if they're working on it in the dev build of the game or not, but I do know Pyro's in there, but those could be totally different instances. I'm not sure
coming together for this one event. And this is the Babbage Bash, the unofficial
mechanics of
CitizenCon after party. So I'm very, very excited.
How that's working right now.
We're about to interview here Ben Curtis from the Vehicle Art Direction team, and it's going to be a good one. Anything specific that you're trying to, learn about the vehicles or any information that you want to get out of him before we jump in?
Dude, I have some very specific questions just about the STV and where the future of
I think they're racing STV
ground vehicles in general. I'm pretty excited. I mean, I don't want to spoil my questions just yet, Crucian, because I know you're you want to use my questions, but
no.
But I'm looking forward to talking to him. It's always a treat.
But I checked, and
ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and
concept
bring in
sale
Ben Curtis,
of the
Vehicle Art Director at Cloud Imperium Games.
The Spirit, the Crusader Spirit ship that they showed off, the new concept ship.
Ben, how are you doing today, man? How you feeling?
It's live, just like they said, and it's actually $10 less than the Cutlass Black right now. And I imagine it's going to come out, or the base model is the one, not the bomber.
Before we jump into any questions, right? Can you just let the viewers know,
passenger?
You are a vehicle art director, but that could be a lot of different things. You let the community.
The base model, the one that's actually pretty comparable to the Cutlass, is actually $10 less than the Cutlass right now, which is kind of crazy. It's $100 on the concept sale on War Bond, and $110 if you upgrade to it or whatever, which is the same price as the Cutlass. But I imagine, considering it's going to have the Crusader tax,
they come my way, and it's then the vehicle content team.
It'll end up gaining a lot of value from there. So it wouldn't, and with lifetime insurance on it as well. So anything you upgrade it to in the future will maintain that lifetime insurance. So it's a pretty good sale on concept, I believe. I think it'll probably end up being about $140, $150 ship, if I had to guess, by the time it actually launches. And you get a Cutlass Black as a loaner until it launches, so that's kind of cool as well.
And to make sure that the art team are delivering everything to the kind of the standard and quality, and
the Vultures on sale as well,
and all that fun stuff.
I imagine this PTV is probably
that sounds incredible. Meyer, I'm gonna take the first question here because I need to know. Ben, what is your favorite vehicle that you've worked on so far since you've started there at CIG?
So I think I joined the ship team around the 100i sort of time. I think that was the first vehicle I worked on. What I would say it's a really difficult question to answer because even if I'm not a massive fan of the concept initially, by the time we've kind of taken it to be finished,
it's we spent so much time kind of like problem solving on stuff and really kind of putting so much effort into making it the best we can that you kind of fall in love with all the vehicles you work on. Like the 400i was one at the start. I was a little bit like, I could be on the fence about this. I'm not too sure. And then by the time we actually delivered it, and there was a lot of challenges for that vehicle. It took quite a while to kind of get through.
Planet side delivery.
That was
pack.
one that I absolutely loved. I'm a huge Drake fan, and we've got a couple of we've got a few new Drake vehicles that are kind of coming out soon.
Drama pack.
I'm just a big fan of Drake's kind of like no nonsense, just making things functional. So there's a couple of new vehicles that are about to come out that I absolutely love.
That's right from Drake's house as well, right? We got the Corsair, we got like the Vulture as well. So much Drake stuff happening soon.
Yeah, and I think the thing about the Drake stuff is that, like I say, you can kind of like you can see the inner workings of the ship. And while Origin ships are beautiful, and the same with some of other manufacturers, I think the more kind of function over form stuff is kind of that ticks my fantasy box of sci-fi.
Well, that's great to hear so far. I mean, it is a unique ship, and I honestly, I at first I didn't like it, but when you like actually go in it, use it, see the functionality of it, it's actually a beautiful, well done ship so far. So
you got to get it.
You want to go ahead and drop in the next one for Ben?
All right. Okay. So I got a question. Got a few.
Oh boy,
so I mean, it was mentioned at CitizenCon that the STV was the first, dedicated wheeled racer. Contrary to what some people might think because of like, the vehicles we have at the moment with the Cyclone RC. But how does this like exactly compare to the Cyclone RC, which is like a performance variance of a base model, whereas this is like a racing ship? Like, how do the two compare?
I mean, so I'm gonna give this a very art director.
If you thought you're really into racing, you wanted to do ground and space racing.
His team and everything like that.
The STV is currently War Bond lifetime insurance $35, which also makes it a really good LTI token. If you're just looking to pick up a couple of more of those.
I think, the STV has been built kind of from the ground up to be a racer. So
it'll probably, like, the base price will probably be $40, so you're not, like, gonna gain a whole lot off of it, but it is cheap if you just want to stack up a couple so you could give whatever ships you wanted lifetime insurance sometime later.
In terms of like performance
that some people
and that sort
do.
of stuff, I know there has been a bunch of balance changes recently that John's kind of already
it's just
touched on.
$5 discount.
But I think
the initial price because you'll be able to upgrade it for
prior to the STV.
It's actually
and I think
current value, not what you paid for it. If you ever melt it, you'll only get what you paid for it. But
born and bred racing vehicle, that's kind of its purpose.
Gotcha.
Okay.
So
my second. Sorry, go on. Yeah.
No, I want to follow up on that question, Meyer, because I want to know, like, with the STV in itself, we saw a little power box, obviously, where the hood of the STV is. Does that mean is there some type of tuning capabilities coming to the future of ground vehicles?
Yeah. So this is, I guess this is something that we've kind of already touched on slightly with what Brian was saying, what Dan was saying about the kind of like the resource management and that side of like that feature that's coming into game. That's not just for your multi-crew ships. Now, initially we're getting that feature in its kind of base form into the game, but eventually that will be part of something that kind of, or it's
hopefully
very
start the race soon.
I
don't want to watch another long broadcast.
And that side of things. We've had ship items in game for a long time, but we're now starting to, all of our recent ships, we're making sure that they're set up to have the items swappable and accessible, especially on the smaller ships. Obviously, you're not going to take out a capital ship power plant and just yank it out. We'll need another way of doing that. But on the smaller vehicles, absolutely, we do want to be able to kind of support the more sort of customization of how you want
not necessarily the hand tractor beam either for that was something that big, but run your ship,
the
Cutlass Black and
items. So if you want to pull your power
Spirit
out, put an upgraded one in. If you want to change the sub items within
well
that power plant, which are the kind of like the smaller items that affect how that power plant performs, I think all of that should then lead into the ability to kind of
Yeah, I'd like to
tune
see
your
the
vehicle for
race,
what you like, whether or
especially
not
it
it's, you know,
should just be a good
acceleration,
way
top
to see
speed,
the
or
new
whatever. That's all again
ground
design stuff
vehicle
to
in
work out.
action. You know,
But that kind of unlocks
it
that.
is available on the store.
So I guess that moves on to my question. So like you're talking about components and items for
I'm not
ships
gonna
and
buy
small
it on
vehicles
the
like this.
store. Well,
Now, when we
yeah,
look
I'm not
at
gonna
the
buy it on the store.
general like ships within like CIG's like range, you don't
I've got a
usually
couple
see
LTI
like
tokens
redundant
already
parts
as
like
it
on
is.
the
I don't
vehicle.
really need
Like
any
I know
more.
that from like the images that we've seen at CitizenCon of the STV, it has
currently.
a wheel on the back. Is that a design thing? Is
But,
that something to be used for the future, or is it just a visual thing?
Yeah. So at the moment it's you know, just dressing. You
correct.
Actually,
okay.
I think if you interact with it, well, actually, the button to kind of open the vehicle storage is just underneath it. But yeah,
Okay.
at the moment that is purely visual. Again, though, the idea in the future is that, especially on ground vehicles and on sort of like the non-combat vehicles, we absolutely want to be able to swap tires and swap wheels out,
Awesome.
and you know, give that level of customization. I don't think, you know, I'd be lying if I said that I was happy with the level of customization we can do on our vehicles. Absolutely not. And you know, that's a whole other topic that I could probably talk for a long time about. But yeah, we absolutely want to be able to swap out wheels, and you know, that will come in the future.
Awesome.
I think that sounds incredible. I'm excited for it. Excited to see what other capabilities
This
you guys
Meyer
bring to the
dude, I'm
vehicles,
gonna
because,
put my
you know,
camera
here
away
at
for a
Atmo
second so
Esports,
y'all
man,
can
we
see
love
him, but
ground
he just
vehicles.
has
We love
like
to see
the
them go
most
fast,
awkward face
which
in
is
the
gonna be my
world. Like
next
he's just like
question.
constantly
I
like
mean,
I don't know
you
if he's
know, we
constipated
recently
or
just
if he
got a
just
few
like is
nerfs.
super uncomfortable.
You know, like you know, some people agree, some people feel like, you know, the vehicles,
making me
you know,
uncomfortable,
run a
though.
little smoother because of them slowing down a little bit. Can you tell us a little bit of why that happened? You know, why the vehicles,
Yeah.
like, you know?
So I think from again my kind of discussions with the design team about this is, I think the speed reduction has been needed for a while because they just weren't at the kind of where we saw them
Meyer
internally where we
straight
wanted
took
them
your
to be,
face square.
and because there's changes
and
coming
I wasn't
to
ready
handling
for
and
that
handling as a
face.
whole.
Yeah.
This was kind of like the first step in starting
Dude is
to
so
kind of balance that playing
uncomfortable.
field a little bit. And
I
you
feel
know,
bad for
it's
him.
not all about top speed in our vehicles. You know, some vehicles have much better acceleration
go.
than others. Some vehicles have better top speed than others. Some vehicles have, you know, boost capabilities. And I think that combined with how those vehicles actually handle really makes up the kind of like the gaps in the numbers. I think sometimes it's easy. It's like you know, when you're into cars as a teenager and you're like, oh, my car's got 104 brake horsepower, whereas you know, your mate's like, oh, well, I've got 110, and you're like, oh, cool. And then you know, you go out and you drive them, and it makes, you know, it doesn't really matter. I think it's more about the handling and the whole package rather than like the individual numbers. And then like timing just sucked. Can't deny that. You know, this was supposed to be in you know, the backer's hands you know, earlier than this, and just due to kind of like the game development as a whole, and you know, some of the uncertainties that we have, it kind of, the changes we wanted to make kind of all got rolled into one patch, and so yeah, you know, timing wasn't great, but it's you know, I think John talked about it earlier today, that it's the start of changes that we want to make just to improve kind of ground vehicle performance and fun really across the board.
No, I think it makes total sense. And you know, like, even though a lot of people are saying, you know, it's a lot slower, I feel like it does make sense, especially if there's tuning coming up and there's different ways where you can possibly make it a little bit faster or slightly a little bit slower for better handling. That makes total sense, man. What do you think about that, Meyer?
I think it's cool. I mean, like, you know, if it's one thing we've learned this CitizenCon is that, you know, the only constant in game development is change, right? But, like, I do wonder, like, where it's going to be tying into, like, you know, we have Gravlev vehicles as well, and they haven't really been touched by this current tweak. And so the Gravlev vehicles right now are super, I guess you could say, strong compared to that. Is that because Gravlev vehicles kind of like are in a different class, or I know you're not in design yourself, but like,
yeah, the handling and the kind of like the whole setup on them is separate. It's not you know, we're not one of those companies that will just kind of, you know, fake a Gravlev vehicle by just not rendering the wheels. That's not, you know, that's not how our game works. So yeah, they are completely separate set of vehicles themselves, and they will get updates in the future. They'll be getting a handling pass. Again, I think the thing that I'd like to get in the grab-led vehicles, I'd just like to get more motion in them. I think it's a bit of a they're all a bit too static at the moment, and I think we can definitely get more motion into those vehicles. And whilst that is more of a visual change, that will be driven by the handling and the physics of the vehicles themselves. So that will kind of all get wrapped into one big update, or maybe lots of little updates that account into one big update.
All right. Well,
Awesome.
I mean, so far, I really appreciate all the answers, Ben. You know, it's going to be my last question here, you know, so we can get into the course and then into the race. I know a lot of people are dying to see the race today. So last question is going to be like, what is your favorite part of the STV?
And once you're done with the race, I'm done.
I think I like the interior. I like the kind of like the cockpit view and the dashboard and everything. But I think my favorite bit is actually probably what's hidden under the bonnet. I think you know, when you open it up and all the components come out, and the you know, the little greebles and the details that are hidden around the chassis, and you know, I think that's the stuff that excites me. I think Tumbril got quite it's a very functional art style, and you know, it's quite plain on the outside, but it's on the inside that kind of like where it really matters. And I think they make like purpose-built vehicles. So what's underneath the bonnet is what's good for me.
That's awesome. Well, Ben, it has been an incredible pleasure to have you here to talk about, you know, vehicles in general and get some more insight about, you know, why the nerf's happening, tuning coming in the future, and all the good stuff you told us today. But, you know, anything you want to say to the Star Citizen community out there before you take off?
Yeah, I just echo. You know, it's a great honor to be part of this. I you know, a huge thank you from me and from my team. It's so rewarding to be able to see people so passionate about the project that we're so passionate about. Does that make sense? You know, I think to see you know the it's late. I'm not gonna lie. To see
on
you know,
the gameplay today.
come back
I was thinking about
towards
it.
us,
It'll definitely be a different stream if I do. Like I'm gonna get off for a little bit.
I think you know the racing community is
actually
very welcoming to
I
players.
didn't. I just kept expecting it to be over, and then Chris Roberts and other Broham talked for like
foster that
you know,
fun,
2 hours,
and
then there was more stuff after that they didn't say there was going to be.
Awesome, man. Well, Ben, thank you so much.
You know,
sorry.
I was like, it's almost over. I'll just wait, and then I'll eat, you know, after the stream or whatever. And then it's just kept going on, and it's been inconvenient to get up since then. So
you guys deserved it. And
I'll get off for a little bit, eat, walk the dog, you know, do a couple things.
And like the next
cheers, guys.
I'm
cheers.
Very well will hop on for some gameplay.
Meyer, man, you know, Meyer, incredible. I love Ben. I love his charisma. You know, he really loves just being part of the team at CIG and getting these vehicles done. And it's some great insight, man, because even though I feel like these vehicles, they get nerfed, you know, which may make the Daemon Rally longer or races longer, I am okay with that, right? I'm okay with the vehicles needing to feel like a vehicle in game, Meyer, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of play with the wheeled vehicles this patch that just came out with like some of the changes, and to be fair, they've been working on wheeled vehicle changes for a while, and up until the nerf, you couldn't really use a thing like a Cyclone or a Cyclone RC without like skidding out and stuff or feathering your keyboard. The slower changes to the things actually make the vehicle work well based on this new like wheel physics like calculations that they do now with Pace JKA, which is I believe what they use in like other racing like prime racing games as well. So like you know, I think if it feels more realistic, if it doesn't nerf that much, I honestly think it's a good change in general. However, I mean, like at the same time, you know, like the Daemon Rally was not designed to be a quick race. It was designed to be a marathon, and over the years it kind of got faster and faster as they overtuned these vehicles. So pulling it back to basics, it doesn't really seem like a big deal to me.
Well, our next
part definitely need some
of the stream, guys. By the way, before we go into the next part, if you guys are typing in chat, right, you guys may not know this right now, but we are giving away some STVs, all right, thanks to Cloud Imperium Games. So if you're having a good time in the channel if you're enjoying the race, if you're, you know, showing love to the racers, all right, there's people back there in the background that are going to whisper to you and pick you to win your own Gray Cat STV. So, hey, we got it all today. You're going to be able to see it in action today in its full potential, while also being able to give a chance to win an STV in chat.
That's cool.
So, Meyer, I think it's time. I'm going to introduce these guys real quick, but, you know, we have Atmo Esports is not the only one doing racing in the verse, Meyer. All right, we have XGR, who has been doing ship racing in the game, and they're going to be with us here today, casting with myself and Meyer. So, everybody, let's give a warm welcome to Osashis and Black Maze from XGR. Here we go. Hey. What is up, Black Maze and Osashis? How are you guys doing today?
Dude, what an introduction. I like the hype. Thank you for having us.
Absolutely. Thanks so much. Doing very well.
Well, we're here. We're here for the Babbage Bash. We're here to take the STV into this insane race. But before we do that, man, let's start with Black Maze. Can you let the community know what XGR is, what you guys are all about?
Of course. Well, for myself speaking, ship racer at heart, love anything to do with ship racing, and as a result, Star Citizen is the place to be. So we came to Star Citizen some years ago, and we've just been ship racing since. We created a community, Extreme G Racing, and we're having a great time doing just that.
Osashis, can you say your own word, you know, compliment a little bit what Black Maze said? Well, you know, what is XGR all about, and what do you guys do?
Yeah, so XGR is just, like you mentioned, all about ship racing, going fast, right? And then also about the community. You know, we've grown with a lot of guys that really open, helpful to others. So we have a really cool community, not only for the fastest racers, but also for anybody at any skill level. So it's been really, really cool to see a lot of people progress in their skill set.
It's really cool to have all these space racers come down to the...
Yep.
Sorry, go on.
No, go ahead, Meyer. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, you know, with Atmo Esports, like, we're all like wheeled vehicles, Daemon Rally and stuff. I was going to say it's nice to have XGR, you know, with all their space racing like experience coming out of the ground level with us today, you know, joining us for this after party, Crucian.
Oh, ground level, bringing them down a notch. You know, I'm just kidding.
Exactly.
From going too fast. I saw the little pirate racing with the Heralds yesterday, so that was awesome to see. But anyways, guys, we got the Babbage Bash coming up. Let's take a look at our race course for today, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so, I mean, you know, we're going to reset here real quick, but this race course, a lot of people were saying that is not the greatest, that there's too much straights, but, you know, we did a practice, right? Osashis was there. Like, how do you feel about the race course, Osashis, after we practice it? It was incredible, man. Like, how do you feel about it?
Yeah, I mean, I'll admit, at first glance, like of a track map for me, I was a little skeptical too, but it actually played out really nicely during practice day. You have some really cool variation between all the time on the ice, just kind of everybody same speed. There's not a lot to be made up besides
Funny how
mistakes,
every time they say we're about to get to this and then talk about 7 other things before talking about this. For sure.
I mean, and Black Maze, I know you weren't there at the
At least they
practice.
are talking about the track now.
I know you did a research on the course yourself. How do you feel about the race course in general? Like, because this is going to be a super exciting race course, and a lot of people think it's just easy straights, but it's definitely more difficult than what it looks like.
Here's the thing, man. First of all, New Babbage on its own is an incredible place. It's beautiful. It's the first real city where you can drive between it without any, you know, limitation, and it's awesome. And looking at the lake itself, I'm actually a real fan of having straights when you're also having all the tight-knit technical stuff, because it's an opportunity for racers. You'd think to calm down, but they actually have an opportunity here to optimize, because it's really easy to lose important seconds on these straights, right? The second that you start veering off vector a little bit, you're covering more ground. So as soon as you cover more ground and you spend too much time going around a curve, you're gonna get gapped. So I think it's really cool. I'm really curious to see if we're going to find any tactics, if we're going to see people swerving off the ice and covering more ground than they need. So I think it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a great one too. Maya, what are your thoughts on the Babbage Bash race course here on Microtech?
Well, I kind of want to just parrot what Black May says, really, about, like, being able to stay on course. I mean, like, the cool thing about this racetrack is that it kind of allows racers to showcase not only their ability to, you know, hold on to these straights, but also, like, navigate through the city lines and that kind of thing as well. I do wonder, like, because the STV is a brand new vehicle, I do wonder how it's been tuned for the lack of friction that there is on the frozen lake here. Because, again, like, it's not just a sheet of ice and you press W and you go. There are some bits and pieces around the lake you have to avoid. You kind of have to already have a line in mind for where you want to go. And if you kind of oversteer, I do wonder, because in some vehicles you will skid and swerve like crazy. So I do wonder exactly how that's going to work out for this new vehicle, Crucian.
Nope, I totally, and that makes sense, Meyer. You know, and Black Maze as well, man. Very, very good points overall. But hey, let's take a look. So the start and the finish line for you guys at home is going to be section 1. Let's go to our animated map here right now. So that's going to be section 1, which is going to be the start finish line. Going to our turn number 2, and then we're going to pause it here because I want you guys to see, right? So this is going to be the turn. It's not too sharp. All the racers are going to have a caret to indicate, you know, the right turn, then starting to get into the city. You know, so, but I mean, they shouldn't be able to skid here. You're right. Like Meyer Black Maze said, that they're not going to be able to, you know, put any skids there. So they should be able to take a nice turn going directly into the city. So let's go here into turn number 3 or section number 3. Let's move it forward and we'll pause it here at section 3. Now, I'm going to throw it over to you, Sashas, because like this is when they begin to get into the city, right? Like, we saw a lot of, you know, people flipping over and things. So what kind of things do they have to dodge in order for our racers to not be able to flip over or maybe even get their vehicles damaged?
Yeah, we had a lot of focus on a later section of the track, which we'll get to. But I think this is one that maybe some of the racers haven't quite thought how dicey it can be. We didn't have quite as many racers on practice day, so this is going to be a massive amount of racers, and this is a huge kind of double pinch point. So you come into this early corner, and then you kind of have to weave through, and there's an edge that tons of guys in practice were clipping. So I think there's going to be a lot of shenanigans that happen in this specific section.
Ooh.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if you were able to kind of review this corner here, Black Maze. You got any thoughts about this corner here?
Oh, I did. And you know what it is? I've been through there many times. There are plenty of obstacles, specifically lanterns, light posts. People are going to be trying to dodge party markers, and they'll end up hitting light posts. I'm really curious how well the racers are going to do, but it's going to be chaotic.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. All right, let's push on here to turn number 4. You know, like, because once you pass the docks, you're getting into the city, right? And now you're going uphill. Meyer, there's a massive jump here right as soon as you go uphill and travel back downhill. So we're going to see some massive air and a lot of racers. I mean, Maya, you're the guy that always says you want explosions.
I was actually wondering of
what
maneuvering.
Do you think we're going to see today once we go down
I mean,
hill?
it's a good point, man. It's a good point. This is a brand new vehicle. We have no idea how they're tuned, especially for a new track like this. Not only for drops like this, and I can only imagine that they'll survive a bit of a jump. I mean, like we've had things like the Leap of Faith with the Stanton 7. I don't think it's going to be anywhere as nasty. Then again, I haven't really seen turn 4 before. But, you know, like, as they talked about in turn 3, I do feel like one of the biggest obstacles in this race is not necessarily going to be the lamp, you know, like the terrain and stuff, but other players. So even if a player is able to make this jump and stick the landing, if they're with a whole bunch of other really good racers, I know Diplomat's racing in this, correct? Like, like I do wonder. He's just ridiculously good. But I do wonder, like, you know, how vehicle collisions and clipping, as Osashi's mentioned before, is going to factor into how much damage this bespoke racing vehicle is going to take compared to, like, you know, the more rough and tumble vehicles, you know?
Yep. Well, let's go ahead and fast forward it all the way to turn 6 here, because right between 4 and 6, keep pushing into 6. That's going to be going through the entire city. Now, this is where the fun really begins, right? even though you have the first straights in between, the start line all the way to turn 3, that's going to be where people can't really pass each other, right? So when you go through the city here, that's going to be where people have the chance to pass, to make sure that they can get the lead, or to make sure that they can stay ahead, because going through the city is about 40 or 50% of the race. Like, even though you see them going through the ice the entire time into the bigger parts of the course here, like, going through the city is going to be your toughest competitor out of everybody in the race, because if you can't get through the city, I'm telling you right now, you're not going to finish this race. So, I mean, let's go back over here to Black Maze real quick. Black Maze, like, going through this entire city, right? Starting from turn 4 back to turn 6, like, what kind of challenges other than the light posts are competitors or racers are going to find?
Each other and maybe getting lost. I mean, I'm assuming people have practiced, but you do get lost very easily down there. It can turn into a labyrinth. I've gone through there myself, and I found a nice track and I wanted to run it again, and suddenly everything looks different. So depending on the time of day as well, maybe people have practiced in the day and now it's night, or vice versa. So it's going to be interesting to see how to handle that. And then as well, when they traverse back onto the ice, suddenly differences in traction again. So it's going to be interesting to see how they'll handle all that.
Yeah, I think it's going to be good overall. And then what are your thoughts about going through this entire city, Meyer?
I mean, I do wonder how time of day is going to factor into it, because, like, Microtech is one of the newest cities, and so, like, it does have a dynamic, light and dark, like a cycle with the day and night of the city itself. I do wonder, if the racers have practiced for this, like, if they've only practiced in the daytime, how prepared are they going to be, for having to chicane through points 5 and 6 and to get around to the other docks there. It's going to be a very interesting one. I feel like it's going to be a very different race depending on whether or not it's night or day. And I think it might just be nighttime, because, again, the servers are always on, and you can actually, like, you can set your watch to the time on a planet in Star Citizen because of how the times are set. And it's already like 10 o'clock in the UK. So, like, I think it's nighttime now. So we'll see.
Yep. All right. So let's keep pushing here. And let's move on to turn 7 here, because once they get to the city, now they're going to be leaving the city to get back to, to the tram or to the Metro Loop. So they're able to start making their way back to the start or finish line. Now, Sasha's like, once they get through the entire city and they're exiting the city, what dangers are the racers going to find? What do you think is the most difficult part, to be able to transition from getting out of the city back onto the ice?
Yeah, like Black Maze mentioned, you have the difference in traction. It's just a completely different experience from rough snow onto the ice. And then also, to the early start of this section, there's a bit of kind of like a snow wall that extends across the ice. And we've had a lot of racers testing that, catching some air, and they hit the ice, and the vehicle compresses its suspension too much, and boom. So they're going to it'll be interesting to see who's willing to send it over that, or who takes it a little bit carefully. And then, just back onto the ice and dealing with the challenges of possible traction and things like that.
Yep. Well, ladies and gentlemen, like, this course is absolutely incredible. And right after, they leave the city, let's move it all the way back to the start line here, because, yes, they're going to have some massive straights, but the difficulty when they start from turn 3 all the way to turn 7, that is going to be like 55% of the race, because they're going to have to not only be able to watch out for light posts, watch out for big jumps, watch out for, be careful with the transition from snow to ice. This is still a massive course with an average lap time of 19 minutes and 30 seconds. And today for the Babbage Bash, we're going to be doing 2 laps. So the average time should be around anywhere from 39 to 40 minutes, for the 2 laps in general. So how do you guys feel? Do you guys, let's jump it back to Meyer. How do you feel about, 2 laps being 40 minutes total for the entire race for the STV?
I do feel like this is definitely going to be a showcase for the STV pre-launch, obviously, because, of course, changes can happen after it's released. But people are going to be watching this to keep an eye and see exactly how does this STV actually fare compared to other racing vehicles currently out there in-game. I think that even though it's like, 20 minutes on average each lap, people in chat are going to want to wait anyway, just because they're going to have a chance of winning their own STVs just by watching as well. So I think that, you know, like whether or not you want to like look at this to see whether, you know, to check the performance of the STV, whether or not you want to see some high octane racing with crashes, hopefully some explosions and other things like that, or if you just want another vehicle, there's something for everybody here in the Babbage Bash, Christian.
All right. Black Maze. So, you know, you guys will be taking on and casting the second, you know, XGR will be taking the second part of the race and casting it. Black Maze, what are you looking forward most to in this Babbage Bash race course?
Nobody's mentioned the devs. We've got a whole bunch of CIG guys in
Oh,
here,
yeah.
and
That's
I'm
right,
gonna
yeah.
say these guys have some hands-on experience with the vehicle that our racers don't, and there's a bunch of really experienced ones in there. So I'm really interested in seeing the balance. We had some CIG devs racing in our race yesterday with the pirate race, and they didn't do too well. So I'm curious. I'm really excited to see that, and yeah, I'm rooting for them.
As long as we don't see
awesome,
any like,
How about
CIG
you,
vehicles
Sasha?
in God mode flying around.
Oh no, they're gonna teleport. They're gonna teleport. How about you, Sasha? What are you looking forward most to here in the Babbage Bash?
Yeah, like Meyer mentioned before, I think the thing I'm most excited about is seeing exactly how this vehicle handles, right? I don't think we've ever before had a brand newly announced thing, and then 20 minutes later, we're seeing it showcased in a gigantic race. This is, I think, probably a first, and it's very, very cool, very exciting.
All right, well, Black Mazel Sages, thank you so much for joining us and breaking the race course down here for the Babbage Bash with us. So we're going to see you guys here pretty soon on the next half of the course. And for right now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take good views here of the STV getting ready here on the starting line to begin our race where, you know, where CIG developers are going to take on the community. So let's switch over here to our full screen views here. So, you know, the community out there is excited, right? Everybody's like, where's the STV? It is drivable in game now, but you are going to be able to see it for the first time in action here right now, here during the Babbage Bash. Meyer, man, they're looking good. You already got some different, I see some that are black, white, and yellow, some that are black and blue.
That's right.
So I love that they gave us a little bit of variety, Meyer. How are you feeling about the STV today?
Yeah, I mean, like, as you can see, like, CIG have allowed us to showcase a bit more about the vehicle. Obviously, it looks like they're going to be a few skins when this thing goes on the store page, unless it already is. I'm not actually too sure. But yeah, like, it's looking really cool. What I should have asked was, you know, like, what kind of, like, design inspiration did the devs take for building this this vehicle? Because it has, like, a very, like, I don't know, like, a truck kind of, like, front there. But it's cool, and it's funny to see like the player characters don't seem to be freezing too much as well. I think they might have gotten on top of that issue there. Like they need to turn the vehicles on and get the heating on. But yeah, Crucian, these vehicles are looking sick. We have about 40 contestants here racing today as well, give or take, including CIG devs. I don't know if the CIG devs are in the blue or not, but yeah, either way, this is looking like a really cool starting lineup here, Crucian.
No, I mean, it's looking great so far. I'm very excited for this, man. I want to talk a little bit about some of the devs here because, you know, we got Ari Neo, who's a live QA specialist over at CIG. We got Noble, who's an assistant producer. We got everybody, man. I love this. We got Karis, senior concierge specialist. We got Ricky Alvarez, from Mexico, who's in QA. We got a Figwig, who's an engine programmer. So we got some incredible CIG devs that are here ready to race. And guys, right now, we are currently getting the race started and getting everybody lined up. We're getting our checkpoints in place. This is all live right now in game. And to reiterate what Meyer said earlier, all right, just give some love in chat, root for your favorite racer. And if somebody reaches out to you asking you, and they have a little green sword in the channel up top, and they reach out to you, you might be able to win your own STV that's currently live right now in the game and in the store. So very excited for this one. And Meyer, after the race nerfs and everything, this is the fastest current vehicle in game. Obviously, the Cyclone RC did get a little bit of a nerf, but Cyclone RC still has boost. So in the moments of the boost, the Cyclone RC is obviously faster than the STV, which should still be one of the top vehicles that they're going to use in the demo rally, regardless.
Are you sure about that, Crucian?
Yep.
Really?
Cyclone
Okay.
RC still got boost, still faster with boost than the STV. But overall, the base speed of the Cyclone RC is 5 ms slower than the STV overall.
All right, interesting. I had no idea. I looked at the patch notes and I was like, huh, okay, 35 with boost, interesting. But I suppose that will mean that, like, you know, people who did in fact get the Cyclone RC won't be feeling a bit too left out here with this new hotness coming out with the STV. But it does look, Crucian, as if this vehicle, it does seem to be coming out of the production line a bit cleaner than some other vehicles that we've had in the past. I mean, like, one, you know, almost like a meme question people were asking in chat before we saw it right now was, do the headlights work? And they do. So, you know, like, that kind of, like, speaks, and it's ironic, but it speaks volumes, really, because, like, it just means that this vehicle is ready, you know, like we saw a lot of this thing already. In
Just so everybody
CitizenCon
knows,
with,
I am
like,
still here
how
watching, and I'm
the,
going to unmute and talk sometimes, but I don't want y'all to
components
have
and
to
stuff
watch
work
or
and
listen
stuff.
to
I
me
believe
eating
that
like a
this is as
ravenous
close to
dog,
gold
so
standard as you
we're
can
just going to
possibly
stay
get
muted
with a
and
vehicle, currently, without being able to
camera
pull out the
off in
components
between
and replace them
comments
either.
and shit, but we'll be back on
and,
shortly.
you know, I want to educate the viewers out here. So before we get the race started, there's some tools that I'm going to talk to you guys about that we have, you know, courtesy of Star Citizen Racing. All right, big shout out to Diplomat and the gang out there. Let's get the leaderboard up a little bit on the top left. You guys are going to see a leaderboard. So when the race begins, the timer is going to start so you guys can know how far we're into the race. Remember that the average race time is, or average lap, is going to be around 19 minutes to 19 minutes and 30 seconds. So if you guys look at the bottom right, you guys are going to see a smaller map, right? So that smaller map is actually going around the course in an average lap time. So you guys will be able to see exactly where the racers are supposed to be. So that way you guys can know, hey, turn 3, they're about to enter into the Microtech City through the docks, and you guys will see that roll around once the race begins. So and then we have our racer names. You guys will see who's in first place, second place, third place, fourth place, and all that good stuff. So shout out to the staff behind the scenes who's making the race possible. And something cool, man. I like doing this, man, but we can also, like, you know, if we see Ari Neo on screen racing, we can pull up his profile and you guys will see it right there. Ari Neo from Skyer Imperium using a controller to race today. We'll have some racer profiles to show you guys as well while the race happens. So it's going to be an insane race today. Very excited, guys, as we start here very, very soon. Meyer, man, this looks like an actual race, man. So many incredible tools that we have. You know, we got this ready, hooked up. Like, I mean, I'm gonna go into some predictions, Meyer. Do you feel
Go for it.
the champions of the past are gonna win? Maybe the content creator, or you feel like CIG is gonna take it?
Well, I mean, let's give credit where credit is due to CIG. I mean, like, these guys, they work on the game. Now, obviously, not everybody here who is participating from CIG are within the vehicle experience team or the vehicle team in general. But we don't know how good they're going to be. That being said, I think it's going to be incredibly difficult to beat some of our more hardened racers. I mean, we talked about Diplomat before. We have Salem Frost there as well. These guys, every single time we see them within like any of our Atmo events, are always on the top of the top. You know, these are the pinnacle of racing right now in Star Citizen. So it's gonna be tough. My money's on Diplomat. Obviously, we have Crontanium there as well, hailing from Australia. We'll see how he does today as well, because Croncy, again, you know, like in a closed circuit environment, is one of the fastest racers out there as well. These guys have prestige behind them. So we'll see. We'll see. Obviously, it's an invite-only event, so, you know, nobody here is a slouch by any means.
I know. No, I mean, I'm gonna talk a little bit about this. We even got some content creators. We got, you know, we got Miss Gabby's is gonna be racing today. We got Space Tomato, you know, from the Garden Interstate Initiative. Is that how you say it? So he's gonna be racing as well with us today. So we got, you know, the Astro Pub as well. My man, the galactic historian himself, the bartender of the century, the man that knows every lore. I love that. I love Paul, man. So, you know, so shout out to Paul, the Astro Pub. Make sure you guys go watch him. He's a great guy. And then we got Croncy, man. You know, like you said, it from Australia. I call him Big Bear in the Blue House because he's a big, lovely bear, man. I love Croncy, and I hope to see him. You know, I hope to see these guys get some top placements today. But Meyer, we have some legendary people here. We got people like Minza, who won the 2949 Daymar Rally. You know, we got people that won the Daymar Rally when we started that 4 years ago, man. So we definitely got some legendary racers that have raced in the worst and the best of Star Citizen, which when I'm talking about desync and everything else. So
that's right.
It's incredible to see everybody together today, Meyer. I'm very excited.
Now, we have a lot of new faces here. Thanks again to CIG for the raid after CitizenCon. If you're wondering, what exactly is this? Well, again, this is the Star Citizen unofficial after party, the new Babbage Bash here. We have a bunch of racers from within the SC community, both players and also developers. If you're wondering, what is Atmo Esports? How do I get in on this? Well, all you gotta do is follow links that now I'm gonna prompt people to post into chat to follow Atmo Esports, join the Discord community, join the conversation. They do a whole bunch of races like this, and some you need to qualify for, some you just need to basically enter for, like the Daymar Rally. So by all means, keep your eyes out, have a look, join, and now this again is like an invitational, right, Crucian? But with things like the Stanton 7, I've got a Stanton 7 jersey on right now. The Stanton 7, we had like trophies and we had like giveaways, we had prizes for the winners, and that is kind of like you've seen it, what we have right here, like the level that Atmo Esports tries to go to.
100%, Meyer. You hit it all in the head. Just remember, right? Guys, we run events throughout the entire year, right? So like Meyer said, we have the Hearst and Herlacher, where registration is currently open right now. If you want to have a last man standing battle royale, head on over to ammo.gg and sign up for that. If you want to do the Daymar Rally, the biggest community event of the year, all right? If you want to have an endurance race, if you got 12 hours and a Saturday to spare, come race in the filthiest race in the verse and sign up for the Daymar Rally. And then next year, we're bringing back, Stanton 7. Stanton 7 is a racing league that only the top 16 is able to qualify. If you don't qualify for the Stanton 7, then you are not in the top 16. So it's very, exclusive. So you have to be able to practice our qualifying course and give the top 16 times in order to qualify for our racing league. And then last but not least, the action-packed fight or flight 2 versus 2 PvP action that's open to the entire Star Citizen community. So if you feel like you're one of the best dogfighters in the verse, that is where you need to come and show off your skills. And I call it the Super Bowl of PvP, Meyer. Fight or flight. I love it. It's incredible.
Man, I'm looking forward to it, dude. It's going to be a big one. But right now, I think that we're just waiting on a few more technical bits and bobs before we get things started, Crucian.
Yep, we're about to get here started soon. But before you guys go, after the race, we have some insane announcements that you guys will not want to miss out. We're going to actually be giving an update about where Atmo Esports is going next, right? You guys heard it at CIG that, we're here to bring a competitive environment and nature to the Star Citizen community. We can't say, even though we call ourselves Atmo Esports, what you're seeing is not esports, because until we have some competitive integrity, meaning there's no desync, there's no issues, there's no bugs that can really make these people race at their highest potential, we can't call it esports yet, but definitely competitive. Definitely we can give that a call. But so stick around after the show, because we have some incredible announcements about where Atmo is heading to next, and that's going to come right after the race. So very excited so far. Meyer, this is all going good. We're trying to get, so we are 3 minutes away from getting the countdown that I will take pleasure of giving that countdown.
I'm really glad we're looking at esports and stuff already, just because of how all-encompassing this game is.
Overall, Meyer has been a great
and just
team,
the potential combination of all that shit.
You know,
But yeah, I'm glad, also glad that they're
you know, I'm actually gonna
keeping
go
in
back and
mind
watch it again, probably
how little
with my
competitive
community,
integrity this game
later
offers.
down the line, that people
So
that may have missed it.
it'd be great to
Because, like,
see
I really want to re-soak that information all
a
over
bigger
again,
focus on that.
and make
It'll
sure
help
I
for
really
sure.
get that, and maybe take a look at Pyro all over again, because Pyro looks good, man, and we're gonna raise the shit out of it.
Pyro is looking interesting, man. Yeah, 100%. We got about 44 racers ready to roll here, man. I'm looking forward to it. Like, it's in the dark, so we're going to rely a little bit on some of the ambient lighting here of Microtech to be able to see these racers. Obviously, thankfully, they do have some fairly decent headlights as well, so the aerial views are going to be pretty decent anyway. But I do wonder, I mean, like, we kind of called it, right? Like, daytime is generally easier, as long as, like, you know, you can avoid midday, because obviously a ton of snow isn't very helpful when there's the sun out. You get snow blind, right? Like, there's a very, like, crucial timing element when you want to race in a place like this on the ground. But yeah, it's going to be a little bit more difficult, I feel like, for some of our you know, our content creators, Astropub, and like, you know, like some of our CIG like racers as well. But I am looking forward to seeing this thing in action. I wish that one of these guys just pop open the hood, you know, so we could see that goodness inside as well, you know.
Yeah,
Again,
pop
it's
up on the hood so we can see the power transformer and everything. So, but man, you know, I'm very excited. Again, I want to give a big shout out here to we have you know, Walker's a Sigma, who's doing our security for us today. Meyer, we actually have security in the PU because we need to make sure that our skies stay healthy and clear. And then we also have you know, Quantum Jump Medical, in case, you know, any injuries happen, anybody needs any food, anybody needs any regeneration. We got the Quantum Jump Medical team here as well, standing by in case there's any casualties, which is, you know, we have the entire community behind here. Again, you know, we have Zark Media and his team. They're out there, you know, being reporters and taking footage of this to make a video on his YouTube channel. And then again, you know, we have some content creators and Hazga and his team who are going to make a video about this entire race coming up down the line. So we are 2 minutes in time for this race to begin so far, and I'm very, very excited for this.
All right, 2 minutes. Okay, man, looking forward to it. But obviously, I think that like when it comes down to like just ammo esports races in general, Crucian, like, what is your? I mean, I hate asking this question because I hate being asked this question. What is your favorite ammo esports event? What is your favorite race?
Oh, dude, that's easy for me. It's not even a race. Fight or Flight, hands down.
Okay.
Fight or Flight. It's not even a race. Fight or Flight is my favorite event. The action pack, the dog fighting, dude. Like, look, I'm gonna tell you something. I watched Top Gun Maverick, which is my top movie of the year, and I literally all I was thinking about Fight or Flight the entire movie is like, dude, I feel like I'm in Fight or Flight right now, and we have a specific announcement at the you know, towards the end of the race that we're gonna be making that is gonna get people excited because, you know,
dude.
Fight or Flight by far. I love dog fighting. I mean, don't get me wrong, racing gets me hyped. You know, watching everybody in the STV, you know, excited to race gets me hyped, but the action, man, to see those explosions because, you know, people are running away for their lives and people are literally going and man, Fight or Flight is just so action-packed, so fun to watch, so fun to cast. It's great. What about you, Meyer?
To be fair,
you've never told me yours.
Well, I mean, you know, Star Citizen it's a space game. It's called Star Citizen. So I feel like I'm looking forward to Fight or Flight. I've never seen one. I've been in one actually, but I've never cast a Fight or Flight before. I'm looking forward to that so much just because, you know, like it definitely does fulfill that kind of like space combat itch. You know, you have basically like an Atmo esports event with the setup and all the, you know, the technical bits that go into it, but it's like space combat. It's definitely more one of the more hype events, although I mean, like, you know, the Hearst and Hurt Locker, which is like basically ground vehicles just going ham against each other, definitely is another really cool event that I'm really looking forward to seeing again very soon. But yeah, dude, like a Fight or Flight, that you mentioned it, dude, I'm looking forward to it so much.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's still some checkpoints being delivered here. Guys, we're going to take a quick break. Once we come back from that break, the race is going to begin. We just need, I believe, 2 more checkpoints to get online. So we'll be right back after this quick break. So thank you guys so much for joining us for the Babbage Bash, the unofficial CitizenCon after party race where developers take on the community. We'll be right back.
Star Citizen Racing is emerging from the underground. The boldest racers from across the galaxy gather for the 2952 Stanton Cup. 11 racetracks spanning all of Stanton, offering a mix of planetary and zero-G racing. 6 of the fastest racing ships the Verse has to offer. Hosted, live streamed, and commentated by Extreme G Racing. Are you ready?
Ladies and gentlemen, and we are back. But the race here is about to begin here very soon. We are waiting on one more checkpoint. But before we do that, all right, we're going to start off the race with our famous flyby. This is to show appreciation for the community, for CIG, for everybody out there. So let's see if we can get a camera on the flyby that we have. I believe is Walkers of Sigma, and we have the Ragtag Mercs as they're ready to go. We have Papa Freedom on the camera, who's going to be able to show us. So we have everybody ready to go, and as soon as they go, that you guys are going to be able to see a spectacle of fireworks of the flyby in-game. So let's get us off the screen here. And Meyer, how about a flyby to begin the race overall?
Dude, Godspeed, gentlemen. Let's do this thing. I think this is just a testament of everything that goes into an Atmo race, because again, this is in the live PU environment. Having all these 44 racers here, having the Walkers of Sigma doing this flyby, also running security for us here over New Babbage. Everything that you see here is on a live server that anybody could join at any moment who has nothing to do with this, and they could witness this. And, you know, it comes with, you know, like some growing pains, and sometimes you have to wait for a checkpoint to show up. Other times, though, I mean, like, it just comes together and it makes this, like, so much greater than the sum of its parts, you know? Like, this is a game somehow, but this is also like so much more to so many more people.
Tell me any other game where you can see this many ships, security popping off with this much, like if we had an Idris, it would have been in the middle, but we have a Hammerhead, which is just as good. And then here soon, once we see the flyby, everybody at the same time is going to start just shaffing, and then it's going to be pretty insane. So Papa Freedom doing a good job of getting the visuals here overall, but I'm very excited to see just this race to begin here pretty soon. So flyby is ready. Again, guys, if you guys want to join us, man, if you guys want to be part of the community, man, Atmo Esports is a great place to have it. You have other communities like the Star Citizen Racing community, and you have other communities like XGR. We all work together. We are here for the community, not for ourselves. We're here for each other. So, yeah, let's. I'm gonna shut up now, and I'll let you guys enjoy this flyby, and then once we switch it back, we'll be back here soon. So, we'll let security take it away for now.
All right. I just kind of want to say hats off to the server text, Christian. What?
Bro, imagine if they shaft the whole server just 30K when they shaft.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Hats off to the server text, because like it wasn't like a month ago where like we had 50 people in a server, but now thanks to changes that they were able to do a couple months ago while trying to gear up to 318, we now have 120 people per server. And so now the server, which is still only the one spooled server, now has so much more to work on and so much more to sweat with. So being able to have those ships flying in formation there without like crashing into each other, even with, a little bit of a hiccup there, here and there, because of course you have people playing from all parts of the world, it's just really cool to see. When we get server meshing and that kind of stuff, and you have dedicated servers for little areas like this, I don't want to sit here with too much hopium, man, but like, when you see things like this, you can only do that, You can only just imagine.
Yeah, I mean, overall, you're totally right. It makes so much sense there. And, this is just things that happen in the game. But I'm very excited. The road to 4.0, 318, well, whenever it comes, it comes. But, when 4.0 comes out, man, it's going to be another stepping stone, just like how 3.0 was, man. When because I'm an OG player, right? I've been playing since 2.0, where I felt like I had so much fun in 2.63, and then 2.7 and 3.0 came out, which definitely changed how Star Citizen is played, and now 4.0. So the jump from 2.0 to 3.0 was absolutely incredible. So I cannot wait to see how massive that jump's going to be from 3.0 to 4.0, Meyer, because it's going to be absolutely nuts. And I'm very excited to see how that part is going to also change just the game in general, because every time it just changes.
That's right. I'm looking at our vehicles here, ready and rearing to go. With the Stanton 7, which again was our 16-player qualifier race league, we didn't really see too much of it this year because they had made some fixes to desync, so we didn't have too many people, in fact, we didn't have a single starting failure where you have vehicles crashing into each other and blowing up. But, with a brand new vehicle, with untested stats, I do wonder if we'll see any race line explosions, Crucian, today. What do you think?
I don't think so, man. I think that everybody's gonna race the vehicle. So just to give you guys insights at home, right? Some of the vehicle nerfs obviously was a lot, but you had the Cyclone RC that went from 56 ms down to 35. But with boost, the Cyclone RC was topping off at around 96, which in the real world, that's hilarious. By the way, it looks like, anyways, the Great Cat's on fire now that the STV is out. Y'all gonna vandalize our first ever vehicle or
the
ship
PTV
in
is
Star
dead.
Citizen? How
Long
dare you
live the
vandalize
STV.
the PTV? Wow, you guys are just rude. But anyways, so in real life, 96 ms of the Cyclone, these numbers may be one off or few off. It's what do you call it? It's literally like 220 miles per hour in the real world in game, which is wild.
It's fast, dude. It's fast.
Yeah, but now it's not. Now it's just apparently all the characters are in place, and we're about to get the countdown started. So, Meyer,
Perfect.
what do you say we get this going?
Dude, I think it's about time. Also, once again, ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned because you will stand a chance to win your very own PTV. All you have to do is stay in chat and stay active. Be part of this, and if you luck out, one of our beautiful moderators in chat will reach out to you and help you through that process. If you see somebody there with a sword to their name, you might want to say, "Oh wow, what a shiny, pretty sword you have there, Mr. Mod, who has the power to give me a PSTV."
Oh, we got our first winner too. I'm gonna give him a shout out here, Meyer. We got a Obliteron Nebula. Congratulations on the STV, man. He's our first winner for today, guys. So keep cheering on everybody as I'm about to give the countdown here. RA Racers, you guys have 20 seconds. I'm gonna give a countdown here in 20 seconds. So get ready to get this show and this race on the road. So, but yeah, man, congratulations to him. They were yelling in all the racers are yelling in my ear. So I'm like, let me stop that in a second. But Meyer, any last words? Anything you want to say before we start?
Yo, I mean, I think that our viewers have waited long enough.
Seems like I made it back
I think we should
just in time for sure.
Again to Obliteron Nebula, and best of luck, everybody else in chat. Your chance to win a STV.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to count down, starting from 10, 9, 8, 7, 6,
So let's see how this goes.
4.
Good luck to all the racers.
3,
44.
2,
44 racers.
1.
Damn, I meant to get something to drink. I've still got a little bit of monster left. It'll be okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, and here goes the race. Babbage Bash is underway. And obviously,
comes? I told you.
Why you gotta jinx them, Meyer? Why you gotta jinx them? Let's get us off the screen here. But so far, the race has begun, and already in the beginning part of the course, there goes Kaboom. Meyer, man, who you jinxed? Why? I don't even know who that was, but as you guys can see on the top left here, there is your race countdown, and then once we start placing everybody, you're going to start seeing placements overall, who's in first place, second, third, fourth, all the way down to 40th or 44th racer as we report. So,
oh man, this is going to be a death-defying one as they make this first stretch towards turn number 2, Crucian. They're in pitch blackness right now. Yes, they do have their headlights, but at the same time, in front of them are a whole slew of different obstacles, fallen trees, snowbanks, everything else. Other players were swerving out of the way as well. Anybody right in the front there is basically, I don't know how you'd be able to do it, honestly. I'd be holding back and waiting to see like what's going to happen. Anybody pioneering the lead here is definitely going to be putting themselves at great risk for a few seconds of lead this early on into the race, Crucian.
Yep, so right now, we're going to be heading up to our our first marker is going to be 2 carracks, right? The first carrack is going to tell them, hey, you guys need to take a left here, and then, or a right here, which is going to be where La Spatula is at, and then our next carrack is going to be where Terra Ebb is at, so we have the racers are going pretty quickly. It's incredible so far. So and then if you see at the bottom right where you guys can see our map, that is our animated map that has an average lap time of 19 minutes and 30 seconds. You can see exactly where the racers are supposed to be. There it goes. Sharkbait and we had Sharkbait. Oh man, Sharkbait, Johnny Call, and Impulse all crashed there, and that is unfortunate. But hey, they need to be careful, man. They need to look to their left. They need to look to their right and be careful there, Meyer, because if not, that's what happens. So here they are going into the first turn and started to descend into the city of Microtech.
So I was not expecting such like an explosion coming through the first turn. Obviously, you know, we're going from a straight, and then obviously some people are going to slow down and be a bit more cautious than others. You know, like people in the back may be a bit overconfident. They haven't hit anything because the guys in front of them haven't hit anything. But I was actually expecting to see more chaos going into the loading docks of turn 3. But so, I mean, like, if this means anything, Crucian, we might see a few more fireworks before this evening is over.
Oh, certainly.
I mean, yeah, everybody wants to take a turn. Everybody wants to go a certain direction. And, you know, that's why when you have these many racers, you guys need to be able to slow it down. I'm telling you, the first part of the race, right, that you're in right now, they're taking turns right now, is not the place where you need to pass people. Stay away from other people. Slow down. Because once they get into the city of Microtech, that's going to be the challenge there, Meyer. That's going to be where they need to be able to stay straight and not tumble over in order to get it passed on. But, you know, I'm telling you, man, that's an unfortunate event that some of these guys had to blow up in the beginning. It's all good, though. You know, they still got to, you know, spawn the STV after the race and race around a little more. But right now, we got Sanji Sama and Endermaster fighting for second place. Prushfinger, they're from Patoot Squad. We got RP, man. Literally, the same racers that we have that practice at our events, Meyer, are all in top right now.
That's right, and I hope that the player in 5th place right now on camera is not, in fact, Diplomat. Because if that's so, he is like below 25% hull integrity. That you can see that the components underneath that bonnet there are ready to blow at any second now. But, you know, I think if anybody is going to be able to pull this off, it is going to be Diplomat, even with his vehicle like that. But right now, Crucian, we're just about now entering that eye of the needle there. Like, as we go through and thread into the main city proper of New Babbage, Crucian.
Yep, I mean, right now we have Saji Sama, who is our 2950, you know, Demo Rally champion, going head-to-head with Endermaster. You know, he's been here for so long from Iceland, and he's racing on mouse and keyboard. He's ready to roll. He's really wanting to win this race. You know, let's see if we can get a view of where our CIG devs is at, because it feels like they're not to be found in the top 10 right now. What's going on?
If we can have an overview camera of the race, we might be able to properly pinpoint where some of these CIG devs are. But it's crazy. So many of these STVs are on fire. You know, like we had maybe 2-3 explosions, and we have about 3 or 4 pre-explosions ready to go very soon. So let's see. And it looks like for the most part towards the front here, Crucian, it's most of our our I guess house names. However, we do have Sarvels from CIG, who is actually about 20 meters ahead of Downfall, one of our I want to say premier racers here at
yes.
Ammo Esports.
No, man, I mean, Downfall has been he's won 2 Demo rallies from 2950 and 2951, and I think everybody's doing great. We got Karis from CIG as well. We got Noble right there, right neck on neck with RP. I think that they're doing a great job so far. I think they're doing, you know, very, very well to keep up with the best. And man, I'm very excited so far. I hope they're really enjoying the maneuverability of the STV, and then just unlocking its limits, man. And then we got Ari Neo right behind Johnny Call. And then we got, you know, Ranlos Malik, who is a Stand 7 champion, and JT Paladin, another Demo Rally champion. So I think everybody so far. Alvarez, right there, you know, just getting into the first turn. So if you guys see these guys behind, ladies and gentlemen at home, and you guys look at the animated map at the bottom, they're a little bit behind the average lap time. But right here, as where you see that the orange dot going into the number 3, that is turn number 3, where they're going to start going into the docks and finally getting into the city of Microtech, where the real challenge begins for today, Meyer.
That's right. You can see a whole bunch of people now are threading through those docks now. I don't think I've seen anybody stop just yet. I think Mr. Haskaha isn't... Oh, there's an explosion just there by one of the further lampposts over there. It looks like somebody may have had a bad time there going through and navigating past those lights. You know, but that's just what happens, man. It looks like Sanji-sama has now pushed ahead into the lead after that explosion. Spun in second, Endermaster in third, as they move up and around and push through into the city proper here, Crucian.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's unfortunate again. I believe a lot of these people in these vehicles, they need to practice this course, but this course is really, really well done, thought out by by the Ammo team, and they need to be able to follow the Carrack and where the checkpoints are overall. But it seems like we got Salem Frost now in first, Splen, Salem Frost from Sky Imperium, an incredible organization there from España, from Spain. So shout out to them. We see Diplomat creeping up into fourth place, Endermaster dropping all the way back down to sixth. We got RP, Savros from CIG there as well, and then Downfall and even Karansi, which I think he should be live right now. But overall, a great race so far. It seems like a lot of the it seems like Sailing Frost, Sanji Salmon, and Splen are a little bit ahead of the average lap time overall that we see at the bottom right of the course. And here they go, going into turn 4, starting to begin going into the heart of the city here. So they need to be able to find these Carracks, Meyer, and then be able to follow the direction where the Carracks are facing. So that lights up their way.
So you mentioned here this big drop here. We just saw Splen and Sanji-sama both catch their wheels awkwardly as they landed and tumble a bit. It looks like they're gonna be able to stay on course here, but Salem Frost is now way ahead of the pack. Actually, it looks like Splen is in Salem's shadow here. Splen had their headlights off, so we couldn't see them. We can see Sanji-sama is pulling right behind them right here on the Papa Freedom's camera as well. But yeah, like as you mentioned, that drop was a bit of a doozy, and especially since we've actually been able to tell that the STV doesn't really have the same amount of durability as Tumbrel's Cyclones. It does seem as if crashing into terrain actually does a bit more than you'd expect than in the Tumbrel that we've I guess come to know and love. But yeah, that was maybe a bit too close for our race leaders here, Crucian.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit too close overall, and I feel you on that one, man. But as you can see over that hill that you go up, you get some nice air there, and we got Ralvarez from CIG, who's somewhat towards last place, again a little bit behind the average lap time, and then you're starting to see Sailing Frost leading the pack there, and we're getting to the center of the city where Jerome L is at. So if you can match it up right now, guys, just take a look at the bottom right map, and that's exactly how it's laid out. You see Jerome L, who is our point number 5, and then you see a little bit above that where there's a lot of points. That's going to be our 6 and 7 marker, and then back to, that's going to continue for our first lap. So, man, this is a very tight race so far. Everybody's doing great. A couple explosions, Meyer, but I think that I love to see the tons of leaderboard changes that have been happening so far.
That's right. I mean, it looks like Salem Frost just got overtaken, and it's really a race for first place between these two guys, Salem Frost and Splen. It's almost like they're in a race of their own. They keep trading back and forth here, with Sanji-sama in the mix, actually coming around and now claiming first place for a few seconds before pulling back into third. These three are really doing their utmost to be on top of things today here, Crucian.
Man, yeah, I'm loving it so far. Again, leaderboard changes left and right, and we're now in the middle of the city. We are on the halfway mark here, so we're anywhere between the 10 minutes now
Savral's
into the race
CIG
so far. Again,
employee.
an average
He's
lap
in
time
fourth
around
now.
19 minutes and 30 seconds, and there's going to be 2 laps total today. Salem Frost being in first place. Splen is a monster, in racing. This guy really knows how to ship race, man. He practices a lot. This guy's scary. He's definitely going to be signing up here for, the Daymar Rally, the bike portion of it. And I ain't gonna lie, man. Unless there's other people to challenge him on that, he's very likely to take a good, a top 3 placement out there. And right now, he is in first place,
Racing
taking
does look
it.
like fun for real, though.
He's
It certainly does.
definitely a very, very experienced racer here in the Star Citizen racing community overall.
That's right, Crucian. But however, we've only seen them so far weave through the frozen lake and a few city elements, but now they're entering the central park of New Babbage now. So now they have to contend with boulders and trees before they get to point 7, which is the exit docks to go back down into the lake. And you can tell by that orange painting of light there that we just had another explosion from behind us. I don't know how many kabooms we've had so far, Crucian, but they've been enough. I think I've been satisfied today.
I mean, you always want some kabooms, but I'm telling you right now, Meyer, there is going to be an era where there's no more explosions unless they really smash their vehicles into somewhere where they really want to explode. But so far, I think that they're about to start transitioning here from snow to ice. So they're just starting to exit the city around turn number 6 into turn number 7. They need to be able to, you know, follow the tanks, take a ride of the tanks, and then they're going to be able to get back onto the ice and then right into
if Salem Frost
finish
wins,
line
he's a
into
witch.
the last straight of the race so far. So we have around 6 minutes and 50 seconds left, 6 minutes and 30 seconds left on this lap.
He cursed them.
For today. And then remember, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have XGR jumping in for lap number 2, finishing off the race for us for the day. And then once we're done with the race, stick around. We got some incredible announcements. Keep rooting for the competitors in chat because we are giving away some STVs. So we're going to find somebody that's hype, who's showing some love, and you may win an STV here during our unofficial after party here. You know, the Babbage Bash, where the devs are taking on the competitors. But Meyer, Savrals in 6th place. Very impressive.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, like, it's nice to see somebody from CIG representing, because RP is no slouch. They're in 7th place as well as Prushbringer. We've seen a lot of hype for Prush in chat as well. I believe Prush is representing their Group of 2 squad. So, like, man, there's a lot of, like, really well-known within the Atmo esports community racers here, and it's interesting to see, like, a CIG dev right here in the mix, ready to bump shoulders with everybody else. But I think something that just came to mind again was, you know, with these Atmo esports races, ladies and gentlemen, who may be newer to Star Citizen, like, yes, we decided to do a race, you know, right about now, you know, like give or take, with while also inviting a whole bunch of community members and devs and that kind of thing. But where we are right now in Star Citizen on Microtech, you know, it's nighttime right now on Microtech, and time within the server is something that is synchronized throughout every single server. So, you know, like if you say, okay, let's meet up at, you know, like 8 o'clock, 8 p.m. UK time, it's going to be daytime on in New Babbage on Microtech. And also things like storms, weather, you can't really predict them, not yet. That's something that I know that CIG said that they wanted to have eventually. I think that they predicted, they wanted this, they mentioned it during a CitizenCon. It's just all these dynamic elements go into a race like this, and even though it by its nature it doesn't make it a clinical esport, it does add to this whole kind of just like organic element. I mean, we're having so much fun just watching these guys go helter-skelter through the darkness, but you know, like in another time, another day, it could have been a completely different race, not only for you guys watching, but also the contestants as well.
Senji Sama's falling
and some
off.
updates here for you guys at home, ladies and gentlemen. We got Kroncy
Diplomat
in 11th place. We got Ari Nero from CIG currently in 13th place so far. We got some of our past
Spillin just blew up.
Renlos Malik in 15th. We got Data Machine from XGR in 16th place. So you know, they're all still in. That is unfortunate there. We got some explosions. We got Jet Heller, one of the fastest one of the fastest rovers back then. But it seems like Splen just blew up. That's unfortunate.
We just lost Splen. I wonder how.
That's
what happened? They were so far in the lead. Was it a rock? Was it a tree? What happened? It might
have been the transition here. It might have been the transition overall. Yep. We got Kiris from CIG in 26th place right now. We got Miss Gabby as well in the race. And we got Noble from CIG, you know, in 31st place.
Barely predict the weather in real life.
And that's unfortunate to see that Splen
Splin's
so
gone, bro.
lead.
Salem Frost must be in first. They haven't updated it yet, but he blew up.
So Splen and Salem Frost both went out at the same time. Did they correct?
Oh,
I believe so. Did they explode? I think they exploded, man.
St. Frost blew up?
All right, maybe they collided. They were like neck and neck the entire time, which means that Diplomat is now in the lead.
Holy crap.
This is not the kind of lead that Diplomat would want. Diplomat is one of our faster racers here in Atmo Esports, and they tend to just be in the lead. Getting a lead.
Sailor Frost is gone too, though.
It's probably not going to be, you know, like something that they're going to be too
Apparently,
happy about.
that's what they're
but
saying
here
anyway.
They are, and now they are leading the way.
Yeah,
apparently they blew up together. I didn't see it
like
though.
They both
I just saw Splin blow up.
As they both exploded at the exact same time, and that's tough. But right now, Diplomat, man, who
show us Diplomat then. Show us the front of the
you know, Star
pack.
Citizen Racing. You know, if you guys want to, you know, be a bigger part of the racing community, not only does Atmo Esports do racing, but if
apparently
you know,
they
if you
think
can't
collision.
come to
Yeah, that's
organized
what they're
events
thinking.
Or be part of
I
it,
didn't
you can
see
take
that
place in
though,
any of
but it
the
might have been
Star
right
Citizen
before.
Racing events, and you know, make your own time lap or make your own video and try to break a world record at and head over to scr.gg, because I mean, you know, it's a place where you can race and record your race and possibly even get a top spot in the leaderboard, you know, in the world for Star Citizen Racing overall. But if we, man, this is definitely tough overall. But here we go towards
look at this,
towards
it's
the
so
straight,
close.
towards the finish line. Yeah, that is a tough one.
Not
man.
really.
That is a tough one. So our leaderboard is gonna get updated here very, very soon, and we have 1 more minute here until the first player passes lap number 1 here for the Babbage
I
Bash.
love this
Oliver
track,
Zark.
This
I
is
never didn't even
Valkyrie
see
by Pedro
him.
Camacho. This song was
How did he
created
gain so
for
much
the
ground?
release of the
Diplomat.
Android Valkyrie back in 2018.
There's
I
another
think.
CIG Nebel.
It's just such a hype song for anything in Star Citizen. You wanna like you wanna hype your day up? Just turn this song on, man. Like throw a pizza in the oven, put on this song. Just put on Valkyrie. It'll make your day better. Trust me.
Hey,
Savrals is in like
I'm
fourth
loving
though.
it so far, but look at it, man. Look at Diplomat, man. Far away. Savrals CIG as well. RP, man. We got so many close racers here. Getting into lap number 2, which is, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, lap number 2 is going to be the final lap of today. So whoever gets that final lap is going to be our Babbage Bash winner. All right. So, and remember, guys, while you chat it up here in our Atmo Esports chat, if you guys want to check out our events, all right, follow us. Give us a follow here on Twitch. Follow us on Twitter at Atmo Esports or Instagram.
Shipwreck swooping in for sure.
About all our competitive events happening. You know, come hang out, come try for fun.
Whoever it is that's in
incredible
first,
trophy from
man, that's what
JRDF.
surprised me.
Man,
They came out
we
of
have it all
nowhere.
here. We're here to bring the competitive excellence here to Star Citizen. So, but this view, man, this moment is incredible, Meyer.
Yo, look at that STV on
Yeah,
the
if they can get Star
right-hand
Citizen
side, just
running
hiding in the
smoother,
shadows
get the
there, as
servers
other
figured out
one
and
tries to,
everything,
like,
then
basically right behind the
esports would be a good way
wake
for it to
of
go,
the
because you could
vehicle
do
in front
things
of them.
like
They
Star
might actually pull
Marine,
ahead
you know,
into
it's like,
first, but they do have to make sure that they
you
have
know, like
enough clearance
4v4
because
squad
this
combat,
is the
and
final
you
straight
could
of this
do
lap, Crucian.
space
To be able to
battles, you
clear
got
this lap,
just
they
so much
have
that
to
could go in
then
there.
thread through, I believe, a Carrick.
Yeah, they
So
said they were going
they have
to.
to make sure that when they do take this turn,
Oh, they haven't
it's not
taken
a
the
repeat of
turn yet.
turn 2 from
We're
the
about to
first
see.
lap, and they crash into each other as they kind of funnel. But it's super close so far, man. We got Diplomat, we got Sanji Sama, Jade Starwatcher, Savrals, RP.
I think they're
all
skipping
there,
2 people
neck and
from
neck,
the front.
trying to make this thing work.
Oh man, it's looking great so far. We'll get a leaderboard update here very, very soon, but we are getting here towards the end of lap number 1, and then I will be transitioning here very soon, bringing in the XGR guys. But before we do that, guys, we need to see who's going to take lap number 1. Daytime is coming up, Meyer. Very, very excited to see who's going to come out on top, because from lap number 1 till the end of lap number 2, Meyer, anything can still happen.
Yeah, looks like
That's
people
right.
moved up a lot
And,
of positions. during all the-
commiserations to all our racers who have exploded since, but we hope you had a good time trying out the preview of the Greycat STV as well as the explosion mechanics. But yeah, man, I'm looking forward to seeing who comes out on top of this. Guys, in chat, remember, stay in chat, stay hyped, keep talking about this, and you'll be in the running to win yourself.
They didn't update
a
it yet,
Greycat
though.
STV of your own. Look at that. Stanton is just about to rise
Maybe it's
over
the
that
blue
hill
marks.
there, over the New Babbage
I can't
spaceport. It looks like lap 2 is going to be a bit more visually pleasing for you guys as well. We're 22 minutes into the first race here, so I think in general, here we go. With 22 minutes and 27 seconds, Diplomat here has taken lap number 1, which means that I think on average he's maybe about 3 minutes slower than what was the trial.
Savrals is in number 2.
Oh, then again, with things being as
somebody's about to
active
blow.
as they are,
Whoever
slow
we're
and
watching.
steady wins the race. I thought we were going to see a crash there for us.
Here's a great feature here because we're going to see, here's going to be the closest racer. So Savral's in second place from CIG, who is behind Diplomat by 10.64 seconds in the STV overall, Meyer. And those 10 seconds, right, if you skid out or a big turn or whatever's going to happen, that could be where you end the race. So Diplomat has to be very vigilant. He has the open road. He is 10 seconds ahead. He has, the chance to take it all today and win the Babbage Bash.
Yo, I mean, Diplomat has never sat.
That
pretty
was a
before.
save.
I mean, like, Diplomat has once had a 10-minute lead before and has just kept pushing his vehicle to the point of explosion. He doesn't know how to stop. He doesn't know how to slow down. So we'll see, man. We'll see. I think right now Diplomat's just trying to get the fastest time for the Babbage Bash with the PTV. I mean, with the STV even.
Yep. So right now, before we bring in the fellers from XGR to give you guys the rest of the commentary until end of the race, we're going to give you guys a quick leaderboard update here. We got Diplomat, Savrals, RP in third place, Johnny Cole, Figwig. We have Endermaster in seventh place. And then let's see some notable names here. We got Croncy in 10th. We got, I believe, Ari Neal, unfortunately, DNF'd out. And then I believe Space Tomato, I believe he DNF'd out as well. I think he blew up in the beginning during the big explosions, but we still got a lot of people in here still activating the race overall. But I'm very excited to see how Savrals
he came
is
out of
really
nowhere.
keeping up with some of the top races here, man. Giving a run for their money, man. Someone from CIG, I love to see it overall, Meyer.
Yeah,
before we
Savrals in
get it
second.
over,
That's
anything
who I
else you want to say?
Yeah, I'm feeling it, bro.
Oh, I'm looking forward to seeing what
Super great.
our brothers in arms with XGR are going to be, how they're going to cast the rest of this race, Crucian. It's been a blast so far. It's been really cool to see, honestly, I've got my explosion fixed, Crucian, so there's not really much else I want to say.
Yeah, so we're
Data
good.
machine
All right,
didn't
ladies and
finish.
gentlemen, we're gonna send it over to Black Maze and Osasas from XGR to finish off the Babbage Bash.
Oh, what an exciting race we have on our hands so far. We've seen racers coming across the line at about 22 minutes, slightly longer than expected. But so cool seeing the STV racing across the ice here. And man, I was surprised, Osasas, to see Splen in the lead. Didn't end up well for him. Right around the mark where you said, what are your thoughts on what happened to Splen there?
Yeah, unfortunately, I caught it pretty good. Unfortunately, it's just like what we saw happen a lot in practice. He kind of sent it over that snow wall, and unfortunately, it bit him. We also lost our other that was competing for the lead, so Diplomat inherits the lead. He's still holding it now. Sometimes the turtle beats the hare.
Dude, I'm not surprised to see Diplomat in the lead. I watched Splen. We got a prime camera angle as it happened. He came over the ice. I saw it, and as he came down, he hit the pillar. I didn't see what happened to Salem. It's a shame to lose him too, but that was quite the spectacle. Did you happen to see what happened to Salem?
I did, and I think the camera kind of panned to not quite catch it, unfortunately.
That's right.
But yeah, that's just really unfortunate to lose racers. But to be honest, the first lap has been an absolute bloodbath. I think we're down to like 10 or 11 racers out of the 44 we started with, so it's pretty tough.
Yeah, that is absolutely brilliant. I think we saw a lot of chaos off the line.
Everyone was so sad
It
for
was pretty
Swin,
clean.
man. Swin was the
We
guy.
saw
He was
one
the
explosion on
favorite,
the line,
apparently.
followed by everybody heading as fast as they can to the first turn. We saw a few explosions around the ice as people were trying to turn around the island. And then people
But no, yeah,
kind
the
of
racing
settled
community
into
seems
the
pretty
rhythm
sweet,
as they
though.
crawled up
Salem
onto
is
the
a
ice,
witch, and Karma got
now
him.
in the lead
Yeah, for
again,
sure.
Diplomat. He was running in fifth position all the way through 2/3 of the lap, and
Of course,
as
I'd be
always,
more into
Mr.
ship racing,
Consistency, just panning
I
it
think,
out, waiting
but,
for his opportunity,
this could
and
be cool, too.
seizing them where he can on keyboard and mouse as always, and running in the lead with such a huge gap. Several's in second place, and I believe RP is one of the CIG devs, if I'm not mistaken.
I didn't catch Savral's definitely is. Savral's is senior systems designer, so really awesome to see a CIG dev in a big race, running really close to the top.
Yeah.
So props to him for sure.
A pretty
Yeah,
serious
that is
race, too.
absolutely
Oh,
awesome.
one of your cameraman just blew up.
As we see an explosion. Oh no, that's the camera down. So talking about RP is one of the Daymar Rally champions. So forgive me for that.
All right.
Mixing up
At
the
least
names
it's not
there,
just
that is
me.
absolutely awesome. It is really
Chat.
cool to see now with Stanton rising above the horizon too. As we're getting some sunlight, it'll be really interesting to see how the racers adapt as they make their way down now to the city and into it. It's going to be really exciting. We're going to see if Diplomat is going to play it cool. What do you think? You think he's going to slow down a little bit knowing he's got that gap, or are we expecting him to be feeling the heat from Savral's behind?
I believe we heard too that even early on in this section,
Poor
kind of the
camera
track where he's
guy,
at
yeah.
right now,
He must feel embarrassed.
27%, something, had taken
Tight
a
it
lot of
for
damage,
him.
right? So he's got to be smart about kind of limping this thing around while maintaining a lead, because one of those big leaps,
That's right.
clipping a tree or something like that could really put him into the DNF category with most of the other racers at this point.
He's doing an excellent job dodging the light posts and navigating the STV across the ice. It's interesting to know, of course, that these guys haven't had any experience with the vehicle. They've been practicing in cyclones and
brand new.
ROCs, not really knowing that they'd be driving this vehicle. And I have to say, it looks like the racers are adapting to it pretty well, doing a really good job.
Most
at
everybody
kind of
blew
feeling
up,
the
so that's not
suspension
true.
And learning how the vehicle bounces across the ice. Really impressed by everything, and something that stood out to me is there's a big variation between racers running lights.
Several
versus
fighting
not
though,
running
for
lights.
real. Yeah,
The
I'm
lights
waiting on
looking
that man to
beautiful, by the
take
way.
it.
Would you have run
That'd
lights
be
in this
crazy.
race when it was so dark, with all the storms
Probably
going on?
not. Yeah, probably not. I probably would have taken advantage.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, probably not. I probably would have taken advantage like some of those racers with lights off probably did. Yeah, probably not. I probably would have taken advantage like some of those racers with lights off probably did.
Uh-oh. Let's see. It seems like everything's running okay on my end. So maybe they're having a problem.
Yeah, probably not. I probably would have taken advantage like some of those racers with lights off probably did.
Uh-oh. Can't Twitch. Come on, Twitch, fix the stream. Okay. We can't escape the 30K. Yeah, so it's everybody. Yep, we 30K'd even in chat. Come on, Star Citizen. Myers typing in chat. Apparently, somebody... Damn, that's just gone. Yeah, I wish it comes back. I wish it'd come back too, man. That'd be great.
Sasha's, forgive me for interrupting. I think.
Well, I tried to.
Sasha's, forgive me for interrupting. I think.
Everyone going cliffhanger in chat. 30 doesn't want pass us in it. Yep. Yep. Well, shit. Doesn't look like they're going to be coming back. Yeah, shit, man. I was enjoying the race. I would have loved to have seen how it ended. Better. Can you hear me? There we go. Yeah, I did not expect them to have such technical difficulties that they would be unable to continue. So, yeah, sorry about that, everybody. But it's been fun. And appreciate everybody for stopping by or hanging out for 7 hours or whatever, you know. It's been a good time. Looks like we've learned a good bit about how the game's going to continue going forwards. I'm kind of excited about a lot. The more it sinks in, the more I am kind of excited about a lot of the stuff we learned. This multi-crew gameplay is going to get severely expanded on. Looks great, you know. Pyro looks fun. The new ships are pretty cool. I just, you know, anxious, ready for them to put out Squadron 42, or at least move a lot of those features over to the PU so that we can enjoy them, you know, while they're in development. But either way, it looks like they've got their mind in the right place, and I'm excited to see where they take it. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and quit yapping. I've been on long enough. I'm sure everybody's ready to go. And maybe I'll be back on to play something here in a little bit, potentially Star Citizen, potentially something else. But I'm definitely going to get off and stretch and touch grass and, yeah. Anyway, see y'all later. Have a great one.